Claws like curved daggers tore through Adam's thigh. He hissed through clenched teeth as blood immediately soaked his pant leg. The pain was electric, sharp and immediate. A healing potion would help, but the wounds were deep. This would take time to close. The shadow mane pressed its advantage, lunging again. Adam stepped inside its reach, a risky move, but the right one. As the creature's momentum carried it forward, Adam delivered an uppercut to its throat. Bam! The strike should have crushed its windpipe. Instead, the creature seemed to partially dissolve into shadow at the moment of impact, the blow passing through with reduced effect. "That's cheating," Adam gasped as the shadow mane reformed and whirled on him. It answered with a growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Adam circled left, keeping his guard high. Blood dripped steadily from his leg wound, leaving a red trail on the forest floor. Bad.
If this fight dragged on, blood loss would become a serious problem. The shadow mane lunged again, this time feinting right before vanishing. Adam didn't fall for it. He'd noticed a slight shimmer in the air before each teleport. He turned, already bringing his fist up as the creature reappeared behind him. His timing was perfect. Wham! Connected with the creature's snout as it materialized, sending it staggering backward with a yelp of surprise and pain. Adam pressed forward, not giving it time to recover. A straight jab to the chest, a cross to the jaw. Each blow drove the creature back another step, each impact sending shockwaves through its body. Wham! Bam! Wham! The shadow mane tried to teleport again, but Adam had its timing down now. As it began to dissolve, he tracked the shimmer in the air and was already moving to intercept. When it reformed, he was waiting with a devastating hook that caught it just below the ear. Bam! Bone cracked audibly. The creature stumbled, disoriented. One of its 4 eyes was swollen shut, and blood matted the fur around its muzzle. But it wasn't finished. With a snarl that vibrated through Adam's chest, the shadow mane launched itself at him in pure desperation. Teeth and claws slashed toward his face. Adam met it head-on. As jaws gaped to tear out his throat, he drove his fist directly into its mouth. Wham! Teeth shattered. The creature howled in agony, thrashing its head to free itself from the brutal counter. Adam didn't relent. His other fist hammered into the creature's exposed throat, then its eye, then the soft spot behind its jaw. Bam! Wham! Bam! Each impact drove the creature further into the ground. Its struggles weakened. Its growls turned to whimpers. Still, Adam continued, something primal taking over as he straddled the beast and rained blows upon its skull. Wham! Bam! Wham! Bam! Blood and brain matter spattered his face and chest. Bone gave way beneath his gauntlets.
The creature's body twitched, then went still. Adam delivered one final blow, driving his fist through what remained of the shadow mane's skull into the ground beneath. Silence fell over the clearing. Adam remained there, straddling the corpse, chest heaving. Blood, both his and the creature's, covered him from head to toe. His leg wound throbbed painfully, though the bleeding had slowed thanks to healing factor. Various cuts and scratches covered his arms and torso. He pushed himself to his feet, legs shaking with exhaustion. When he looked down at his hands, both gauntlets were slick with gore, the enchanted metal humming faintly as it processed the battle energy. A notification appeared in his awareness. White Worm's body has reached level 11. Your body now has a little more than twice the resilience of a normal human. Muscles, tendons, and skin are more resistant to tearing and puncture. Your bones are also less prone to breaking. Healing factor has reached level 3. Your healing rate is now 6 times faster than a normal human's. Wounds close rapidly. Broken bones mend in days rather than weeks. Your body optimizes itself during rest. Your mana pool has increased from 702 to 705. Your capacity for holding magical energy has expanded significantly. Recovery rate increased to 6.7 units per hour. Channels have strengthened, allowing for more powerful spellcasting with less strain. Boxing mastery has reached level 12. Your strikes now carry perfect weight transfer from foot to fist. Footwork has become instinctively efficient, allowing you to maintain optimal positioning. Flow prediction has reached level 8, active to full passive. Your ability to predict movement has become nearly instinctive. You can often sense attacks from outside your field of vision and anticipate movements more efficiently. Adam collapsed onto his back, chest heaving as he stared up at the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy.
"Hell yeah," he wheezed, a grin spreading across his blood-spattered face. Rest had never felt so good. His muscles burned with fatigue, the pleasant ache of hard work that promised growth. Every part of him felt simultaneously heavy and somehow more responsive, as if his body was already adapting to the stress he'd put it through. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensations within. The notifications hadn't been wrong. He could actually feel his body repairing itself, knitting flesh and replenishing blood at a rate that would have seemed impossible before. After countless hours spent poring over medical texts in the Academy's library, Adam had developed a better understanding of where his healing abilities stood. A normal human body repaired soft tissue damage through inflammation, blood clotting, and cellular migration, processes that typically took days or weeks. Bone healing was even slower, with complete remodeling taking months. But at now 6 times normal speed, the implications were staggering. Minor cuts closing in minutes instead of hours. Broken bones mending in days rather than weeks. Even major organ damage could potentially heal without intervention. Adam prodded the wounds on his thigh, wincing at the touch. The bleeding had stopped, but the deep punctures remained angry and raw. "Time to test a theory," he muttered. He reached into his pack and removed a small green vial, a topical healing solution Biggins had brewed himself. The old dragon had turned out to be one hell of an alchemist, claiming his potions were adequate by draconic standards, which apparently translated to exceptional by everyone else's. That was not hard to believe after he experienced the mana-increasing chocolates Biggins had offered to him and Sam back then. Adam's theory was simple. If his natural healing was already accelerated, a healing potion should have amplified effects. The stimulants in the solution would trigger processes already working overtime. He uncorked the vial, the sharp medicinal smell making his nose wrinkle. With a steadying breath, he poured the viscous green liquid directly onto the claw wounds. "Son of a..." Adam hissed through clenched teeth as liquid fire seemed to spread across his leg. The sensation was like strong alcohol on an open cut, but multiplied tenfold. Seriously, it hurt like a bit. Ow! The solution hissed and bubbled on contact with his wounds, wisps of white smoke rising from the damaged tissue. The scientific explanation was straightforward, if unsettling. The accelerated cellular activity generated heat, the rapid division and multiplication of cells consuming oxygen and nutrients at such a rate that the surrounding tissues actually steamed. Adam watched in fascination as the deep punctures visibly closed before his eyes.
The edges of torn flesh drew together, new skin spreading across the wounds like ice forming on a pond. Within minutes, only faint pink scars remained where deadly claws had torn him open. "Works better than expected," he murmured, running his fingers over the newly healed skin. According to his own theories, as healing factor continued to develop, Adom would eventually reach a point where external healing aids became unnecessary. His body would simply repair itself with incredible speed, regardless of the damage. And then there was the other implication, one that Biggins had mentioned almost casually, as if it weren't potentially life-altering. Aging was, in essence, a failure of cellular repair. As the body grew older, its ability to replace damaged cells diminished. But with an ever-increasing healing factor, that process might slow, stop, or even reverse. Immortality. Or something close to it. For most people, the prospect of endless life would be cause for celebration. But Adom had already lived a whole lifetime. He had already watched friends age and die while he continued on.
He had already felt the particular loneliness of being the one who remained. The thought of potentially outliving everyone, again, sat like a stone in his stomach. Would he watch Sam grow old and die? What about his soon-to-be-born little sister? Would he attend her funeral decades from now? Would he form connections, knowing they would inevitably be severed by time? This thought was breaking something in him. A small weight landed on his thigh, disrupting his spiraling thoughts. Zuni stood there, head tilted curiously. The Quillic's ears twitched as he studied Adom's face, apparently sensing his companion's melancholy. Then, with deliberate movement, Zuni flipped onto his back, presenting his surprisingly fuzzy belly. It was a posture Adom had never seen from him before. "What's this?" Adom asked, the weight of eternity momentarily forgotten. "Since when do you want belly rubs?" Zuni chirped insistently, tiny paws batting at the air. Adom smiled despite himself and obliged, running his fingers through the soft fur of Zuni's stomach. The Quillic squirmed in apparent delight. Then it happened. A sound Adom had never heard from Zuni, a high-pitched, trilling noise that rose and fell like laughter? It was unmistakably an expression of joy, bubbling and bright, remarkably similar to a child's giggle, but in a register that seemed almost musical. "You're laughing," Adom said, wonder replacing his earlier heaviness. "I didn't know you could do that." Zuni responded with another peal of Quillic laughter, the sound light and contagious. Adom found himself chuckling in response, the morbid thoughts of eternal loneliness temporarily banished by this small moment of connection. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Adom's stomach let out a gurgle so violent it sounded like a small animal was trying to escape. Zuni immediately sprang back to his paws, staring at Adom's midsection with wide, suspicious eyes. "Right," Adom said, pressing a hand to his complaining stomach. "The other downside to healing this fast. Hunger. Massive, relentless hunger." His accelerated healing consumed energy at an alarming rate, burning through reserves like a furnace through kindling. The more he healed, the emptier and weak he felt. He carefully removed Wham and Bam, setting the gore-covered gauntlets aside for cleaning later. After wiping his hands on a cloth from his pack and rinsing them with water from his canteen, he reached into his inventory and pulled out yesterday's purchase, a sandwich from Old Mari's. Perfectly preserved and still smoking. The baker had recently expanded beyond her famous pies to include sandwiches, and Adom had been eager to try one. It was wrapped in waxed parchment that crinkled as he unwrapped it with reverent care. The bread was crusty brown on the outside, golden and soft within. Mari's special loaf with seeds baked into the crust.
Between the generous slices lay thinly sliced roast meat, still faintly pink at its center, glistening with its own juices. Melted white cheese clung to the meat in strings, and a layer of green herbs and some kind of tangy red paste completed the creation. The smell alone was enough to make Adom's mouth flood with saliva. "Lunch interrupted is lunch still deserved," he muttered, taking a massive bite. The flavors exploded across his tongue. Savory meat, sharp cheese, the bite of the herb paste, all brought together by bread that managed to be both hearty and delicate. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the sensation. Zuni chittered impatiently at his feet. "Right, sorry," Adom said through his mouthful. He dug into his pack again and pulled out a small pouch of mixed nuts, sprinkling a handful on the ground for the Quillic. Zuni pounced on them immediately, stuffing his cheeks with alarming efficiency. John remained standing at attention nearby, scanning the clearing for threats while his companions enjoyed their improvised picnic. Adom took another enormous bite of sandwich, then reached for his second canteen. Inside was apple juice from Law's orchard, gifted by Ben. The juice was cloudy amber, unfiltered, and honest. He took a long swallow. It was perfectly cold, despite the warm day, preserved by a minor cooling rune on the canteen. The juice washed away the coppery taste of blood that lingered in his mouth, replacing it with crisp sweetness that made him forget, for a moment, that he was sitting in a dungeon covered in monster gore. +7 mana. Apparently, his body appreciated the replenishment as much as his taste buds did. Adom took another swig. "You know," he said to Zuni, who was picking through the nuts for his favorites, "some days I miss just sitting in the library reading. But I guess this isn't so bad either." The Quillic looked up briefly, whiskers twitching, before returning to the serious business of determining which nut deserved to be eaten next. Adom gathered himself, stuffing the sandwich wrapper back into his inventory. He cast a final look at the slain Shadowmane, its skull a ruined mess of bone fragments and gore. "Waste not," he muttered, channeling the familiar flow of his skill. The massive wolf corpse swirled and compressed before vanishing. "Time to move," Adom said to Zuni, who was still busy with the last of his nuts. "The silverback won't wait forever." The Quillic chirped once, then scampered up John's leg to reclaim his favorite perch. Adom checked the position of the sun through gaps in the canopy. He'd spent nearly half the day fighting his way through the dungeon's outer rings. He still had a few hours before the portal closed, but he'd need to be efficient. If he got trapped inside when the dungeon closed... He pushed the thought away and resumed his trek, checking Biggin's map frequently to confirm his route. The vegetation grew denser as they moved deeper into the dungeon, the trees larger and more twisted. Strange fluorescent fungi clung to the bark, pulsing gently with inner light. The air became heavier, carrying the scent of rot and musk. The last few hours had been a brutal gauntlet of one fight after another. Twin-tailed scorpions with poison that made your blood feel like acid, craghoppers with serrated limbs that could slice through leather like paper, amber wasps that exploded into clouds of paralytic spores when killed. And for what? A handful of skill increases that still fell far short of what he needed. Adom checked his notifications again. Level 11. Healing Factor. Level 3. Boxing Mastery. Level 12. Flow Prediction. Level 8. According to Biggins, the ideal would be to have at level 15 and healing factor at level 5 at minimum before attempting a direct confrontation with the silverback. At his current rate, he'd need another week of dungeon diving to reach those targets. But the dungeon was closing today. "Almost there," Adom muttered, as he pushed through a particularly thick section of underbrush. "Just need to see what we're up against." The path gradually inclined upward, leading toward what appeared to be a ridgeline.
As they neared the top, Adam heard it. A sound that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. A roar. Deep, primal, and so powerful he felt it in his chest more than heard it with his ears. Then came another sound, higher pitched, desperate, a scream that was equal parts rage and terror. Adam quickened his pace, reaching the ridgeline and dropping low to remain concealed. He parted the foliage carefully, peering down into a wide clearing below. His eyes widened. Holy! The silverback stood in the center of the clearing, and Adam immediately understood why Biggins had insisted on such preparation. It wasn't a gorilla, as he'd expected. It was something far more primeval, far more terrifying. Standing at least 12 feet tall, its broad shoulders spanned wider than John was tall. 4 massive arms bulged with muscle beneath silvery grey fur that gleamed like metal in the dappled sunlight. Its face was a nightmarish blend of ape and something decidedly not. Fangs protruding from its bottom jaw, brow ridge so pronounced it shadowed eyes that glowed with amber intelligence. Bony plates ran along its shoulders and back, natural armor that would turn aside most weapons. But it wasn't alone. The silverback was locked in combat with another creature, a massive reptilian monster that looked like evolution had taken a crocodile, crossed it with a monitor lizard, and scaled the result up to the size of a small house. Its hide was a mottled green-black, covered in armor-like scales with ridges of bone running along its spine. Graven scale worm, deadly threat. A territorial apex predator with crushing bite force and regenerative scales. The two monsters circled each other, neither willing to yield ground. The clearing around them was already devastated, trees uprooted, earth torn up in great furrows, blood, both red and an oily black, spattered across the vegetation. The graven scale lunged first, its massive jaws opening to reveal rows of teeth like serrated daggers. It moved with shocking speed for something so large, its muscular tail propelling it forward in a burst of acceleration. The silverback didn't dodge. It met the charge head-on, its lower arms bracing against the ground while its upper pair shot forward to catch the worm's jaws. The impact was like a thunderclap. Adam felt the percussion wave even from his position on the ridge. The silverback's muscles bulged, veins standing out like ropes as it held the snapping jaws at bay. The worm thrashed, tail whipping furiously, claws digging deep furrows in the earth as it tried to force its jaws closed on the ape's body. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Raw power against raw power. Then the silverback did something Adam hadn't expected. It shifted its weight, using the worm's own momentum against it, and twisted. The maneuver pulled the reptile off balance, sending it crashing onto its side with an impact that shook the ground. Before the worm could recover, the silverback was on it. 3 arms pinned the thrashing reptile, while the fourth, the upper right, began hammering down on the worm's head with devastating force. Boom! 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 Each impact sounded like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil. Scales cracked, bone splintered. The worm's struggles grew more frantic, its tail whipping in wide arcs that uprooted bushes and sent debris flying. A lashing tail caught the silverback across the chest, opening a deep gash that immediately began to weep red. The ape monster roared in pain and fury, redoubling its assault. Its fist came down again, and something cracked loudly in the worm's skull. The reptile bucked with newfound desperation, twisting its body in a way that should have been impossible for something with a spine. Its jaws snapped at the silverback's arm, managing to catch the limb between its teeth. The silverback bellowed as teeth punctured muscle, but instead of pulling away, it drove forward, forcing its arm deeper into the worm's mouth, while its other 3 limbs secured a better grip on the thrashing reptile. Then, in a display of strength that defied belief, the silverback's free arms seized the top and bottom of the worm's jaw and pulled. The sound was obscene, a wet, cracking tear as ligaments stretched and bone reached its breaking point. The worm's struggles reached a fever pitch, its body convulsing as it realized what was happening. Too late. With a final, terrible heave, the silverback tore the worm's jaw completely apart. The bottom half came free with a spray of black blood and a sound like a tree being uprooted. The worm's body spasmed, a gurgling scream escaping from what remained of its throat. The silverback wasn't finished. It discarded the jaw fragment, hands now slick with blood. Then, it seized the worm's head with all 4 hands and twisted. The crack echoed across the clearing like a gunshot. The worm's body went limp, its tail giving one final twitch before going still. The silverback rose, chest heaving, blood, both its own and the worm's, matting its silver fur. It tilted its head back and unleashed a victory roar that seemed to make the very air vibrate with its power. Adom remained frozen, barely breathing. Biggin's warnings now seemed woefully inadequate. This wasn't just a dangerous monster. It was a force of nature with limbs. Then, as the echo of its roar faded, the silverback went still. Its nostrils flared. It turned. 4 amber eyes locked directly onto the spot where Adom was hiding. Its lips drew back, revealing teeth stained black with worm blood. Oh, shit. Chapter 67. Ape Shit. Shit, shit, shit! Adom muttered the curse with each pounding step as he retreated from the ridgeline, moving with all the stealth of someone trying very hard not to become a 4-armed ape's dinner. Zuni clung to his shoulder, tiny claws digging in to avoid being dislodged by Adom's frantic pace. John had gone back into the inventory. Did it see me? I think it saw me. It definitely saw me. No, that wasn't quite right. The silverback had looked in his direction, but its posture had been one of generalized awareness, not focused hunting. If it had truly spotted him, it would have already been charging up the ridge. The fact that no 12-foot monstrosity was currently breathing down his neck suggested he'd managed to duck away before being definitively spotted. Small victories. Adom only slowed once they'd put a decent patch of heavy forest between themselves and the clearing. He leaned against a massive tree trunk, pulse hammering in his throat. "Biggins," he wheezed, "is a damn liar." The warning had been clear enough. The silverback was dangerous. But there's dangerous in the academic sense, and then there's watching a creature rip another apex predator's jaw off with its bare hands. For a brief, possibly insane moment, Adom had considered attacking right then. The beast had just finished a difficult fight. It was wounded, bleeding. Logic suggested it would be weakened, vulnerable. Logic, in this case, could go straight to hell. Even wounded, the silverback radiated power. Its movements remained fluid, controlled. The way it had snapped the worm's spine suggested it had plenty of strength to spare. If Adom had charged in, believing it weakened enough to take on, he would have ended up just like that worm. Another trophy in a clearing already painted with blood. Even with his full magical arsenal, this would be a difficult fight. Without it, relying purely on his physical abilities, that was suicide with extra steps. "Okay," Adom muttered, trying to settle his breathing. "New plan." Zuni poked his head out from where he'd burrowed into Adom's collar during their retreat, whiskers twitching questioningly. "We're going to need a better approach." Adom spotted a massive oak about 50 yards further into the forest, its branches thick and sturdy.
perfect for a temporary hideout. He began to climb. The bark was rough under his hands, providing decent grip despite his sweaty palms. He hauled himself up branch by branch until he found a solid perch about 30 feet up, hidden by a canopy of leaves, but with enough gaps to keep an eye on his surroundings. Zuni scampered up after him, settling on a nearby branch with a concerned chirp. "Yeah, I know," Adam said, leaning back against the trunk. "Not exactly going according to plan." His heart rate was finally returning to normal. He took a deep breath, then another, forcing his mind to focus. Panic wouldn't help him now. The silverback wasn't just an obstacle. It was the whole point of this excursion. The creature's unique physical makeup made it ideal for the transmutation ritual Adam needed to perform. But to do that, he needed to draw the transmutation circle, immobilize the beast inside it, and perform the ritual, all without getting torn in half first. "So," he murmured, ticking off options on his fingers. "Can't outfight it," one finger down. "Can't outrun it," another down. "Can't surprise it," a third finger. If he tried to wear it down with ranged spells, it would likely just charge him before he could do significant damage. Traps were an option, but what kind of trap could possibly hold something that had just ripped apart a graven scale worm? Think. He pulled out Biggin's map, studying the dungeon layout. The silverback's territory seemed to center around that large clearing, but it likely patrolled a much wider area. If he could somehow lure it. No. Luring implied he'd be the bait.
Hard pass on that. What about poison? Doubtful. According to the notes, the silverback's metabolism processed toxins almost instantly. Adam was running out of fingers to count failed strategies on when he noticed something on the map. A narrow canyon about a quarter-mile east of the silverback's clearing. The walls were steep, according to the topographical markings, and there was only one way in or out. If he could somehow get the beast in there, block the exit. But how to get it there in the first place? Zuni chirped again, head tilted as he watched Adam think. "I'm working on it," Adam assured him. He closed his eyes, visualizing the problem from another angle. The silverback was territorial and aggressive. It had just killed a major predator encroaching on its space. What if he wasn't the one who needed to lure it? A plan began forming in Adam's mind. Risky, but with a decent chance of success. His eyes snapped open. "Bingo!" Zuni stared. "Don't worry," Adam said, reaching over to scratch behind the Quillick's ears. "This'll work." "Probably." Zuni's expression suggested he found this less than reassuring. Adam spread Biggins's map across his lap, the parchment crinkling as he smoothed it flat against his thigh. Zuni peered over his arm, occasionally trying to taste the paper. "Okay, the silverback's territory is here," Adam muttered, tapping a circled area near the center of the map. "What we need is something big enough to give it trouble, but not so big it'll kill the silverback before I can complete the ritual." His finger traced outward from the silverback's domain, following Biggins's neat annotations. The old dragon had marked most major monster territories with small symbols and brief notes. Spine jaws? Too small. Acid hoppers? Too unpredictable. Blood moss colony? Can't exactly herd plants. Zuni chirped impatiently, as if to say, "Hurry up already."
"I'm looking, Adam stopped mid-sentence, his finger hovering over a spot about a mile east of their current position. "Well, hello there." The area was marked with the reptilian symbol, but drawn multiple times in a tight cluster. Beside it, Biggins had written, "Graven Scale Breeding Ground. Avoid." Breeding ground. which meant multiple graven scales, which meant exactly what we need, Adam said, a slow smile spreading across his face. If one gave the silverback trouble, what might 3 or 4 do? Zuni did not look convinced. It's perfect, Adam continued, already folding the map. We provoke the gravens, lead them to the silverback, let them soften each other up, then use John to teleport the silverback to our prepared circle. He slid down from the tree, Zuni scampering after him. The Quillic seemed less enthusiastic about this plan, but Adam was already mentally calculating the fastest route to the graven breeding ground. The trek through the deepening forest took nearly an hour. As they approached the coordinates, the vegetation changed. The ground became marshy, the air thick with mist and the sweet rot smell of decaying vegetation. Massive ferns unfurled in every direction, their fronds beaded with moisture. Should be just ahead, Adam whispered, crouching low. He crept forward, parting the last stand of ferns to reveal a wide, swampy clearing. At its center, a shallow pool of murky water steamed in the afternoon heat. And there they were. 3 full-grown graven scales lounged at different points around the pool. Each was similar to the one the silverback had killed, though varying in size and coloration. The largest had an oily black hide, crossed with deep red markings, while the other 2 were more greenish-brown. Graven Scale Matriarch, deadly threat. The dominant female of a graven scale pack. Her scales contain concentrated mana crystals. Graven Scale Bull, deadly threat. Male graven scale with territorial instincts, slower but more heavily armored than females. Graven Scale Hunter, deadly threat. Faster and more aggressive than other gravens. Specializes in ambush tactics. 3 deadly threats, a dome whispered. Perfect. The monsters seemed relaxed, almost lethargic, as they basked in the afternoon heat. The matriarch occasionally dipped her massive head into the pool to drink, while the bull gnawed lazily on what looked like the remains of some unfortunate creature. The hunter was the most active, patrolling the far edge of the clearing with deliberate steps. Adom studied them, formulating his approach. But seeing the creatures in person, their massive jaws and powerful limbs, made his plan suddenly seem less brilliant than it had when he was safely perched in a tree. Would they actually follow him for nearly an hour's trek to the silverback's territory? These weren't mindless brutes. They were apex predators with territorial instincts. And speaking of the trek, could he realistically outrun them for that long? Sure, he could move faster than his leisurely walk here, but still. The hunter, especially, looked built for speed. And what if, after all that effort, they simply caught sight of the massive silverback and decided discretion was the better part of valor? Territorial or not, most creatures had a healthy sense of self-preservation. Maybe he had it backward. Perhaps bringing the silverback to them made more sense. The canyon, with his carefully prepared transmutation circle, was roughly equidistant between both territories. He'd previously spent nearly an hour carving those runes into the stone walls, positioning markers on trees and arranging river rocks to complete the pattern. It would be a shame to waste all that preparation. But how to lure a silverback? The beast had just eaten, so hunger wouldn't motivate it.
Territorial aggression seemed the most reliable trigger, but that meant Adom would need to find something the creature valued and threaten it. Zuni suddenly let out a high-pitched squeak and grabbed Adom's ear with his tiny paws, tugging frantically. "Hey, what are you—" Adom turned to look at the agitated Quillic. "What's wrong?" Zuni squeaked again, more insistently, then pointed his nose deliberately toward the far side of the pool. Adom followed the Quillic's gaze, adjusting his position slightly to see past the matriarch's massive bulk. And then he saw them. Nestled in a depression at the edge of the pool, partially hidden by reeds, were 7 or 8 smaller shapes. Much smaller. Baby graven scales. Their scales, still soft and iridescent, tumbled over each other in play. One was trying to catch a dragonfly, snapping ineffectually as the insect darted just out of reach. Another was curled up asleep, its tiny tail twitching with dreams. "Oh," Adom said, the spell dissipating from his fingertips. "Those are—" Zuni nodded solemnly. "Oh, for God's sake." Adom sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Perfect. Just perfect. The universe had a real funny way of complicating things. Here he was, all set to provoke deadly apex predators into a territorial cage match, only to discover that said deadly apex predators had adorable babies. Because of course they did. The baby graven scales were objectively, irritatingly cute. With their oversized heads and stumpy limbs, they looked like someone had taken regular graven scales and squished them down to about 20% of their normal size while cranking the cuteness dial up to 11. Their scales even had a pearlescent sheen that adult gravens lost as they matured. If Adom brought the silverback here, he wouldn't be a clever mage executing a brilliant plan. He'd be the monster who led a territorial murder ape into a nursery. "So that's out," he muttered, watching as one of the babies tried to catch its own tail, spinning in a wobbly circle until it toppled over. The matriarch glanced over, making a rumbling sound. The day was waning. Sunlight slanted through the trees at a slightly more steep angle now. Once darkness fell, the dungeon's entrance would seal until the next cycle, 3, maybe 4 months from now. If Adom didn't complete his task today, all his preparations would be wasted. The carefully carved transmutation circle, the materials he'd gathered, the efforts, all wasted. He couldn't just find another monster. The dungeon was vast, sure, but not infinite. The silverback was ideal for the ritual precisely because it was unique. Its physiology was a critical component around which he built the transmutation circle, and Biggins said it had the highest chance of success for genetic reasons. It was that or nothing. What to do? What to do indeed? Adom glanced at Zuni, expecting the Quillic to be watching him with those big eyes of his and the little smile. Instead, he found his companion curled into a ball on his shoulder, fast asleep. Tiny snores emanated from the blue bundle, each one ending with a slight whistle. "Really? Now? You're sleeping now?" Adom whispered incredulously. The Quillic was possibly the most random creature he'd ever encountered. When they'd first met in Professor Elowen's class, Adom had thought Zuni was simple, even slow, with that permanent vacant smile and oddly tilted head. Not a thought behind those eyes, he'd said then. How wrong he'd been. In just a day since, Zuni had proved himself to be remarkably perceptive. Like now, pointing out the baby gravens before Adom had inadvertently sparked a catastrophic confrontation. The Quillic seemed to have an almost uncanny ability to sense when situations were about to go sideways, even if his reactions remained as unpredictable as ever. Watching Zuni's tiny chest rise and fall, Adom was struck by how familiar the rhythm was. He could almost feel it within himself, that peculiar cadence that was uniquely Zuni. The gentle pulse of the Quillic's mana signature had become so recognizable that Adom could— Wait. Adom's eyes widened. He could feel Zuni's mana signature. Not just in some abstract, theoretical way, but actually feel it. A steady, slightly asymmetrical rhythm that somehow matched the Quillic's peculiar personality. When had that happened? Creating a bridge that allows natural emotional exchange. Professor Aylwin's words from that first day in basic bonding class echoed in his mind. The fundamental principle of druidic resonance. Adom had taken the class primarily to diversify his magical repertoire, one more tool in his arsenal. He'd practiced the exercises dutifully last night, but hadn't given much thought to how deeply he might have internalized the techniques. Yet somehow, without consciously trying, he'd formed a genuine empathic bond with Zuni. If he could do that with Zuni... The foundation of druidic magic is resonance. Every living thing produces a unique mana signature, a rhythm, if you will. His gaze drifted back to the graven scales. The matriarch was now grooming one of the babies, her massive jaws, capable of crushing stone, delicately removing a bit of debris from the infant's scales. A true druid doesn't command nature. They request cooperation. A new plan began to take shape in Adom's mind. Not manipulation, not deception. Communication. Adom took a deep breath and tried to calm his racing heart. Okay, he muttered to himself. Empathic projection. Mental focus, mana channeling, projection. Simple enough. Except it wasn't simple at all. He was about to attempt something Professor Aylwin had demonstrated after decades of practice on a creature that could bite him in half with minimal effort. If it went poorly, his remains would be decorating the clearing within seconds. But if he didn't try something, his preparations would be wasted. The transmutation circle would sit unused, the ritual components would grow stale, and he'd be back to square one. Adom carefully shifted his position to get a better view of the matriarch. She was still grooming one of the babies, her movements surprisingly gentle for a creature of her size and ferocity. Mothers were different. Adom knew this from experience. They operated on a different wavelength. Protection wasn't just an instinct. It was usually their fundamental nature. They didn't fight because they wanted to, but because they had to. Because something precious depended on them. That was the emotional bridge he needed to find. Closing his eyes, Adom focused inward, trying to isolate and examine his own feelings. What emotion could possibly resonate with a mother graven scale? Not fear. That would only trigger her predatory instincts. Not aggression. That would be suicide. He needed something authentic. Concern. Yes, that was it. Concern for the future. Concern for safety. A genuine worry to feel when he considered what might happen if the silverback expanded its territory. Adom concentrated on that feeling, allowing it to fill his awareness. The silverback wasn't just his target. It was a threat to other creatures in the dungeon. He'd seen the clearing where it had killed the worm. If it decided to hunt here next, he felt the emotion crystallize, becoming distinct and focused. Now for the hard part. Adom carefully extended his awareness outward, attempting to sense the matriarch's mana signature. At first, there was nothing, just the general ambient mana of the dungeon. Then, slowly, he began to perceive something massive and complex, like a deep subterranean current. It was overwhelming. Where Zuni's mana signature was a simple, quirky rhythm, the matriarch's was a symphony. Layers upon layers of instinct, emotion, and intelligence intertwined in patterns too complex to fully comprehend. Just as Professor Aylwin had done, Adom focused his mana into his palm, trying to maintain his emotional focus while allowing the energy to remain fluid. A faint bluish glow began to emanate from his hand, flickering uncertainly as he struggled to maintain control. Don't try to understand it all, he reminded himself. Just find one thread. He focused on the thread that felt like protection, fierce, unwavering, absolute. The mana in his palm pulsed in response, the glow steadying slightly. Adom extended his hand, palm outward, not moving from his concealed position, but directing his mana toward the matriarch. The green energy extended outward in thin, wavering tendrils. Nothing happened. Maybe she was too far away? Or maybe his technique was flawed? Or maybe graven scales simply didn't. The matriarch's head snapped up, her nostrils flaring as she scanned the forest edge. Her eyes, yellow with vertical pupils, locked directly onto Adom's hiding spot. "Oh shit," he whispered. If this didn't work, his escape plan consisted entirely of flying really, really fast and hoping it would be enough. "I still hate flying, though." The matriarch rose to her full height, towering even above her mate and the hunter. She issued a low, rumbling sound, and the other adults immediately moved to position themselves between her and the perceived threat. The babies, sensing the change in atmosphere, darted behind their mother. Adom stayed absolutely still, fighting every instinct screaming at him to flee. Running now would trigger an immediate chase response. The matriarch took a deliberate step forward. Then another. "Steady," Adom whispered to himself, never breaking eye contact. "Steady." She approached with cautious, measured strides, each footfall making the ground vibrate slightly. As she drew closer, the sheer scale of the creature became horrifyingly apparent. She wasn't just big. She was colossal. Her head alone was the size of a whole horse. Those jaws could snap him in half without effort. And the intelligence in those yellow eyes. This wasn't some mindless beast. There was calculation there. Assessment. 10 feet away, she stopped. Her nostrils flared again as she scented the air. Adom maintained his focus, pouring more energy into the empathic projection. The tendrils of mana stretched further, wavering in the space between them. "I mean no harm," he said, trying to infuse the mana with that intention and carry it. "I share your concern." The matriarch tilted her head slightly, an eerily familiar gesture that reminded him suddenly of Zuni. She made a low sound, something between a growl and a purr. The bull and hunter fanned out behind her, clearly ready to attack at the slightest signal. The babies remained hidden, though Adom caught glimpses of curious eyes peeping from behind their mother's massive bulk. Adom felt sweat beading on his forehead. His mana reserves were draining quickly. Maintaining the projection was far more taxing than he'd anticipated. He needed to establish a connection soon or retreat. Zuni chose that moment to wake up. The Quillic stretched, yawned, and then froze as he realized what was happening. To Adom's surprise, instead of panicking, Zuni moved to his outstretched hand and placed his tiny paw against Adom's palm. Immediately, Adom felt a surge of energy. Zuni was amplifying his projection, stabilizing the wavering tendrils. The blue glow intensified, becoming more structured and defined. Right. Quillics were empathic creatures. The matriarch's eyes widened slightly. She lowered her head until it was level with Adom's position, bringing those enormous jaws uncomfortably close. Her breath was hot against his face, smelling of raw meat and something earthy. "Please work," Adom murmured desperately. "Please understand." He pushed an image into the projection, the silverback ripping apart the worm. Then another, the silverback moving toward the breeding ground. A third, multiple silverbacks spreading throughout the territory. The matriarch's eyes narrowed. A deep, rumbling growl emanated from her chest. For one terrible moment, Adom thought he'd made a fatal mistake. But then he felt it.
a response. Not in words, but in emotional impressions. Anger, territoriality, fierce, unwavering protectiveness. Yes, Adom thought, seizing on that connection. Protect your young. He sent more images, the graven scales confronting the silverback together. The silverback weakened. Adom performing his ritual. The silverback gone. The territory secure. The matriarch pulled back slightly, her expression, if such creatures could be said to have expressions, thoughtful. She turned her head toward the bull, making a series of complex sounds. The bull responded with a short bark, then moved closer to the babies. She turned back to Adom, and this time, when their eyes met, he felt the connection strengthen. Not friendship, not exactly, but a mutual understanding, a temporary alignment of interests. These weren't solitary predators like the silverback. They were social creatures with complex family structures. They understood cooperation, coordination, the strength that came from numbers. It made them capable of comprehending concepts like temporary alliance. An impression formed in Adom's mind. The graven scales moving through the forest, Adom leading the way. The silverback surrounded. Not killed, the ritual required it alive, but subdued. Yes, Adom nodded slowly. Together. The matriarch made a final, decisive sound, then backed away, returning to her young. The hunter and bull remained wary, but their posture was less aggressive now. Adom lowered his hand, the green glow fading as he released the projection. His arm felt like lead, and a dull headache throbbed behind his eyes, evidence of how much mana he'd expended in the exchange. But it had worked. Somehow, against all odds, it had worked. A notification appeared in Adom's awareness, blue text scrolling across his field of vision. New path discovered. Through natural talent and successful experimentation, you have achieved true understanding of fundamental druidic principles. Path of the Druid, Novice, has been recognized. Current paths: Runicologist, Expert, Alchemist, Novice, Druid, Novice. Adom allowed himself a small smile as the text faded. Apparently, we've just discovered our hidden talent for talking to extremely dangerous creatures, he said to Zuni, who chirped in what sounded suspiciously like self-satisfaction. The Quillic bumped his head against Adom's jaw and pointed toward the graven scales with an eager squeak. Yeah, Adom agreed, straightening up. Let's go hunt a silverback. The silverback squatted in the clearing, its massive form hunched over the graven scaleworm's corpse. 4 powerful arms worked in concert, 2 holding the carcass steady while the others tore into flesh. Muscle and sinew gave way under its fingers with wet, ripping sounds. It wasn't so much eating as it was dismantling. The creature's jaws snapped through bone, cracking open the worm's ribcage to access the organs within. Steam rose from the exposed viscera as they met the cooler air. The silverback plunged its hand into the cavity, pulling out a dark, glistening liver the size of a shield. Black blood cascaded down its silvery fur as it took a massive bite, amber eyes half closed in primal satisfaction. Each swallow was audible, a thick, wet gulp, followed by the sound of teeth tearing off another hunk of meat. The ground beneath it had become a spreading pool of black fluid, soaking into the earth and staining the vegetation. Flies were already gathering, their buzzing creating an organic soundtrack to the feast. The silverback paused mid-bite, head snapping up suddenly. Its nostrils flared wide, testing the air. 4 amber eyes narrowed, scanning the tree line. A low growl rumbled from deep in its chest, a sound so bass-heavy it seemed to vibrate the very air. For long seconds, it remained perfectly still, only its eyes moving as they tracked across the vegetation. Nothing stirred. No birds called. The forest held its breath. False alert. The silverback grunted and returned to its meal, though its movements were more guarded now. One eye remained fixed on the tree line as it tore into a section of the worm's haunch, teeth shearing through muscle as easily as butter. The attack came without warning. A blazing sword erupted from the foliage, spinning like a comet through the air. The weapon struck with terrible precision, burying itself to the hilt in the silverback's upper left eye. The flaming blade sizzled as it sank into flesh and vitreous fluid.
The silverback's scream was deafening. It lurched to its feet, the worm carcass forgotten as it clawed at the burning weapon. Blood and ocular fluid streamed down its face, hissing where they met the magical flames. Before it could dislodge the sword, the trees at the edge of the clearing exploded outward. John, the golem knight, burst through the vegetation like it wasn't there. Behind him came the graven scales, moving in perfect formation. The matriarch led, her massive form barreling forward. The bull and the hunter flanked her, while the runner circled wide, clearly aiming to attack from behind. The silverback, half-blinded and roaring, charged to meet them. The hunter reached it first, leaping with surprising agility. Its jaws snapped at the ape's leg, but the silverback pivoted with startling speed for something so massive. One enormous fist caught the hunter mid-leap, sending it crashing into a tree with such force that the trunk splintered. The matriarch didn't slow. She crashed into the silverback like a battering ram, her head driving into its torso. The impact sounded like a boulder splitting. The silverback staggered back but didn't fall, its four arms grappling with the matriarch's bulk. John moved in from the side, fluid swirling visibly around his fists. The golem struck, targeting the joint of the silverback's upper right arm. Stone and metal met flesh with a sound like a sledgehammer hitting wet concrete. Bone cracked audibly. The silverback howled, releasing the matriarch with its injured arm. It swung wildly with its other three limbs, catching John with a glancing blow that would have obliterated anyone else. The golem absorbed the impact, armor cushioning the blow as he rolled with the punch. The bull charged in next, timing his attack perfectly as the silverback turned to focus on John. His horned head caught the ape monster in the back of the knee, buckling the joint. The silverback dropped to one knee, momentarily vulnerable. The matriarch seized the opportunity, clamping her massive jaws onto the silverback's already injured upper right arm. With a savage twist of her head, she tore through muscle and tendon. The arm didn't come completely free, but it hung useless now, dangling by strands of sinew. Blood sprayed in an arc across the clearing as the silverback screamed in renewed fury. It surged upward with unexpected strength, throwing the matriarch off and slamming a fist into the bull's flank. The impact lifted the bull completely off the ground, sending him tumbling across the clearing. The runner, who had been circling behind, saw its opening. It darted in with blinding speed, jaws aiming for the silverback's exposed neck. Too slow. The silverback spun, as if it had eyes in the back of its head. Its lower left arm shot out, catching the runner mid-leap. Massive fingers closed around the graven scale's neck, crushing with terrifying force. Bone cracked. The runner's struggles grew frantic, then weakened. With a contemptuous twist, the silverback snapped the runner's neck completely, the sound like a tree trunk splitting in a storm. It hurled the corpse at the returning hunter, momentarily halting its advance. Following Adam's intent, John closed in again, fluid now visibly crackling around his fists like blue lightning. He unleashed a barrage of strikes against the silverback's intact lower right arm, each blow precisely targeted at the elbow joint. The silverback howled, trying to counter, but the golem moved with practiced efficiency, slipping under the wild swings. Metal fist met bone. Once. Twice. Thrice. Again. Again. On the 8th strike, something gave way with a wet crunch. The lower right arm now hung useless like its upper counterpart. The matriarch and bull coordinated their next attack, converging from opposite sides. The silverback, now down to half its arms, couldn't fend off both simultaneously. The bull locked his jaws on the ape's functional lower leg, while the matriarch targeted the remaining upper arm. Flesh tore. Bone splintered. Blood painted the clearing in abstract patterns. The silverback, realizing its predicament, unleashed a roar that seemed to shake the very ground. It lashed out with its sole remaining arm, catching the bull across the face with enough force to send teeth flying. But the damage was done. Its upper left arm came free in the matriarch's jaws, torn completely from the socket in a spray of blood. 3 limbs down, the silverback still fought with manic intensity. It slammed its head forward, the bony ridge of its forehead catching the matriarch under the jaw. The impact sent her staggering backward, momentarily dazed. John moved in for the final strike. The golem's fluid-enhanced strikes targeted the silverback's right leg, hammering the knee joint with mechanical precision. The first blow cracked bone. The second shattered it. The third collapsed the joint entirely. The silverback crashed to the ground, a broken, bleeding titan, still trying to rise on its single remaining limb. Blood pooled beneath it, steaming in the afternoon sun. The flaming sword still protruded from its ruined eye, the flames now dimmed to a sullen glow. The bull and hunter circled cautiously, while the matriarch stood her ground, watching. John approached, no hint of mercy or hesitation. The silverback's chest heaved with labored breaths. 4 amber eyes, 1 ruined, 3 intact, glared with undimmed hatred and defiance. Even broken and dismembered, John stopped directly before it. The golem's hand reached out. He touched the crown of the silverback's head with almost gentle precision. There was a sound like air being sucked through a small opening. And then, blip. 1 second empty space. The next, 12 feet of enraged ape monster crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. The impact shook the canyon walls, sending pebbles skittering across stone. Adom stood at the edge of the circle, unmoving. The runes carved into the canyon floor pulsed with a steady blue glow, illuminating the carnage from below. The circle was much larger than his previous attempt, nearly 30 feet in diameter, with concentric rings of symbols flowing outward from the center. "Thanks, John," Adom said, without taking his eyes off the silverback. Zuni scrambled from Adom's shoulder to John's, settling on the broad metal pauldron with a chirp as they made their way out of the circle. The silverback tried to rise, but its injuries were too severe. 3 of its 4 arms hung useless, 1 completely severed, the others mangled beyond function. Its right leg collapsed under its weight, the joint shattered by John's precise attacks. Blood pooled beneath it, dark and oily in the magical light. Still, it fought. Still, it refused to surrender. With its 1 working limb, it pulled itself toward Adom, leaving a glistening trail across the stone. 4 amber eyes, 1 ruined by Adom's flaming sword, fixed on him with primal hatred. Adom watched its approach without satisfaction or arrogance. This wasn't personal. There was no room for such petty emotions in the dungeon. The strong survived. The weak became resources. It was as simple and as brutal as that. Once John and Zuni were clear, Adom raised his hand. The silverback was still dragging itself forward, still trying to reach him, to kill him. Even maimed and dying, it remained dangerous. "I'd explain what's about to happen," Adom said to the creature. "But I don't think you'd particularly care."
He closed his fist. The circle ignited. What had been a gentle blue glow erupted into blazing white light. The runes transformed from simple carvings to channels of pure energy, connecting tree to tree, stone to stone. The air smelled like blood and ozone. A very curious mix.
A barrier rose around them, sealing the circle completely. No escape for either of them now. Unlike his hasty work with Helios, this transmutation circle was a masterpiece of planning and precision. Each symbol had been carefully measured, each line carved to exact specifications. Biggins had been surprisingly forthcoming with his knowledge, as if the old dragon had expected Adom to attempt exactly this. Then it began. Adom felt the familiar build of pressure in his chest. He braced himself. Chains of mana erupted from the ground, wrapping around the silverback. It roared, trying to break free with its remaining arm, but the magical bindings were unyielding. More chains emerged, ensnaring Adom as well, though with considerably less force. The silverback's struggles intensified as it probably realized what was happening. Its roar became deafening within the confines of the barrier, echoing off the walls of energy. The flaming sword still embedded in its eye socket flickered and died as the circle's power overwhelmed it. The law of conservation channels our essence. Lines of light began to flow between them, from the silverback to Adom, back and forth, creating a circuit of energy. Fire and water balanced each other. Earth and air maintained form. Mana bound it all together. Pain exploded through Adom's body. He gritted his teeth. Unlike the desperate improvisation with Helios, he'd had time to prepare himself mentally for this. He knew it would hurt, knew it would drain him. The silverback's roars became screams as its essence began to flow more rapidly into the circle. Its body glowed from within, as if something was being extracted from its very cells. Adom's muscles seized, vision blurring at the edges. This was the critical phase. Both creatures had to remain conscious for the transmutation to complete. The silverback was fading fast, its enormous vitality draining into the pattern. "Keep fighting," Adom gasped, unsure if he was addressing the silverback or himself. "Just a little longer." His bones felt like they were being crushed, reformed, crushed again. The price of taking on aspects of another creature. His body was changing at the cellular level, adapting to new patterns, new strengths. The silverback gave one final, defiant roar. Its remaining functional arm went limp, crashing to the stone floor. Its 4 eyes, even the ruined one, blazed with golden light, energy pouring from them like liquid sunlight. That energy flowed into Adom. He could feel it happening now, the change washing through him in waves of fire and ice. Unlike with Helios, there was no disease to cure this time, just raw power being channeled, contained, transformed. The runes pulsed faster, brighter, the entire circle becoming a storm of light. The canyon walls reflected it back, creating a dazzling, disorienting display that would have been visible for miles if anyone had been watching. Adom forced himself to remain standing as agony tore through every nerve. This was the price. This was always the price. The silverback's form began to dissolve, not into death, but into pure essence. Its physical shape losing cohesion as the transmutation reached its final stages. Its hatred had faded, replaced by a strange acceptance. Or perhaps just exhaustion. Adom's vision tunneled, darkness creeping in from all sides. He held on, channeling the flow, directing the transformation. The light reached its zenith, blinding even through closed eyelids. For one eternal moment, Adam felt like he was being torn apart and remade, molecule by molecule. The silverback's essence merged with his own. Then, abruptly, silence. The light vanished. Darkness fell over the canyon, broken only by the faint glow of embers where the runes had been. The transmutation circle was burned into the stone, a permanent record of what had occurred here. Adam stood alone in the center, swaying slightly. Where the silverback had been, nothing remained. Not even dust. Just empty space. He took a breath, then another. His lungs felt different, stronger. His heart beat with a steady rhythm that seemed to resonate through his entire body. John approached, Zuni peering from his shoulder. The Quillic's eyes were wide, reflecting the dying embers of the circle. "It's done," Adam said, his voice rough. "It worked." New skill acquired. Silverback's Might, very rare, passive, level 1. Description: your physical strength has been enhanced beyond human limitations. At level 1, you are approximately 10 times stronger than an adult human male. Strength increases with skill level. Progress achieved through physical exertion. Adam looked down at his hands. They appeared unchanged, still the hands of a 13-year-old boy. He bent down and placed his palm against the canyon floor. Then, slowly, he pushed. The stone cracked. Not dramatically, no spiderweb fissures or explosive breaking, just a small, precise fracture where his hand had pressed too hard. "Huh," he muttered. "That was apeshit crazy." Adam winced. That was terrible. He wasn't sure why he said that. It sounded better in his head. Maybe Valiant was right, Adam thought, as his eyes widened at the horrific realization. "I talk like an edgelord." More wincing. Chapter 68. The Dream. Danner stumbled over a fallen log, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Blood soaked his left trouser leg, turning the fabric a sticky, rust-colored brown. "Run faster!" Lissa shouted from ahead, twin daggers still clutched in white-knuckled hands as she ran through the dense undergrowth. Her usually immaculate armor was tattered, one sleeve completely torn away to reveal a network of fresh cuts. Behind them, the screeching grew louder. Not the mindless howling of simple predators, but the coordinated calling of pack hunters communicating positions. The sound bounced between trees, making it impossible to pinpoint exactly how close they were. Too close. Always too close. "Portal closes at sunset!" Cord bellowed, his massive frame crashing through bushes rather than navigating around them. His arsenal of weapons was noticeably depleted. Only his great axe remained, slick with dark, viscous fluid. "We've got minutes!" Danner risked a glance over his shoulder and immediately regretted it. Through gaps in the foliage, he caught flashes of scaled bodies moving in parallel to their path. Not chasing directly, hurting them. Slash ribs. That's what the old-timers called them. 6-foot lizards with hooked talons and intelligence that shouldn't belong to animals. The kind of monsters that played with their food. "Chase! On your left!" Danner called out, spotting movement in the periphery. Too late. A blur of olive-green scales erupted from the undergrowth. Jace screamed as talons raked across his side, spinning him into the dirt. The slash rib skidded to a halt, head swiveling back, reptilian eyes locked on its fallen prey. Brennel, a few paces ahead, turned at his friend's cry. "Jace!" Danner didn't hesitate.
Despite the searing pain in his leg, he pivoted, bringing his crossbow up. The slash rib's muscles bunched as it prepared to pounce on Jace. Thwack! The bolt caught the creature in the throat.
Not a killing shot, but enough to make it recoil, screeching in rage and pain.
"Get him up," Danner commanded, already reloading. His fingers left bloody smears on the polished wood of his crossbow. Brennel hauled Jace to his feet. The younger man's face was pale beneath the dirt and sweat, but his eyes were alert with terror-fueled adrenaline. "I can run," Jace gasped, clutching his side. "Then run!" Lissa shouted, already moving again. 2 minutes to the portal! They burst from the tree line into a clearing. The blue-white shimmer of the portal was visible across the meadow, anchored in its stone archway. The normally vibrant flowers were closing as daylight waned, folding petals against the approaching night. And between them and escape, a semicircle of waiting slash ribs, at least 8 of them, tails lashing in anticipation. "They cut us off," Cord muttered, raising his axe. "Clever bastards." Danner took stock of their situation with the cold calculation of a veteran. Cord was favoring his right leg. Lissa's left arm hung at an awkward angle. Brennel's face was a mask of dried blood from a scalp wound. Jace could barely stand, and Danner himself had lost enough blood that dark spots danced at the edges of his vision. 5 wounded adventurers, 8 fresh predators. A rapidly closing portal. "Form up," Danner ordered, his voice steadier than he felt. "Cord, center. Lissa, Brennel, flank him. Jace, behind me." They arranged themselves without question. Even Cord, who typically bristled at taking orders, fell into position without comment. The slash ribs spread out, mirroring their formation with disturbing intelligence. The largest, a battle-scarred male with a ridge of black spines, hissed something that sounded almost like language. "When I give the word," Danner said quietly, "we charge straight for the portal. Don't stop for anything. Don't look back. Just run." "And if they catch us?" Jace whispered.
Danner loaded his last 3 bolts, one after another, into the repeating mechanism he'd added to his crossbow years ago. A modification that had saved his life more times than he could count. "They won't," he lied. The alpha slash rib took a step forward, claws leaving deep impressions in the soft soil. The others tensed, ready to spring. "Now!" Danner shouted. They charged as one, a desperate, battered phalanx aimed directly at the center of the slash rib line. For a crucial second, the predators hesitated, surprised by prey that would rush toward danger rather than away. Cord reached the line first, his great axe sweeping in a horizontal arc. A slash rib leapt, but too late. The blade caught it mid-air, nearly bisecting it. The creature hit the ground in a spray of dark blood, twitching. The formation broke immediately after, not by choice, but by necessity, as slash ribs attacked from every angle. Lissa's daggers flashed, opening a slash rib from throat to sternum before it could sink its teeth into her. She kicked it away, already turning to face the next threat. Brennel wasn't as lucky. A slash rib slammed into him from the side, burying him to the ground. He screamed, using his forearm to keep snapping jaws from his throat. Danner fired 2 crossbow bolts in rapid succession, both finding homes in reptilian bodies. One slash rib fell immediately, a bolt through its eye. Another staggered, wounded, but still dangerous. "The portal!" he shouted, seeing the blue light beginning to pulse erratically. The final warning before closure. Cord grabbed Brennel by the collar, literally tearing him from beneath the slash rib. With a roar, he hurled the younger man bodily toward the portal. Brennel sailed through the air, crashing to the ground near the archway, and rolling to his feet with surprising grace. "Go!" Cord bellowed, bringing his axe down on another attacker. "All of you!"
Jace sprinted past, remarkably fast despite his injuries.
Lissa followed, pausing only to throw one of her daggers with deadly accuracy into a slash rib that lunged at her back. Danner fired his final bolt, catching the alpha in the shoulder as it leapt toward Cord. The creature crashed into the big man anyway, talons raking across his chest. "Cord!" Danner shouted, drawing his short sword as he limped toward his fallen comrade. "Get to the portal, you stubborn old fool!" Cord grunted, wrestling with the massive predator. Blood poured from fresh wounds across his chest, but his massive arms kept the creature's jaws from his throat. "I'm right behind you!" Danner hesitated, torn between survival and loyalty. "Go!" Cord roared. The slash ribs were closing in, sensing victory. Brennel and Jace had already vanished through the portal. Lissa stood at the threshold, gesturing frantically. "Danner, now!" With a curse that burned his throat, Danner turned and hobbled toward the portal, each step sending lightning bolts of pain up his wounded leg. Behind him, he heard Cord's battle cry, followed by the wet thunk of axe meeting flesh. 20 more steps. The shadows in the clearing lengthened as the sun touched the horizon. The portal's light flickered more urgently. 15 steps. A slash rib burst from the tall grass to his right. Danner swung his sword awkwardly, forcing it to veer away. 10 steps. Lissa vanished through the portal, unable to wait any longer. 5 steps. Heavy footfalls behind him, too heavy for a slash rib. Cord was coming. 3 steps. Hot breath on his neck. 2 steps. A screech of triumph. 1. Wham! The world exploded in a din of sound. Something wet and hot splashed across Danner's back. The screeching cut off abruptly, replaced by a gurgling whine. Bam! Another impact, like a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil. Another spray of warm liquid across his shoulders. Danner stumbled, nearly falling, as the ground trembled with the weight of something massive landing behind him. He turned, sword raised in a shaking hand, expecting to see Cord. But, standing in the fading twilight, was the boy from earlier, the solo mage who'd refused to join their party. Except now, illuminated by the pulsing blue light of the portal, he looked nothing like the unassuming youth Danner had dismissed hours ago. The kid, Adam, that was his name, held a thrashing slash rib in one hand, gripping it by the throat as effortlessly as if it were a kitten. The creature's 6-foot length whipped and twisted, claws raking at the air, unable to reach the boy who held it at arm's length. The slash rib's eyes bulged, its mouth gaping in silent panic. Then Adam punched it. One quick, almost casual strike with his other hand. The sound was sickening. Bone and cartilage collapsing under incredible force. The slash rib went instantly limp, its skull caved in like an eggshell hit with a hammer. Adam dropped the corpse and looked directly at Danner with eyes that glowed an unnaturally deep blue in the dimming light. "You're welcome," the boy said. Before Danner could respond, Adam moved and scooped up Cord from where the big man had fallen just steps from the portal. The muscular adventurer, easily twice the boy's size, looked like a child in his arms. Cord was a mess. One arm hung completely detached, connected by mere strands of sinew. His chest was a lattice of deep gashes, and consciousness appeared to have mercifully fled. Adam's mouth was moving. He was saying something, but Danner couldn't process the words. The boy frowned, stepped closer, and spoke again, his words clearer now, as Danner watched his lips form each syllable with exaggerated patience. "Gates. Closing.
Move! The shock finally broke. Danner's hearing rushed back like a wave, bringing with it the sounds of more slash ribs approaching from the forest, the hum of the destabilizing portal, and the labored breathing of the boy standing before him.
Right, Danner managed, taking a stumbling step backward toward the portal. Right. They burst through the portal in a chaotic rush, Danner stumbling through first, with Adom now right behind him, Cord's massive form cradled in the boy's arms. The portal flashed once, twice, then collapsed with a thunderclap that reverberated across the guild courtyard. Adom dropped to his knees, carefully lowering Cord to the stone pavers. His arms trembled slightly, not from the weight, but from the exertion of the dash. "That was way too close," he gasped, wiping sweat from his forehead and leaving a smear of blood in its wake. "Another second, and we'd be slash rib food." The guild courtyard churned with post-dungeon chaos. This wasn't the orderly exit of a planned expedition, but the aftermath of a dungeon cycle closing. The desperate final minutes, when everyone still inside made their mad dash for survival. To their left, a woman in scorched robes sobbed over the still form of her companion, whose lower half was simply missing. Nearby, two men in matching armor shouted accusations at each other. "You left him! There was nothing we could do!" Their faces red with rage and grief. A trio of successful hunters laughed with the hollow, manic relief of survivors, counting coin and other loot from a dimensional pouch while their hands still shook. Blood, dirt, monster ichor, and less identifiable fluids painted the courtyard stones in abstract patterns. The air stank of sweat, fear, and the peculiar ozone scent of dimensional magic. This was a normal sight during the last day of a dungeon's closure. Danner looked down at himself, at his friends, at the boy who'd saved them. They were a mess. Lissa's once blonde hair was plastered to her skull with blood and sweat. Brennel's face was barely recognizable beneath dried gore. Jace leaned heavily against a courtyard pillar, one hand pressed to his side where the slash rib had caught him. And Cord. "Healer!" Danner shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. "We need a healer, here, now!" Guild staff rushed between groups, triaging injuries and distributing emergency potions. A harried-looking woman glanced their way, noted Cord's condition, and nodded sharply before hurrying toward them. Before she could arrive, Adam calmly reached into his pack and pulled out a green vial. He uncorked it with his teeth and poured the contents directly onto Cord's nearly severed arm. The liquid hissed and steamed on contact, wisps of white vapor rising from the wound. The dangling arm twitched, and muscle fibers visibly knit together before their eyes. "This'll stop the bleeding and stabilize him," Adam said matter-of-factly, as if he hadn't just performed what looked like a minor miracle. "He's out of immediate danger, but he'll need proper healing for the arm to be fully functional again." The arriving healer slowed her approach, eyebrows rising as she assessed what the boy had done. "That's impressive work," she admitted, kneeling to examine Cord more thoroughly. "What potion did you use?" "Custom blend," Adam replied, with a casual shrug. "My, mentor makes them." Lissa and Brennel pushed through the crowd, Jace limping behind them. Their expressions cycled rapidly through relief at seeing Danner and Cord alive, guilt at having gone through the portal first, and confusion at the sight of the blood-covered boy beside them. "You made it," Lissa breathed, dropping to her knees beside Danner. "We thought you were—" "Almost was," Danner cut in, nodding toward Adam. "The kid saved us. Both of us." 3 pairs of eyes turned to Adam, who was absently scratching his small blue companion behind its ears.
The creature chirped contentedly, despite being as coated in gore as its master. "You're the solo mage from this morning," Brennel said slowly, recognition dawning. "The one who turned down our invite." "Good memory," Adam replied, with a half-smile.
"Are you all right?" Jace asked, gesturing vaguely at the blood covering virtually every inch of the boy. "You look like you've been, well, inside something." Adam glanced down at himself, as if noticing his condition for the first time.
"Me? Oh, this isn't my blood." He paused, then tilted his head thoughtfully. "Well, not just mine." The casual way the words came out of the child's mouth, for despite whatever else he might be, he was clearly a child, sent a chill up Danner's spine. "Thank you," Danner finally said, catching Adam's arm as the boy turned to leave. "You didn't have to come back for us." "Oh," the boy shrugged. "Don't sweat it. Right place, right time." "We owe you," Lissa insisted. "Especially Cord. If there's ever anything you need—" "I'm good," Adam cut her off, already backing away. "Just make sure he gets that arm fixed properly. That potions won't heal it completely." The Quillic chirped, poking his head out from Adam's collar. "See you around," the boy said, and then he was moving through the crowd, his slight frame easily slipping between larger adventurers until he disappeared entirely. The team gathered around Cord as the healers began proper treatment. Lissa held pressure on a gash in Brennel's scalp, while Jace shakily poured a potion down his own throat for his side wound. "That kid," Danner muttered, staring at the spot where Adam had vanished. "He took down 2 slash ribs like they were nothing. Carried Cord like he weighed no more than a sack of grain." "Well, that's a mage for you," Lissa said, wincing as she shifted her injured arm. Danner nodded slowly, lacking the energy to start a conversation about how the boy did not seem to be using magic back there. Instead, a decision crystallized in his mind as guild personnel bustled around them. "I'll find him again. That's a debt that needs repaying."
Steam billowed from the surface of the bathtub, carrying with it the scent of sandalwood and something herbal Adam couldn't quite identify. He sank deeper, letting the water rise to his chin as the heat worked its way into muscles that still ached despite his accelerated healing. The dorm bathroom wasn't exactly spacious, but it had decent water pressure and enough hot water to fill the tub to the brim. Right now, that was all that mattered. Adam closed his eyes and began to hum. The tune started low, almost imperceptible beneath the gentle slosh of bathwater, then gradually gained volume and confidence. Words came next, at first just scattered phrases, then full verses. "Kings and fools both turn to dust, so why not laugh today? The wise man knows he knows nothing. The fool just walks away." His voice echoed slightly against the tiled walls, the acoustics making him sound better than he probably was. The song continued, melody rising and falling with practiced ease as he reached the chorus. "So drink and fight and love and live. Tomorrow's not a promise. The greatest joke in all the world is taking life too serious." A knock interrupted the impromptu concert. "Hey, what's that you're singing?" Sam's voice called through the door. "Sounds pretty good." Adam's eyes snapped open. Damn, he hadn't realized how loud he'd gotten. Nothing," he called back, sitting up abruptly. Water sloshed over the tub's edge, puddling on the floor. "Just something stuck in my head." "Never heard it before," Sam said. "What's it called?" Adam froze, mind racing. The song was from his past life, something soldiers had sung during the Therian conflict. It wouldn't exist for at least 30 years from now. "I'm pretty sure I made it up,"
he lied, wincing at how unconvincing he sounded. "Just now, in the bath." A pause from the other side of the door.
You're telling me you just spontaneously composed a fully formed song with multiple verses and a chorus while taking a bath?
"Yes?"
Right, Sam said. Well, whatever you say. Dinner's in 20 minutes if you want some. I grabbed extra bread rolls. Adam exhaled in relief as Sam's footsteps retreated. Should he tell him now? No, another time. Tonight, he just felt like relaxing after the day's events. A sudden small splash drew his attention. Directly in front of him, Zuni was floating face down in the soapy water, completely motionless. "Hey!" Adam yelped, snatching the quillic from the water. "What are you doing?" Zuni dangled from his grip, dripping wet and utterly limp. For a heart-stopping moment, Adam thought he might have actually drowned. Then, one eye cracked open, followed by a tiny, annoyed squeak. "You were sleeping?" Adam asked incredulously. "In the water? With your face underwater?" The quillic sneezed, spraying bathwater, then gave Adam a look that somehow communicated both indignation and confusion at why this was an issue. "You could drown, you know that." Adam set Zuni on the edge of the tub. "Your lungs are still lungs, even if you're whatever you are." Zuni shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying in all directions, then promptly curled up and closed his eyes again. Adam sighed and slid back into the water. The heat felt like heaven against his skin. The transmutation ritual had taken more out of him than he'd expected. Every muscle had that pleasant soreness of intense exertion, and the handful of remaining scrapes and cuts tingled as his enhanced healing worked overtime. He flexed his hand underwater, watching rivulets run between his fingers. The silverback's strength now resided in these ordinary-looking limbs. It was hard to believe he could crush stone with the same fingers that were now just strong enough to wring out a washcloth. The soap had formed a layer of bubbles across the water's surface, trapping heat beneath. Adam scooped up a handful, studying the iridescent spheres on his palm before they popped, one by one. Simple pleasures felt particularly profound after a day spent fighting for his life. With a grunt, he reached for the shampoo bottle on the edge of the tub. His fingers closed around it. Crack! The bottle split down the middle, thick liquid oozing between his fingers. "Damn it!" Adam muttered, hastily setting down the ruined container. Shampoo dripped from his hand into the water, creating a slick of lavender-scented bubbles. This would take some getting used to. 10 times the strength of an adult man packed into the frame of a 13-year-old boy. It was like driving a racing carriage after only ever riding a docile pony. He carefully lathered his hair with the rescued shampoo, taking extra care not to grip his own scalp too tightly. The thought almost made him laugh. What a bizarre concern to have. The water had begun to cool by the time Adam decided he was clean enough. With a resigned sigh, he pulled the drain plug, rinsed, and stood, reaching for his towel. Carefully. Very carefully. The terry cloth felt fragile under his fingers, like it might tear if he pulled too hard. He dried himself gently and slowly. Very slowly. At the sink, a new challenge presented itself. Adam stared at his toothbrush with suspicion, then at the toothpaste tube. This would require finesse. He pinched the tube delicately between thumb and forefinger, applying what felt like barely any pressure at all. Toothpaste still exploded out, splattering across the mirror in a mint-scented arc. "You've got to be kidding me," he grumbled, wiping at the mess with toilet paper. The toothbrush was next.
He gripped it as lightly as possible, but still heard the faint creak of wood protesting. Brushing his teeth became an exercise in restraint, each stroke measured and cautious.
Even so, by the time he finished, he'd managed to fray the bristles beyond recognition. Zuni watched the entire performance with what Adam swore was amusement. The creature's whiskers twitched as Adam struggled to wrap his towel around his waist without tearing it in half. "Laugh it up," Adam told him. "This is harder than it looks." Dressed in fresh clothes, the simple act of buttoning his shirt had been nerve-wracking. Adam padded barefoot to the kitchen, Zuni trotting at his heels. Sam sat at their small table, a book propped open against a water jug. He looked up as Adam entered. "You look less like a walking corpse," he observed, marking his place in the book. "Though still pretty awful." "Thanks," Adam replied dryly. "Your talent for compliments never ceases to amaze me." Sam grinned. "No, but seriously, when you got back, you looked like you'd been dragged behind a carriage through a slaughterhouse. Did everything go all right in the dungeon?" "Went according to plan," Adam said, cautiously filling a kettle for tea. He set it on the stove with the delicacy of someone handling a newborn. "Mostly." "Mostly?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "That sounds concerning." Adam's fingers brushed against a small tin box tucked away on the shelf, the tea blend the sorceress had given him months ago. "Had to get creative with the approach," Adam said, measuring out leaves with painstaking care. "But I got what I went in for." He didn't elaborate on the silverback or the transmutation. Some things were better left unexplained, especially when they involved highly illegal ritual magic that technically counted as human experimentation. Sam watched him, eyes narrowing slightly. "Why are you moving like that? Like you're afraid everything's going to break?" Adam froze mid-motion, tea leaves balanced precariously on a spoon. "Like what?" "Like that," Sam gestured. "You're holding that spoon like it's made of glass." "Just sore," Adam improvised. "Took a few hits. Nothing serious." "Right." Sam didn't sound convinced. "Well, I heard you saved some adventurers on your way out. The guild's talking about it. They say you carried a man twice your size." The kettle began to whistle. Adam removed it from the heat, focusing intently on pouring water into his mug without pulverizing the ceramic. "Look, Sammy," Adam sighed. "I promise I'll tell you everything that happened in that dungeon, the full story, and more. But it's complicated and, honestly, I'm exhausted. Can we do this tomorrow when I can actually think straight?" Sam studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Fine. But I want the whole story, Adam. No more of this vague, magical enhancement nonsense." "Deal," Adam said, relieved. "Tomorrow, I'll explain everything." "I'll hold you to that," Sam replied, his expression softening slightly. "And I've got all day, so don't think you can wiggle out of it." Adam smiled despite himself. Well, that was one problem solved and another created. He trusted Sam to keep his secrets, and the guilt of constant deception had been weighing on him more with each passing day. This forced promise was probably for the best. At least he had a night to organize his thoughts before the big revelation. Sam gestured to Zuni, who had curled up on the table, snoring softly. His blue spikes still looked slightly matted despite his earlier attempt to dry himself. "Your friend seems worse for wear," Sam observed. "He'll be fine," Adam said, gently nudging the quillic with his finger. "Won't you, Zuni?" The quillic just ignored them. Adam took a sip of tea. It spread warmth through his chest that had nothing to do with the temperature. "I'm going to turn in," he said, carefully lifting his mug. "It's been a long day."
I bet, Sam replied. Try not to sing any more mysterious songs in your sleep. Adom gave him a half-hearted glare, then retreated to his room. The tea was already working its magic, making his eyelids feel heavy. He set the mug down on his nightstand with exaggerated care, then collapsed onto his bed. Zuni appeared at the doorway, yawning widely before trotting over to leap onto the bed. The Quillic circled 3 times, then curled up against Adom's side with a contented chirp. Next time, Adom murmured, already drifting toward sleep. Remind me to practice opening doors before I accidentally rip one off its hinges. Zuni's only response was a tiny snore. As the physical world faded, Adom recognized the familiar shift into dreaming. He stood in that cave again, the one with the apple tree that shouldn't exist underground. Soft light spilled from somewhere above, illuminating the impossible tree with its branches spreading toward a ceiling lost in darkness. The tree wasn't just visible. It seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm, like a heartbeat. Adom had been here before, in dreams that felt more like memories, though he couldn't say when or why. "Hello?" he called, his voice neither echoing nor fading, as if the cave absorbed sound. The tree's leaves rustled without wind. Or perhaps it was the sound of whispers just beyond hearing. Something pulled at him, not a physical tug, but an invitation that bypassed thought entirely. Adom's feet carried him forward before he decided to move. As he approached, details emerged that hadn't been visible from the entrance. The bark wasn't brown, but a deep blue-black, like midnight sky. The apples hanging from gnarled branches weren't the red he'd expected, but a burnished gold that caught and reflected the mysterious light. "What are you?" Adom murmured. The tree didn't answer, not with words, but the pull strengthened. At the base of the trunk, where roots twisted into the cave floor, Adom noticed something new. A hollow, not large, barely big enough for a child to crawl into, nestled between 2 massive roots. He knelt and peered inside. In the small hollow, cushioned by what looked like blue moss, sat an egg.
Not a bird's egg, it was far too large, nearly the size of his head. Its shell was bone white, with faint spiraling patterns etched across its surface. The strangest part was the fire. Blue and orange flames licked around the egg, without consuming it or the moss beneath. The fire cast no heat, yet Adom could see it dancing, moving with purpose rather than chaos. "That's not normal," Adom whispered, leaning closer. The egg rocked slightly. Just once, then stillness. Adom held his breath. It moved again, a more definite shift. A hairline crack appeared at the top, spreading downward like slow lightning. A woman's voice broke the silence, speaking words in a language Adom had never heard, musical and sharp all at once. Fey language. The egg split wider. Something wet and rough dragged across Adom's face. He jerked awake to find Zuni standing on his chest, licking his chin with determined enthusiasm. "Ugh, stop that!" Adom sputtered, pushing the Quillic away. "Your tongue feels like sandpaper." Sunlight streamed through the narrow window of his bedroom. Morning. Late morning, by the angle of the light. Adom sat up, rubbing his face. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, refusing to dissolve into the usual morning fog. The tree. The egg. That voice. He shook his head, trying to clear it. "What time is it?" Zuni chirped and jumped to the floor, scurrying to the door before looking back expectantly. "Right," Adom sighed. Classes first, then meeting Cass later. He'd need to be careful with his new strength around other students. Chapter 69. Schemes and Plots. Adam stifled a yawn, blinking in the afternoon sunlight filtering through the brand-new park's canopy of elm trees. West Grove Park was one of Arcos's newest additions, built in the elven style, with winding paths and trees arranged in seemingly random patterns that somehow felt perfectly natural. The day had warmed nicely, making the wooden bench beneath him almost comfortable. Almost. He shifted position, trying to work out a knot in his shoulder, the price of yesterday's silverback transmutation. "I think we came out ahead on this deal," he mumbled to himself, flexing his fingers. The enchanted training sphere he'd bought earlier after classes squeaked in protest as he squeezed it gently. It was squishy, yet resistant, designed for people with magically enhanced strength to practice normal gripping. A few dozen yards away, Zuni was having the time of his life, darting between bushes and investigating every new smell with boundless enthusiasm. Adam smiled, watching the little creature discover the world. It was easy to forget his own troubles when... "Oh no," he muttered, straightening suddenly. "Zuni, don't..." Too late. Zuni had spotted a stray cat lounging on a low garden wall. The orange tabby, a battle-scarred veteran of street life, watched with narrowed yellow eyes as the small blue creature approached, utterly oblivious to the danger signals. The quillic chirped happily, prancing right up to the cat. Not content with merely invading the feline's personal space, Zuni proceeded to poke the cat's tail with his paw, then looked up at the larger animal with what could only be described as an idiotic grin. The cat's fur stood on end, its tail puffed to twice its normal size. "Zuni!" Adam called, already on his feet. "Get back here!" The cat hissed, one paw raised with claws extended. Zuni, apparently interpreting this as an invitation to play, chirped again and poked the cat's side.
"For the love of..."
Adam muttered, rushing forward. The cat swiped. Zuni dodged, barely, then gave the angry feline a look of betrayal. Before the situation could escalate further, Adam hastily extended his hand. Levitation. Zuni rose about 3 feet into the air with an indignant squeak, legs pedaling uselessly. "You have no survival instinct whatsoever," Adam told the suspended quillic as he plucked him from the air. "That cat was twice your size. I didn't know you had a quillic." Adam turned to find Cass standing a few paces away, looking at Zuni. Today she'd worn her hair pulled back in a simple knot that somehow managed to look both severe and elegant. "Cass." Adam adjusted his grip on the squirming Zuni. "You're early." "And you have a quillic," she repeated, stepping closer. "Where did you get him?" "Class project," he said, settling Zuni down beside him. "We're studying bonding in my druid elective." "Druid elective?" Cass didn't sound convinced. She circled the bench and sat down, leaving a respectful distance between them. "I thought you were focusing on battle magic." "I am, mostly, but we're allowed to take optional courses outside our specialization. Helps with a more rounded education." "And the academy just hands out quillics to students?" "He's not permanent. He's a research subject I'm responsible for this term." "So the academy is fine with you using spells on their research subjects?" she asked, having clearly seen his rescue maneuver. "Better than explaining why I let their research subject get mauled by a street cat," Adam replied with a shrug. Before Adam could continue, Zuni chirped and scampered across the bench toward Cass. He stopped just short of her leg, head tilted in that inquisitive way of his. Adam expected Cass to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. Instead, her expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Hello there," she said. She cautiously extended a hand, palm up. "Aren't you an interesting little thing?" Zuni sniffed her fingers, then happily climbed onto her palm. Cass actually smiled, Not her usual sardonic smirk, but something genuine that transformed her face. "Huh," Adam said, watching this unexpected interaction. "Interesting." "What?" Cass asked, not looking up as she gently scratched behind Zuni's ear spikes. "I just wouldn't have taken you for the cute, creature-loving type." Now she did look up, one eyebrow arched challengingly. "And what type did you take me for, exactly?" Adam considered his answer carefully. "The serious type," he said finally. "Stoic, no nonsense, too busy being sarcastic and smart to fuss over something small and blue." "That's what you think of me?" "I think you're someone with a strong sense of honesty who doesn't waste time on nonsense," he clarified. Cass's mouth twitched. "You've been paying attention?" "Hard not to." She ran a finger along Zuni's spine, and the quillic practically melted with pleasure. "I used to have a quillic familiar, you know, back when I was around your age." "You did?" "Mm-hmm. Name was Kip. Blue-green coloration, though never as vibrant as your little friend here." Her voice softened. "Quillics make the best familiars if you ask me. Intelligent, loyal, and they pick up on emotional states better than any other magical creature I know of." The question nearly formed on Adam's lips. Where was her familiar now? But he stopped himself. If he hadn't seen the creature in all the time he'd known Cass, the answer was pretty obvious. No need to make things awkward by asking her to talk about it. Zuni chirped in apparent agreement with her assessment, then curled up in her palm like he belonged there. Cass seemed to decide it was time to cut to the chase. "So," she said, looking up from Zuni, "what was that business opportunity you wanted to tell me about 3 days ago?" "Right," Adam said, meeting her gaze directly. This was good, actually. He gained more time at being direct. "I want to create a merchant guild, and I'd like you to manage it." Cass blinked, her hand freezing mid-stroke on Zuni's back. "You want to what?" "Create a merchant guild, with you as its head," Adam repeated calmly. "A merchant guild," she echoed. She looked at him with the particular expression adults reserve for children who've announced they're going to build a castle out of clouds. Not mockery, just gentle bewilderment. "You realize you're 13, right?" "I'm aware of my apparent age, yes." "And you're a mage, in training." "Also correct." Cass shifted, angling her body toward him. "Look, I understand mages can be wealthy. The good ones make fortunes with enchantments, potions, all that. But a merchant guild isn't something you just decide to create one afternoon in a park." "You need 4 things," Adam said, ticking them off on his fingers. "First, startup capital of no less than 10,000 gold. Second, a warehouse or similar property in a commercial district. Third, sponsorship from 3 existing guild members in good standing with the House of Merchants. And fourth, after all the other 3 conditions have been fulfilled, you need to secure a seat among the 50 existing ones in the House of Merchants." He tilted his head. "Did I miss anything?" Cass's eyebrows rose slightly. "You also need merchandise, contacts, shipping routes, and, most importantly, experience." "All things we can acquire." Adam leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The training sphere squeaked as he set it aside. "I know how this looks, Cass. You see a kid with an impractical idea who doesn't understand the real world." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to. But I'm not just some student with delusions of grandeur." His tone shifted subtly. Maybe acting his age would help pass the message better. "I have the capital. I've already identified a property in the Eastern Commercial District that would suit our needs. And I have leads on potential sponsors." She stared at him, clearly trying to reconcile his words with his appearance. "What I don't have," he continued, is someone with your skills to manage daily operations. You understand commerce, you're honest, and you know how to handle yourself in negotiations. How would you know that? I pay attention. Cass looked down at Zuni, who had curled up contentedly in her palm. When she looked back up, her expression had hardened again. Why me? There are professional guild managers with decades of experience. None I can trust. Adom met her gaze without flinching. And none willing to work with someone who looks like me. So I'm your only option? No. With or without you, I'm doing this. It would just happen faster and more efficiently with you on board. He paused. It would also be the biggest mistake of your life to turn this down. She actually laughed at that, a short, surprised sound. That's quite a claim. It's not a claim. It's a prediction. In 1 month, we'll either have one of the 50 seats in the House of Merchants, or we'll be well on our way. He picked up the training sphere again, squeezing it carefully. I'm offering you a partnership, not employment. 5% ownership from the start, with performance bonuses that could take that to 10. Adom waited as she studied him, taking in his posture, the certainty in his voice. You're serious? Completely. And the academy? Your training? We'll continue as normal. The guild is an investment in the future. Cass shook her head slowly. Is this a no? Even if you somehow have the money, even if you find sponsors, the commercial politics alone would crush most new enterprises. The established guilds don't welcome competition. Ah, not a no, then. I'm counting on it. The corner of Adom's mouth lifted. That's why I need someone like you. Someone who understands that business isn't just about moving merchandise.
And what do you understand about business exactly?
That information and timing are more valuable than gold. He leaned back against the bench. That appearances deceive, and that's an advantage if used correctly. That the most successful merchants aren't the ones with the most resources, but the ones who see opportunities others miss. Silence fell between them. Zuni stirred in Cass's palm, stretching before curling up again. You've really done your homework, she finally said. It wasn't quite agreement, but the dismissal had faded from her voice. I have. Adom glanced down at the Quillic. Surprising, isn't it? Another silence settled between them. Longer this time. Adom watched Cass, noting the slight furrow in her brow, the way her eyes seemed focused on something far beyond the park. She was weighing options, calculating risks and rewards. I pushed too hard, he thought. The whole Merchant Guild pitch suddenly felt absurd. A 13-year-old proposing a business partnership to a woman nearly twice his age. What had he been thinking? I should probably, he began. I want 10% base, Cass interrupted, and 20% performance bonus. Adom blinked, then slowly smiled. You're in? I'm negotiating, she corrected, scratching Zuni behind his ear spikes. There's a difference. 8% base, Adom countered, and 15% performance bonus. That's insulting. It's practical. If we succeed, 15% of our profits will be substantial. If we succeed, Cass emphasized. That's a massive if for a venture this ambitious. 9% base, 18% bonus. Adom shook his head. 7% base, 12% bonus, and you get naming rights for the guild. Naming rights, Cass snorted. That's worth maybe 0.5%. It's worth more than you think. The right name opens doors. She studied him carefully. 7 and 14. 7 and 12, Adom held firm. Final offer. Cass extended her hand, carefully transferring Zuni to her lap with the other. 7 and 12. We have a deal. They shook. Her grip was firm, calloused.
You're quite good at negotiation for someone your age, she remarked.
Thank you.
Don't let it go to your head. She gently returned Zuni to the bench between them. Now for the hard part. We need to register as a guild before next week. Adam's eyebrows shot up. Next week? Why so soon? The deadline for candidates for this cycle's House of Merchants evaluation is the 20th. Miss that, and we wait a year for the next cycle. She leaned back against the bench. And that's just to get on the list of candidates. Actually securing one of the 50 seats? That's where the real challenge begins. I thought we'd have at least a month. A month to secure a seat, yes, but only 7 days to even qualify as contenders. She turned to face him directly. And that's assuming we have everything else in order. Capital, property, sponsors. 2 out of 3, Adam admitted. I'm still working on sponsors. Cass nodded slowly. About that capital. I've done some research on you and your family. I'm not surprised. Your father is a Star Knight. Your mother is a healer mage. She ticked these facts off on her fingers. Comfortable, financially speaking, but not Merchant Guild comfortable. No offense. None taken. So where exactly are you planning to get these resources? Her expression hardened slightly. If it's anything illegal, I'm out. I've worked too hard to maintain my reputation. Nothing illegal, Adam assured her. House Scylla will be our backer. The Merchant Guild will operate under the house's name and protection. House Scylla, she repeated the name. I wasn't aware the Scyllas had commercial interests. They do now. Adam squeezed his training sphere. As for the rest, I have a few ideas. Cass studied him for a long moment. All right, she finally said.
I'll trust you on this. For now.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. She scooped up Zuni, who'd been attempting to scramble down from the bench, and placed him on her lap again. You need to understand what we're up against. Cass leaned forward, voice dropping slightly. The 50 seats in the House of Merchants aren't just positions. They're fortunes. Power. Each seat represents exclusive trading rights, tax exemptions, and access to imperial contracts. Adam nodded. I know. It was the main reason he needed a merchant guild. By having an influence on the economy, he could gain power by the time he was an adult, and through the roots he'd obtain with the guild, he could place spy networks all over the continents, giving him the chance to know who exactly were his enemies and find leads on the Dragon's Breath development. Do you? Because those 50 seats are held by guilds backed by the most powerful forces in Arcos. Noble houses, religious orders, even foreign interests operating through proxies. Her fingers traced idle patterns on Zuni's back. Every cycle, the 5 weakest performers face challenge. This cycle, those 5 are the Crimson Scale Consortium, White Shore Traders, Evernight Exchange, Dusk Caravan, and Saffron House. Who backs them? Crimson Scale is backed by House Vrental. She watched his reaction carefully. They have the weakest position this cycle, but crossing the Vrentals is ambitious. And the others? White Shore has the Church of the New Gods behind them. Evernight is independent but has connections to the dwarven allies of Sundar. Dusk Caravan is backed by 3 minor houses working together, and Saffron House has foreign backing, probably Therian merchants, though they keep their arrangements private. Adam nodded slowly, absorbing this information. Which would you target? That depends, said Cass. Are we aiming to merely succeed, or are you planning to make a statement? Both, if possible. She smiled thinly. Then Crimson Scale is your target. They've had 3 consecutive weak cycles. Rumor says House Rental is already preparing to back a different guild next year if they don't improve. They're vulnerable. And the most dangerous. Exactly. The rentals don't take losses well. She leaned back. Even if we manage to register in time, even if we somehow secure sponsors, we'll face resistance. Not just competition. Active sabotage. Shipments will go missing. Deals will mysteriously fall through. If we start to look like a genuine threat, there might be worse. Accidents? Or intentional examples. Her voice was matter-of-fact. This isn't academic competition, Adam. People have disappeared for less. I understand the risks. Do you? Cass didn't sound condescending, just concerned. Because once we start this, backing out isn't an option. Not without consequences. I understand, he repeated. He reached over and took Zuni from her lap, settling the quillic on his shoulder. The question is, do you still want in? Cass looked at him for a long moment, then a slow smile spread across her face. Oh, I'm in. This is either going to be the most spectacular failure in Sundar's commercial history, or... She shrugged. Well, let's just say I've always wanted to see the inside of the Grand Exchange.
Chapter 70.
Almonds. Are you okay? Adam asked, watching Cass's face in the dim light of the cave. Shh, she replied, not taking her eyes off the mountain of gold before them. The only sound was Zuni chirping softly as he hopped around the edge of the treasure pile, occasionally pawing at a shiny coin before moving on to investigate something else. Adam stood quietly beside Cass, hands in his pockets, trying to look casual while she absorbed the sight. He'd brought her here after they'd sealed their deal in the park. The silence stretched. Adam's thoughts kept spinning. Doubt. Is this too fast? More doubt. Is this too much? He was, essentially, putting everything of this business venture on Cass. She would be the main face of it all, the management, the negotiations, the day-to-day operations. And, as it happened, she would also be the primary target if someone decided to make a move against them. The sort of move that'd be bad for one's overall health. He tried not to feel bad about putting her in danger like that. He could maybe manage this all by himself, but with everything else he had going on, it would take too much of his time. And, quite honestly, he'd be much less efficient than someone like Cass, even if he was to take over, and the whole operation would suffer. Wisdom is knowing when to lead, when to delegate, and when to stand alone. That's why she'd gotten the 7% base with 12% performance bonus. The risk premium was built in. He'd spent enough time with her in the dungeon and over the past few weeks to know she was the right choice. As the porter, Cass took care of loot management during their expeditions. Adam had tested her subtly a few times, accidentally mixing in a few extra coins with her share, or forgetting to add certain items to the group's inventory. She'd always corrected these mistakes, returning excess items without hesitation. But people could change, especially when they saw this much money. Adam looked up at her again, as she stared at the vast amount of gold and other treasures. He sighed. He'd never seen her with that sort of expression before. Didn't even know she could make a face like that. "This is your startup capital?" she finally asked, her voice oddly strained. "Yup," Adam replied. Cass turned to him, blinking rapidly. "How? There must be at least 45 billion gold here." "Hold on." Adam squinted at her, momentarily distracted from his assessment of her character. "Did you make that number up, or can you tell that just from a glance?" "I have a talent," she said with a shrug. "My father was a courier for the Silver League. I could tell approximately how much he'd brought in just by looking at the size of his pouch." "Bullshit." "It's true."
Adam reached for his own coin pouch. 23 gold pieces, 4 silver, and 1 copper that's been worn down on one side, she said, before he could even tell her to prove it. He blinked, opened the pouch, then counted slowly. 22 gold, 4 silver, and... He pulled out the copper piece, examining its edge. One side was indeed worn smooth. "How did you—" "I was 1 gold piece off," she said, frowning slightly. "That's annoying." "But the copper piece, when you walk, it makes a different sound against the other coins. Higher pitch, uneven resonance. You've been carrying that same copper piece all afternoon. I hear it whenever you shift your weight." She pointed to his pocket. "You keep it on the left side, so it hits against the gold rather than the silver." Zuni chirped in what sounded like amazement, and Adam found himself echoing the sentiment. "Whoa." "I know," Cass exhaled heavily, turning back to the mountain of treasure. "You're 13, she finally said, barely above a whisper. "We've established that," Adam replied. "No, I mean—" Cass turned to him, gesturing at the treasure hoard.
You're 13, and you have approximately 45 billion sitting in a cave. Just sitting here.
Is that really what it's worth?
Give or take a few million. She ran a hand through her hair.
That's the kind of wealth a full-fledged guild with years of establishment accumulates. Her laugh was short, almost hysterical. You're the richest 13-year-old I know. Probably the richest person in Arcos under 50. So we have enough for the guild? Adam asked, deliberately casual. Cass shot him a look. Enough? We have enough to start 50 guilds, though I wouldn't recommend that. She walked to a nearby chest that was overflowing with jewels. Where did you find all this? In the cave, like I said, Adam said. Ha! She turned, hands on hips. You don't think the origin of your fortune might be relevant to our business plans? I promise you I found it here, Cassandra. Why would I lie about that? She studied him for a long moment, then shook her head. You're a strange kid, Adam. But I'm beginning to think that's not a bad thing. He watched her carefully as she began to move methodically around the treasure, making mental calculations. This was the real reason he'd brought her here. Not just to show her they had the capital, but to see how she would react to it. The wealth itself was a test. You know, she said, her back to him as she examined a collection of rare coins. Most people would be asking how much they could skim off the top without you noticing, or plotting how to take it all. Are you most people? She turned, expression serious. No, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about what I could do with even a fraction of this. And I'm thinking that 7% of a legitimate, successful merchant guild will be worth more in the long run than anything I could stuff in my pockets today, both in terms of money and in terms of not having to constantly look over my shoulder. Adam nodded. That was the answer he'd been hoping for. This, Cass continued, gesturing at the hoard, is seed money. Impressive seed money, but still just the beginning. The real value isn't in what's here. It's in what we can build with it. Good. Cass tapped her chin thoughtfully, still absorbing the mountain of treasure. You know, legally speaking, you're required to declare this find to the Empire and pay the discovery tax, she said. Edom looked at her. She looked at him. They held each other's gaze for a long, silent moment. Come on, Cass. They both laughed at the thought, the sound echoing against the cave walls. Yes, terrible idea, Cass agreed, shaking her head. Officially, the Empire takes 45% of discovered treasures. But what actually happens? The Imperial officials show up, catalogue everything, take almost all of it for war and expansion efforts, and leave you with just enough gold to not work for a few weeks. And no way to dispute their accounting, Adam added. Exactly. You'd go from richest 13-year-old to slightly better than average 13-year-old overnight. She kicked at a small pile of coins. Only a complete idiot would voluntarily hand this over. Adam watched Zuni try to stuff a gold coin into his mouth again. Why would he even do that? So what do we do? I've got the money, but I have no idea how to transform this into a legitimate business. That's where I come in. Cass began pacing. We need to launder this. Not because it's illegal, but because I found it in a cave isn't a satisfactory explanation for the House of Merchants Registration Committee. How do we do that? Multiple steps. First, we physically move maybe 5 million to the Imperial Bank. That's enough to raise eyebrows, but not enough to trigger a full investigation. We say it's a gift from House Scylla to establish you in business. House Scylla will back that up. You better, or we're not getting far.
Cass continued her methodical pacing. Second, we establish a small import business, specializing in Therian luxury goods. Those have high markups and low volume, which means we can claim significant profits on relatively few transactions. Adam nodded, following her logic. And the third step? We use that to buy the warehouse property you mentioned and register officially. Can we do all that in 7 days? Cass snorted. 7 days is tight, but doable. The real challenge is the sponsors. Adam had been thinking about that. I might have some options. Sam's father is in the House of Merchants. He'd sponsor us if Sam asks. That's one. I know Duke Lightbringer personally. He has connections with several established members. The Duke of Kati? How do you know? Cass shook her head. Never mind. That could work for the second. And, Adam smiled slightly, I think Mr. Biggins might be convinced to help. The weird stuff store? With the strange old man? Cass asked. Precisely. How is he connected to the House of Merchants? Just let me handle that part. Cass studied his face for a moment, then shrugged. Sure. Fine. That gives us 3 potential sponsors. 1 legitimate, 1 through noble connection, and 1 through whatever your plan is with Biggins. Will it work? It might, if we move fast. Cass's eyes narrowed in thought. We need to establish the initial bank deposit by tomorrow. By day 2, we need articles of incorporation drawn up and at least 1 sponsor officially signed on. Then secure the property by day 4, finalize the other sponsors by day 5, and complete registration by day 6. That's cutting it close. Welcome to commerce. Cass gave him a thin smile. The house doesn't make it easy on purpose. They don't want new players unless they're serious. Adam scratched Zuni behind the ear spikes as the Quillic returned to his side. So we'll need to move some of this today. Yes, but discreetly. We can't just walk into the Imperial Bank with sacks of gold. Too many questions. Cass surveyed the cave. Do you have a dimensional bag? Something inconspicuous but sturdy? Yeah. We'll take about 50,000 now, enough to open the initial account without raising too many eyebrows. Then I'll come back with you later with proper containers for the larger transfer. Adam nodded. Smart. I've been dreaming about this kind of opportunity my whole life, Cass admitted, walking towards Adam. Just never thought it would come from a kid who showed up at my fruit stall a few weeks ago. Life is full of surprises. Apparently. So, Adam,
Cass smiled. Shall we begin?
Adom looked at her for a moment.
It was done now. The die was cast. He'd brought her into his plans, shown her his fortune, and put her in a position where she could either make his ventures soar or completely destroy them. There was no going back, only forward, hoping he'd bet on the right person. No, it'll be all right, he thought, fighting the little voice in his head that often made him overthink things. She is the right person. We shall, he finally said, smiling back at her. After finalizing their plans, Adom and Cass walked back to the Strider, waiting patiently outside the cave entrance. The creature huffed at their approach, claws glinting in the late afternoon sun. Tomorrow, Cass said, climbing onto the cart behind Adom. Imperial Bank, first thing. I'll need to look respectable when I make the deposit in House Scylla's name. You'll manage, Adom said, with a slight smile. The Strider rider, a weathered man with skin like tanned leather, clicked his tongue, and the beast started its rhythmic stride back toward the city. As they rode, Cass leaned forward slightly. Do your parents even know about this? Using House Scylla's name isn't a small thing. I'll send a letter tonight, Adom replied, adjusting Zuni on his shoulder. They'll understand.
You seem awfully confident about that. Adom shrugged. My parents and I have an arrangement. After his regression, after they'd learned about the future he'd seen, his parents had committed to helping him in any way possible. He'd told them everything he could remember about a few minor events, the dungeon breaks that would occur near the western border around next month, the pirate attacks that would claim hundreds of lives in the Southern Isles, the unexpected famine that would hit the northern provinces after an early frost. There would be a necromancer there, in the north, a few years from now. He appeared sometime after the wars started and dragon's breath fell on the lands, and his experiments had birthed the first plague. The necromancer had seized the opportunity created by worldwide chaos, raising an army of the dead that marched relentlessly across the continent. It wasn't just the fighting that killed millions. It was the disease that spread from the decomposing cadavers, animated by bound spirits and forced to walk among the living. The malady spread frivolously, jumping from village to city to kingdom. Millions died, only to rise again under his command. Adom wasn't certain what had finally stopped the necromancer's campaign of terror, whether it was the devastating dragon's breath attacks or the sudden rise of the world dungeon that changed everything. All he knew was that in the last decade of his past life, the necromancer's armies had vanished from the world stage. But by then, the damage had been done. Adom's father had started investigating the region before the rise of the mage who would do this, and had already prevented 2 minor events, quietly deploying Star Knights to troubled areas just before disaster struck. To most, it would seem like coincidence or excellent intelligence work. Only their family knew the truth. A guild established in their name would hardly be the strangest thing they've helped me with, Adom added.
Someday, Cass said, you'll have to tell me the full story. Someday, Adom agreed, knowing that day might never come. As they entered the city proper, Cass tapped Adom's shoulder. You can drop me at the edge of the dregs. Adom turned. The dregs? You live there? She shrugged. Not for long if we do things right. When they reached the border between the merchant district and the dregs, the Strider rider slowed without being asked. Here is fine, Cass said, sliding off the cart. Adom watched as she straightened her clothes, suddenly seeing them in a new light. Not just practical, but probably all she could afford. I'll meet you at the cave entrance tomorrow, she said. 3 sharp. Don't be late. I won't. And Cass, don't. She cut him off with a sharp gesture. I don't need your sympathy, just your partnership. Her expression softened slightly.
For what it's worth, Adam, I've lived in worse places. The dregs aren't so bad if you know how to handle yourself." With that, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the warren of narrow streets and dilapidated buildings. "Where to now, young sir?" the Strider rider asked, clearly relieved they weren't venturing further into the dregs. Adam opened his mouth to say, "The Academy," but paused. The dregs. The guild. Valiant. The thought connected instantly. Valiant lived somewhere nearby, not in the dregs proper, but close enough. Close enough to know its rhythms and secrets. Valiant, who'd helped him multiple times already, who knew people, who could find things out. Adam frowned, suddenly aware of an oversight in his planning. He'd been thinking about the spy network as a future endeavor, something to build once the guild was established, using trade routes as cover for his agents. But that assumed success. Assumed they'd get their seat. What if they failed because of something they didn't know? Some connection or rival plan they weren't aware of? The House of Merchants wasn't just a commercial body. It was a pit of vipers, each guild looking for advantages over the others. They'd need information now, not later. Information about Crimson's scale, about House Vrental's operations. Information that someone like Valiant might be able to acquire, or at least point him toward. "Young sir," the rider's voice broke through his thoughts. "Where to?" "Oh," Adam blinked, realizing he'd been staring at the spot where Cass had disappeared. "Sorry, just thinking." "No worries," the man said, though his posture suggested he was eager to get moving. The sun was setting, and not many people wanted to be near the dregs after dark. Adam made a quick decision. "Actually, I'll get down here." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold piece, far more than the ride was worth. "For your trouble." The rider's eyebrows shot up, but he took the coin with a quick nod. "Much appreciated, young sir." Adam slid off the Strider, Zuni clinging to his shoulder. As the Strider trotted away, he turned toward the dregs, mentally mapping the route to Valiant's place. The dregs smelled like wet laundry and sour beer. Adam moved quickly, Zuni still clinging to his shoulder like a bizarre fashion accessory. The Quillick's head swiveled constantly, taking in the narrow streets and crumbling facades. This wasn't Adam's first trip to Valiant's place. The mouse beastkin lived on the edge of the dregs, where the buildings gradually transitioned from actively collapsing to might stand another decade. His home was surprisingly normal. A 2-story stone and timber structure wedged between a tannery and what might have once been a bakery. Adam reached the door and knocked firmly. 3 short raps, their usual signal. A moment passed, then another. He heard movement inside, quick, light footsteps approaching, not from the main door, but from a smaller entrance near the bottom. Adam had initially thought it was some kind of drainage opening when he'd first visited, but it was actually Valiant's personal door. The mouse beastkin had installed it himself. "For convenience," he'd explained, "and quick exits." The small door swung open, and Valiant's head poked out. His whiskers twitched as he squinted up. "Adam, what are you doing here?" "Hi, Valiant. Mind if I come in first?" "Oh, sure," Valiant's words cut off abruptly. "Say, is that a Quillick?" Zuni chirped curiously from Adam's shoulder, leaning forward to get a better look at the mouse beastkin. The Quillick's ear spikes perked up, and he made a series of interested clicking sounds. "Yes, he's a Quillick. Can we come in now? Preferably before someone decides I look worth robbing." Valiant was still staring at Zuni. "Those things eat rodents, you know. He doesn't eat mice. His ancestors did. Your ancestors ate bugs and seeds. Do you want me to judge you for that?" Valiant's whiskers twitched irritably. That's different. It really isn't. Now can we please come inside? I need to talk to you. The mouse beastkin hesitated for another moment, then sighed. Fine, but keep that thing away from me. He disappeared from the small door, and a few seconds later the main door swung open. Valiant stood there, wearing what looked like a modified bathrobe with the sleeves and bottom hem shortened. Come in. Valiant sat on his oversized kitchen chair, chin resting on his paws, eyes narrowed in concentration. Or at least what was supposed to look like concentration. Adam waited, watching the mouse beastkin's whiskers twitch every few seconds, a tell Adam had learned meant Valiant was stalling. The silence stretched. Adam took the opportunity to glance around the house again. The place never stopped confusing him. Everything was human-sized. The table, the chairs, the kitchen counters.
Even the bed upstairs was a full-sized human one, which made absolutely no sense for someone Valiant's size. When Adam had asked about it once, the beastkin had simply shrugged and said, "I like to spread out." Right. Adam refocused on the reason he'd come. House rental. The Crimson Scale Consortium. Information that could give them an edge in their bid for a seat in the House of Merchants. You can stop pretending to think really hard now, Adam said flatly. Valiant's eyes snapped open. I'm not pretending. Right. Your Quillic is eating my almonds. Adam glanced over. Zuni had indeed discovered a bowl of almonds on a side table and was happily crunching through them one by one. You have plenty. Those are premium almonds, imported. Valiant, Adam leaned forward. Cut to the chase. What's going on? You looked concerned the moment I asked about gathering information on house rental. The mouse beastkin's whiskers drooped slightly. He sighed. Well, you see. Oh no. Adam put his face in his hands. Please don't tell me you've already tried to spy on them and got caught, or that you owe them money, or that you accidentally burned down one of their warehouses. What? No, nothing like that, Valiant said, looking offended. It's just that I've kind of lost most of my information network in the past month, and I don't exactly have the sources I used to have, and the people who used to work for me have moved on to other opportunities, not because they're traitors or anything, but because that bastard Marco, who, by the way, we still haven't found, was basically running the whole structure under my uncle, and when he disappeared, a lot of the operation went with him. And now I'm trying to rebuild. But it's not easy when you're small and people don't take you seriously, even though I've been in this business for years and— Valiant, Adam cut him off. Breathe. The mouse beastkin inhaled deeply. So you have a money problem? Adam asked. And structure, and logistics, and manpower. But nothing that can't be solved with money, right? Valiant's tail swished nervously against the chair. Not exactly, he said. In the undertow, territory isn't bought. It's taken. What do you mean? Valiant hopped down from his chair and paced the floor. 3 key information brokers I worked with have been absorbed by street gangs in the past month. The Broken Fangs took my eyes in the harbour. The Nightshades control my contacts in the merchant quarter now. And the Red Hooks— He shuddered. Let's just say they're not the diplomatic type. I still don't see why money can't fix this. Valiant stopped pacing and looked up at Adam. Because the undertow has rules. You can't just buy territory back once it's been claimed. You have to win it through the right of contest. Which is? A challenge. Your champion against theirs. No magic, no fluid arts, just raw physical ability. Valiant's whiskers twitched. If they accept and your champion wins, you absorb their organization.
their assets, their people, their territory, everything comes under your control. We do that to avoid fucked up things like the Children of the Moon with that all-out war from last time. And if you lose? Same thing happens to you, Valiant shrugged. It's why the gangs have been growing. The strong consume the weak. Adam leaned back in his chair, taking this in. You need a champion. I need 3 champions, Valiant corrected. 1 for each gang, and I need them soon if I'm going to help you get information on House Vrental. How soon? Valiant looked at him, then out the window at the darkening streets. Well, any time, really, he said, scratching behind his ear. We could go right now, issue challenges to whichever gangs we want. If they accept and we win, we get to keep their territory, their people, their resources, everything. Just like that. Just like that. The undertow respects strength above all else.
Win the right fights, and overnight you become a power player. So what's stopping you? Valiant laughed nervously. Haven't you been listening? I need champions. He gestured at himself. Look at me. I'd be squashed like a mouse. Adam nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. Zuni chirped from the side table, having finished the almonds, and now watching the conversation with a smile. I'll do it, Adam said. Valiant blinked. Do what? I'll be your champion. Adam straightened in his chair. For all 3 fights. The mouse beastkin stared at him, whiskers frozen in shock. Then he burst out laughing. You, he wheezed between laughs. You realize it doesn't count if you use magic or fluid, right? I'm aware. No, you're not. Valiant's laughter died. You have no idea what these challenges are like. These aren't amateurs. Even Thormund tried challenging the Red Hooks last month and ended up with 3 broken ribs and his only arm nearly torn off. And he's a seasoned brawler. The champions are chosen specifically for their brutality. The Broken Fangs champion is an ogre who eats the hearts of his opponents. The Nightshades have a beastkin panther who's killed 20 men with her bare hands. And the Red Hooks, he shook his head. Their champion is just called the Butcher. That should tell you enough. Adam shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'll fight them. Valiant fell silent, his mouth still open, eyes darting between Adam and Zuni. The Quillic was still perched on the side table, looking at them with that permanent, slightly idiotic grin on its face. You, Valiant pointed at Zuni accusingly. Please tell me I'm being the reasonable one here. This kid, without his fancy mage powers, is just a regular 13-year-old who's going to get absolutely crushed. These people don't play games. They don't pull punches. They kill for sport and respect only the strong. Zuni kept smiling, head tilted slightly. Are you even listening to me?
Valiant slurred in frustration, throwing his paws up. Adam stood up slowly, brushing crumbs from his trousers.
I thought you'd think higher of me after the dungeon episode. Adam, I like you. That's precisely why I'm trying not to let you get yourself killed. Without responding, Adam walked over to the far corner of the room, where a heavy oak bookcase stood, filled with leather-bound tomes and scrolls. Did Valiant actually read all that? Impossible. He placed his hands on one side, and with a single fluid motion, lifted the entire bookcase off the ground. Take me to them, Valiant, Adam said calmly, the massive piece of furniture held easily above his head. I'll be your champion. That was magic, wasn't it? I told you, no magic is allowed in the challenges. It's not magic, Adam said, carefully setting the bookcase back down. Bullshit,
Valiant squeaked. Complete and utter rodent droppings. You said you could smell my mana signature, right? Yeah, of course I can. All mouse beastkin with enhanced senses can detect. Then did you smell anything just now? Adam asked, arms crossed. Valiant froze, his nose twitching rapidly as he sniffed the air. His eyes gradually widened until they seemed about to pop out of his small head. Holy fuck!
Chapter 71. Brawl. Ugh!
Valiant's curse hung in the air, cut short as his tiny jaw dropped open. Adam smiled down at the stunned mouse beastkin. There was something oddly satisfying about watching someone's entire worldview shift in real time. The way Valiant's whiskers froze mid-twitch, how his eyes widened to perfect circles. Careful, he told himself. This kind of ego trip would put him on par with Helios, and the thought of developing an ego that massive made him shudder internally. Best to nip that satisfaction in the bud. He grunted, shaking off the feeling. So, are you going to lead the way or not? Valiant blinked rapidly, as if rebooting his tiny brain. How? Just how? You're not using magic? You're actually that strong? Did you do another one of your transmutation thingies? Can you do that to me? His words tumbled out in an excited squeak. Give me electrical powers! I've always wanted to shoot lightning from my paws! Electrical powers? Adam raised an eyebrow. Yeah! Imagine me, but with electricity! Valiant's whiskers vibrated with excitement as he mimed shooting lightning bolts. Zap! Zap! No one would mess with an electrified mouse. I'd be the terror of the undertow. A rodent-like creature with electrical powers. That's oddly specific. I've given it a lot of thought, Valiant admitted, climbing onto the table to be more at eye level. He still wasn't. Think about it. Small, quick, and packing a thunderous punch. I'd be legendary. No one would ever see you coming, Adam deadpanned. Exactly. Except everyone would see you coming because you'd be shooting lightning everywhere. Details, details, Valiant waved a paw dismissively. So can you do it or not? No, I can't give you electrical powers, Adam said flatly. Why not? You did something to yourself, clearly. It's complicated. I can handle complicated. It involves alchemical formulations. That was true. I'm listening.
Ancient forgotten runes. That was partially true. Keep going. And a very specific type of dungeon core manipulation that took years to perfect. A blatant lie that made no sense whatsoever. Valiant deflated slightly. Oh. Also, you'd probably explode. I'd what now? Your body mass is too small to contain that kind of power without extensive preparation, Adam improvised, fighting to keep a straight face. The energy discharge would likely launch you through the roof. Valiant opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Would I at least get one good zap in before exploding? Valiant. Right. The mouse beastkin hopped down from the table. But seriously, what did you do to yourself? I've never seen a human your age lift something that heavy without magic. Adam crossed his arms. Can we focus? I need you to take me to these gangs so I can challenge them. I have other things to do tonight. Other things? You just volunteered to fight 3 of the most dangerous champions in the Undertow, and you're acting like it's an errand you need to squeeze in before dinner. Is that a problem? It's bizarre. Normal people don't... Valiant threw up his paws. You know what? Fine. You want to fight monsters and killers using whatever freakish strength you've given yourself? Be my guest. Great. So which one first? Valiant stared at him for a long moment. You're really serious about this? I wouldn't have offered otherwise. The mouse beastkin sighed, his tiny shoulders slumping in resignation. The broken fangs meet at the old fighting pit near the docks. The nightshades gather in what used to be the silk market before it burned down 3 years ago. The red hooks, he hesitated. They're the worst of the bunch. Their territory is the old slaughterhouse district. Appropriate? Terrifying is what it is. Valiant shuddered. Are you sure about this? You could end up dead. Or worse. Adom tilted his head.
What's worse than dead? You ever seen what an ogre does with the hearts he doesn't eat? Can't say that I have. He'd seen worse. Let's keep it that way. Valiant grabbed a small coat from a hook near the door. I'll take you to the Broken Fangs first. They're the most straightforward. Accept the challenge, fight, win, or die. Simple. Simple is good. Valiant paused at the door, looking back at Adom with an expression that might have been concern if it wasn't buried under layers of exasperation. Just try not to die, okay? Finding semi-reliable humans is hard enough without them getting themselves killed on a random night in the undertow. Adom nodded, gesturing for Zuni to hop onto his shoulder. I'll do my best. That's what worries me, Valiant muttered, pushing open the door. The streets of the dregs grew darker as Adom and Valiant made their way toward the docks. Oil lamps flickered in windows. Hunched figures huddled around dice games in doorways. A woman argued with a drunk outside a tavern. Somewhere, a baby cried. 2 skinny children darted between buildings, clutching something that might have been bread. Everyone moved with purpose, even those who were just standing still, watching with cautious eyes as strangers passed through their territory. Zuni chirped softly on Adom's shoulder, his quills occasionally rising and falling as they passed particularly suspicious alleys. So these 3 gangs that took your networks, Adom asked. They're major players in the undertow? Valiant snorted. Major? Hardly. They're just slightly bigger operations than mine. Opportunists who saw weakness after the children fell. The real power players wouldn't bother with my small networks. We're talking about neighborhood-level stuff here, not the kind of organizations that control entire districts. So we're not exactly overthrowing the Undertow's hierarchy tonight. Adom was a bit disappointed. No, just reclaiming my modest slice of it. But for me, that's everything. I see. Adom stopped suddenly, halfway down a narrow street lined with crooked buildings. We need to make a detour, he said. Valiant, who'd been scurrying a few paces ahead, turned back with a frown. A detour? The fighting pit is just 20 minutes from here if we keep going straight. Is there a vendor nearby? Someone who sells masks or disguises? Masks? Valiant's whiskers twitched in confusion. What for? I'd rather not have my face associated with whatever happens tonight. The mouse beastkin studied him for a moment, then nodded. Ooh, good idea. He pointed down a side street. There's a place 3 blocks that way. Old woman sells festival supplies year-round. Masks, costumes, that sort of thing. Perfect. Valiant led them through a maze of increasingly narrow passages until they reached a small square dominated by what looked like a former warehouse. Its windows were boarded up, but light spilled from beneath a cracked door. Wait here, Valiant said. She doesn't like new faces. What about Quillic faces? Adom asked, nodding toward Zuni. Let's not find out. Valiant disappeared through the door before Adom could respond. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Adom leaned against a wall, idly scratching behind Zuni's ear spikes while watching the sparse foot traffic cross the square. Most people hurried with their heads down. A few gave him curious glances, but seemed to decide he wasn't worth the trouble. Finally, the door creaked open and Valiant emerged,
dragging something white in his paws. "Best I could do on short notice," he said, handing Adam a simple white mask with 2 eye holes cut into it. "She wanted 3 copper pieces for this piece of garbage. I talked her down to 1.5. Adam took the mask, turning it over in his hands. Plain, featureless, and made of some kind of hardened pulped paper. It would do. "Thanks." "So what now? We heading to the pit?" Valiant asked. "In a minute." Adam held up his index finger, and a tiny flame, no larger than a candle's, appeared at the tip.
Carefully, he began etching marks onto the mask's surface, the controlled fire spell burning delicate lines that formed interlocking patterns around the eyes and along the edges. Valiant watched, his nose twitching with interest. "What are you doing?" "Runes." Adam didn't look up from his work. "What kind of runes?" "1 second, please." Adam finished the last marking, a curved line that connected to the first rune he'd drawn. He inspected his work, nodded once, then placed his palm over the mask's face. A soft blue glow emanated from beneath his hand, illuminating his fingers from below. "Whoa!" Valiant's eyes widened. "What kind of magic is that? Can you teach me? Is it dangerous? Will it explode? Can I touch it? What does it smell like? I can smell ozone, but is that just the ambient Valiant?" "Right, sorry." The mouse beastkin took a step back, but his eyes remained fixed on the glowing mask. "But seriously, what did you just do?" Adam lifted the mask. The runes had settled into the material, barely visible now. Where before it had been completely plain, the mask now had subtle contours, slight ridges above the eyes, a hint of cheekbones, a few decorative lines along the jawline. Nothing dramatic, but enough to give it character. He slipped it over his face, securing it with the attached string. "How do I look?" he asked. Valiant's jaw dropped slightly. The voice that had emerged from behind the mask wasn't Adam's. It was deeper, resonant, unmistakably adult. "That's unsettling," Valiant said, taking a step back. "You sound like a different person." "That's the point." Adam ran a hand over his head, making sure the mask's illusion properly concealed his hair. "But you still look like, well, you, just with a mask on." Valiant circled him, studying the transformation, or lack thereof. "You didn't make yourself taller or anything." "I don't need to. The runes create a perception filter. People will see what they expect to see. A short, adult man, not a child. Everyone will perceive me slightly differently, filling in details with their own assumptions." "And the voice?" "Basic sonic manipulation. The mask alters the vibrations as they pass through." Valiant's whiskers twitched rapidly. "That's slightly terrifying. Where did you learn that?" I wonder. Where would a mage student learn a magic skill?" Adam's new voice somehow made his tone even drier. "Perhaps I learned it while shopping for turnips. Or maybe at the local butcher. Oh, perhaps the town drunk taught me between hiccups. Certainly not at the Xerxes Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, where I spend every waking hour. That would be ridiculous." Valiant sighed and pinched the bridge of his snout. "That was on me, yeah. I walked right into that one." Zuni chirped in what sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "So you're prepared now?" said Valiant, deciding to ignore the quillic. "Ready to go challenge the meanest fighters in the undertow, while looking like some mysterious masked stranger?" Adam adjusted the mask, then suddenly froze. "Wait, Zuni," he said, glancing at the quillic on his shoulder. "He's too recognizable." Valiant blinked. "Huh? Oh, yeah, that's a big problem."
Adom thought for a moment. Do you have anything else I could use? A small trinket? Maybe a band or ring? Valiant rummaged through his dimensional bag, pulling out a thin copper band with worn engravings. Will this work? Got it off a charm seller years ago. Has some minor enchantment, but nothing useful. Adom took the band, examining it carefully. This will do. Just as he had with the mask, Adom etched delicate runes into the copper, the controlled flame spell burning precise patterns into the metal. When he finished, a soft blue glow emanated briefly, before fading. Let's see if this works. He slipped the band around Zuni's foreleg.
The quillic chirped, then shimmered as Valiant blinked in surprise as Zuni's appearance transformed before their eyes. Where the distinctive quillic had been, a common gray squirrel now sat, though the creature's movements and chirps remained unmistakably Zuni's. "A squirrel?" Valiant said, leaning closer to inspect the transformation. "Not bad. Common enough not to draw attention, but not so small he'll get lost." Zuni chirped, examining his now furry tail with apparent confusion. "Perfect," Adom said with satisfaction. "Now we're properly disguised. Let's go." The night air carried the scent of salt water and rotting fish as they approached the docks. Street lamps grew scarcer, and most buildings here leaned precariously, as though the foundations were slowly surrendering to the constant pull of the nearby ocean. "Almost there," Valiant said, voice barely above a whisper as he scurried ahead of Adom. The mouse beastkin moved differently here, shoulders hunched, head swiveling constantly, his normally confident stride replaced by something more cautious. "What exactly am I looking for when we get there?" Adom asked, his deepened voice still strange in his own ears. Valiant paused at an intersection, nose twitching as he sampled the air. "The old fighting pit is in what used to be a warehouse basement. Big stone circle, maybe 40 feet across. Wooden bleachers all around. Smells like blood, sweat, and cheap beer." "I meant who, not what." "Oh." Valiant's whiskers twitched. "We're looking for Grieve. He's the leader of the Broken Fangs. Big guy, missing his left ear, has a scar that runs right down his face, split his nose in half. Looks like someone tried to cleave his head in two, but only got halfway." "Charming." "He's actually the reasonable one of the 3 gang leaders." Valiant turned down a narrower street where the buildings pressed in so tightly they nearly touched overhead. "Got control of the Broken Fangs the same way you're trying to. Challenged the previous leader, and won." They passed a group of sailors stumbling from a tavern, their laughter cutting through the night. The men gave them a curious glance, particularly at Zuni, but kept moving. "So this is how things work down here?" Adom asked once they were alone again. "Fighting for leadership?" "It's how things have always worked in the Undertow." Valiant hopped over a puddle of something that definitely wasn't water. "After the mess with the Children of the Moon, everything's been unstable. You should know, you were right in the middle of it." "I was hoping things had improved since then." Valiant snorted. "Improved? The exact opposite. The challenge system was supposed to prevent all-out war, but after what happened," he shook his head. "Some gangs disappeared entirely, others merged, and the strong ones, like these 3, have been swallowing up whatever they can. Including your network." "Exactly." Valiant clapped his hands. "The right of contest has always been there, but the smaller operations like mine never had to worry about it much before. Now everyone's fair game." They turned another corner, and Adom could suddenly hear a distant roar, like the sound of many voices shouting at once. "I suppose you guys ban mages and fluid users to avoid a situation like Gale's?" Adom asked. "That's exactly it," Valiant replied, grimacing at the memory. "The Undertow has always had one central principle. Power should remain distributed. No kings, no emperors,
just different organizations handling their territories. When that guy started to dominate everyone else, Valiant's tail twitched nervously. It wasn't just that he was stronger, it was that nobody could effectively challenge him. One person with that much power goes against everything the Undertow stands for. He turned to Adam. Believe it or not, we hate centralized authority down here even more than we hate each other. The Emperor can rule the cities above, but the Undertow belongs to everyone. If we allowed mages or powerful fluid users to participate in our challenges, we'd just be replacing one tyrant with another. Makes sense, Adam nodded. Besides, Valiant added, it keeps things fair in a way. When it's just muscle against muscle, anyone theoretically has a chance. The moment someone can throw fire or manipulate space, that balance disappears. Fair? Adam raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Your champions aren't exactly of similar strength. Hargast is an ogre. Maybe not, Valiant conceded with a shrug.
But I'd still rather face a heart-eating ogre than a mage or fluid user who knows what they're doing. At least with Hargast, I can see the attack coming.
Valiant glanced up at him. You may not realize it, but a lot of people down here are terrified of you mages, of what you can do.
I'm aware, Adam said quietly.
The roar grew louder as they approached a squat, wide building with boarded-up windows. Two burly men flanked the entrance, arms crossed over massive chests. One had tusks protruding from his lower jaw. Half-orc, most likely. What if they refuse our challenge? Adam asked, keeping his voice low. Then nothing happens, Valiant replied. We walk away. But refusing challenges creates problems for gang leaders. Do it once, maybe you're just busy. Do it twice, people whisper. Do it 3 times,
they get replaced.
Exactly. Honor requires you to accept. Adam mulled this over as they approached the entrance. If anyone with a strong champion could issue challenges freely, they could potentially take over everything. But a system that despised centralized power would surely have safeguards against that, too. There must be unwritten limits to how many challenges one could make before others united against them. An invisible boundary that kept the Undertow's balance of power intact under normal circumstances, he assumed. They stopped about 20 paces from the entrance. Valiant turned to Adam, his expression suddenly serious. Last chance to back out. Once we go in there and issue a challenge, there's potentially no turning back without serious consequences. Adam adjusted his mask again, making sure it was secure. I'm ready. Are you? Valiant took a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be to watch someone who helped take down the children fight a heart-eating ogre.
You're finally showing some confidence in me.
Don't push it.
The guards at the entrance stiffened as they approached, the half-orc's hand dropping to the club at his belt.
What's your business? He grunted, voice like gravel.
Valiant stepped forward, somehow managing to look both nervous and determined. We're here to see Grieve.
Grieve don't take visitors without prior notice.
Dude, tell him it's Valiant. Valiant Mouse, Cisco's nephew. I'm here to invoke the right of contest. The guards exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. The human one snorted.
You? Invoking the right?
He looked Valiant up and down.
What, you gonna fight someone? The cat's been fed already.
Both guards laughed at this, but Valiant didn't flinch. My champion will fight, he said, gesturing to a dome. The laughter stopped. The guards scrutinized a dome, taking in the mask, the slight frame, the quillic perched on his shoulder.
What's with the mask? The half-orc asked.
Personal preference, a dome replied. The human guard squinted. You look familiar. I get that a lot. The guards exchanged another glance, then the half-orc shrugged.
Wait here.
He disappeared inside, leaving the human to watch them with a suspicious gaze. The muffled roar of the crowd continued to pulse from within the building, punctuated occasionally by a particularly loud cheer or scream. "Don't stare too much," Valiant murmured to Adom. "Makes people uncomfortable." "I'm wearing a mask. They can't see where I'm looking." "Trust me, they can tell." The half-orc returned a minute later, nodding curtly. "Grieve says come in. Fight's almost over. He'll see you after." Valiant visibly swallowed, then nodded. "Let's go." The interior was poorly lit by scattered torches. They followed the half-orc down a narrow staircase, the roaring growing louder with each step. The air became thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and something else. Excitement, maybe. Or fear. The two often smelled similar.
At the bottom of the stairs, a short corridor opened into a vast, circular chamber, the fighting pit Valiant had described. Stone bleachers ringed a sunken arena where two figures circled each other, one massive and hulking, the other smaller but quick. Blood already stained the sand, covering the pit floor. The half-orc led them to a section of seats off to one side, where a cluster of particularly tough-looking individuals sat watching the fight. At their center was a man who could only be Grieve, enormous, scarred exactly as Valiant had described, with a face that looked like it had been assembled from parts that didn't quite fit together. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fight, barely registering the newcomers. In the pit, the massive fighter, a bald man with arms like tree trunks, lunged forward, catching his smaller opponent with a crushing blow to the ribs. The crowd roared as the smaller man crumpled, tried to rise, then collapsed face first into the sand. "Winner!" shouted someone from the opposite side of the pit. "The Broken Fang's own Stone Fist!" Cheers erupted, coins changed hands, and several people shouted for more ale. The victor raised his bloody fists, basking in the adulation. It was only then that Grieve turned his attention to them, his mismatched eyes, one brown, one milky white, narrowing as they approached. "Valiant," he said, voice like a boulder being dragged across gravel. "Heard you were looking for me." Dozens of eyes turned to stare at them. Adom felt the weight of their gazes, calculating, assessing, dismissing. Beside him, Valiant straightened to his full height, which was still quite small. "Grieve," Valiant began, his voice surprisingly steady. "I've come to invoke the right of contest. Your champion against mine for control of the territory and assets you took from my network last month." A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Grieve's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his good eye. Surprise, perhaps, or amusement. "That's so," he drawled, looking from Valiant to Adom. "And this is your champion, the man in the mask?" "Yes," Valiant said firmly. Grieve leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "And who might you be, masked man? Got a name?" Adom had considered this. In stories, masked vigilantes always had some dramatic alias. But that felt unnecessary here. "Just a friend," he replied evenly. More murmurs from the crowd. Grieve's scarred lips twitched, almost forming a smile. "A friend willing to fight Hogast for a mouse's honor?" He gestured toward the far side of the pit, where a hulking figure sat apart from the others. Even seated, the ogre, it could only be Hargast, towered over everyone nearby. His gray-green skin was marked with tribal scars, and a necklace of what looked disturbingly like small bones hung around his thick neck. Very stereotypical. "That's correct," Adom said. Grieve studied him for a long moment, then barked out a laugh. "You've got guts, I'll give you that." He leaned back, crossing massive arms over his chest. "But I'm curious.
What's with the mask? We don't usually get mystery fighters in the pit. Personal reasons. And the rat on your shoulder? That your good luck charm? Zuni chirped indignantly. He's a squirrel, Adom corrected. And yes, something like that. Greaves' gaze hardened slightly. The rat stays outside if it's got any tricks. He's just a pet. Make sure it stays that way. Grieve shifted his attention back to Valiant. You really want to do this, Mouse? You know what Hargast does to the hearts of those who challenge him. Valiant swallowed visibly, but stood firm. We invoke the right of contest. Your funeral? Grieve shrugged, then raised his voice. We have a challenge. The right of contest has been invoked. The crowd's attention fixed on them fully now, 100 pairs of eyes suddenly alive with interest. The noise dropped to a low murmur as Grieve continued. Valiant of the...
He paused, frowning slightly. What do you call your little operation these days?
The Whisperers, Valiant said, the name clearly improvised on the spot. Adom resisted the urge to look down at him. The Whisperers. Really? Valiant of the Whisperers, Grieve announced, voice carrying throughout the chamber. Challenges the Broken Fangs for control of the Harbor District Information Network. His champion will face Hargast in single combat. No magic, no fluid arts. Grieve's eyes narrowed, scanning Adom from head to toe. Just to be clear, you're not a mage or a fluid user, are you? No, Adom replied evenly. Grieve rose from his seat, his massive frame unfolding as he stepped closer. See those? He pointed to several crystals embedded in the pit's walls, their surfaces dull and cloudy. They detect mana. Start channeling, they light up like festival lanterns. He leaned in, close enough that Adom could smell stale beer on his breath. As for fluid, we'll know the moment you try it. Suddenly, fluid energy rippled across Grieve's skin, a cold yellow light that cast harsh shadows across his scarred face. The display wasn't subtle. It was a warning. You look too small to challenge Hargast, he growled, which tells me you've got something hidden. Try using it, and if it's against the rules, we will have a problem. The fluid receded back beneath his skin. Do we understand each other? Adom and Valiant exchanged a brief glance before answering in unison. Absolutely. The murmurs grew louder. Someone laughed. At the far side of the pit, the ogre stood, his massive form unfolding until he stood well over 7 feet tall. His small eyes fixed on Adom with what might have been hunger. The challenge will commence once the pit is cleared, Grieve declared. Prepare yourselves. As attendants rushed to drag away the unconscious fighter and rake the bloodied sand, Grieve turned back to them, his voice lower.
Any last requests, masked man? A quick prayer to whatever gods you follow? Adom shook his head. Just one question. How exactly does this work? What are the victory conditions? Grieve's mangled face twisted into what might have been a smile. Simple. You win by submission or knockout. And if neither happens? Then it continues until one does. Grieve's good eye gleamed. Or until one of you dies. Hargast prefers the latter. I see. I should warn you, Grieve added, almost conversationally. Hargast has never accepted a submission. And he's never lost. There's a first time for everything, Adom replied. Grieve studied him a moment longer, then shrugged. Your life, your choice. Pit will be ready in 5 minutes. As Grieve turned away to speak with his lieutenants, Valiant tugged at Adom's sleeve, pulling him slightly aside. You still sure about this? The mouse beastkin whispered urgently. That's not just any ogre. That's Hargast the Heart-Taker. They say he's killed 50 men in that pit. Then it's time someone taught him some manners. This isn't a joke, Adam, Valiant hissed. Look at him. Really look at him. Adam did. The ogre was massive, with muscles that bulged beneath his leathery skin. His hands were the size of dinner plates, and when he grinned at something one of his companions said, his mouth revealed rows of yellowed, pointed teeth. But Adam had faced worse. Much worse. I can handle him, he said quietly. You better, Valiant muttered, because if you don't, I've just signed your death warrants. In the pit, the sand had been raked smooth, covering whatever blood had been spilled in the previous fight. The crowd's energy was building again, an electric tension that hummed through the air. The pit is prepared, announced a thin man standing at the edge of the arena. Champions, approach! Hargast moved toward the pit's entrance, each step making the wooden bleachers vibrate slightly. Adon carefully put Zuni on the ground, just beside Valiant. Watch him for me, he said. What do I do if you die? Valiant asked, his whiskers trembling slightly. I'm not gonna die. With that, Adam turned and walked toward the pit entrance, conscious of every eye in the place following his progress. As he stepped down into the pit, he heard Greaves' voice boom out over the crowd. The challenge has been accepted. By the right of contest, the victor claims all. Let the fight begin! The crowd's roar swelled as Adam stepped fully into the pit. Coins flashed in the torchlight as bets exchanged hands, voices rising over each other in a chaotic auction. 20 on the ogre in the first minute. He doesn't even have a weapon. 50 says the masked man doesn't last 30 seconds. I'll take that. 100 says Hargast eats his heart before midnight. Adam's gaze swept the audience, tracking the movement of money and the gleeful anticipation on faces that had paid to watch someone die. His eyes landed on a familiar small figure and narrowed. Valiant, that scheming little rodent, was frantically passing coins to a bookmaker. Where the hell is he even taking this from? Does he have a dimensional bag? Adam nearly shouted across the pit. The absolute audacity. Here he was, about to risk his life for the Mouse's information network, and Valiant was gambling on the outcome? Then he caught the Beastkin's words as they carried through a momentary lull in the noise. All of it on the masked man. Every copper I have. Zuni chirped encouragingly from beside Valiant, his permanent smile somehow seeming even wider as he bounced excitedly on his haunches. Well, at least the treacherous mouse was betting on him to win. You might want to focus on me instead of your friends, rumbled a voice, like stones grinding together. Adam turned to find Hargast looming over him, blocking out the torchlight. Up close, the ogre was even more imposing. Scarred green-gray skin stretched over muscles that bulged like small boulders. The bone necklace clicked softly as he shifted his weight. Hey, do you really eat people's hearts? Adam asked, looking up at the massive creature. Hargast's heavy brow furrowed. What do you think? His voice carried a surprising lilt. I don't know. I thought ogres preferred onions. The ogre's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. We do like onions, he admitted gruffly. Layers. Complex flavor. Heart things mostly exaggerated. Was only one time, really. Huh. Adam tilted his head. So you do kill people? Course I do. Hargast shrugged massive shoulders. Not all of them, though. Mostly the real pricks. Rapists. Slavers. People who need killing. He gestured vaguely at the crowd. This is the undertow, not a charity ball. Not exactly overflowing with innocent souls.
The ogre leaned down slightly, his breath hot against Adam's mask. "Tell you what, I like you. Got guts walking in here like this. So I'll just break a few bones and let you live. How's that sound?" His mouth twisted into what might have been a sympathetic grimace. "Not sure what you were thinking, but maybe don't kill yourself like this?" Before Adam could respond, the crowd's impatience erupted. "Fight already! Break his skull! Blood! Blood! Blood!" Hargast's expression hardened. Well, they're paying for a show. He took a step back, raised his enormous fists, and lunged forward with surprising speed. "Night-night, Masked Man." Time seemed to slow. Adam watched the ogre's massive fist approach, cutting through the air toward his face. He tracked the trajectory, noting the slight overextension in Hargast's shoulder, the way his weight shifted too far forward. Was it just him, or was the ogre moving really, really slowly? Fighting people like Gale and Helios had apparently recalibrated his sense of dangerous.
Adam simply took a single step to the side. Confusion flickered across Hargast's face as his momentum carried him forward, his fist whistling through empty air where Adam's head had been a moment before. The ogre's small eyes widened as he realized he'd missed, his head turning in slow motion to locate his target. Adam almost smiled. He could see the exact moment the ogre understood what was about to happen. The dawning realization, the attempt to shift his weight, already too late. "Night-night, ogre," Adam thought, carefully measuring his strength as he drove his fist into the ogre's exposed midsection. Whack! The sound was not the dull thud of flesh striking flesh, but something sharper, like a hammer striking wood. Adam felt the ogre's muscles compress under his knuckles, felt the exact moment to pull back to avoid doing permanent damage. He had more control of Silverback's might when using flow prediction, it seemed. When time slowed in his perception, he could feel each muscle fiber, each tendon adjusting with more precision. The slower world gave his mind time to fine-tune exactly how much strength to apply. It was simple physics. The same force applied more precisely created better results with less collateral damage. A useful discovery. Very useful. Hargast's massive body lifted completely off the ground. His expression froze somewhere between shock and disbelief as he sailed backward across the pit, arms splayed wide, legs trailing behind him like a rag doll thrown by a petulant child. He hit the stone wall with a sickening crunch, the impact knocking dust from the ceiling. The ogre slid to the ground, gasping as all the air evacuated his lungs at once. Silence fell across the pit like a physical weight. The crowd, mid-cheer just seconds ago, froze with drinks halfway to lips and coins suspended between hands. Every eye fixed on the scene. The massive ogre champion crumpled against the wall, a wheezing lump of defeated flesh, and the masked figure standing calmly in the center of the pit, not even breathing hard. Someone's mug slipped from nerveless fingers, the crash of pottery against stone startlingly loud in the absolute silence. Hargast tried to rise, managed to get one knee under him, then collapsed again, clutching his midsection. Vibrant bruising was already forming across his torso, a perfect imprint of Adam's fist, centered in a rapidly darkening circle. "I..." the ogre wheezed, voice barely audible. "I yield." Silence. Absolute silence. Adam turned to face Grieve, who stood at the edge of the pit, his mismatched eyes wide with disbelief. "I believe," Adam said, his magically deepened voice carrying easily through the stunned quiet, "that counts as submission." Damn, that was cool. I must look so cool right now.
then remembered Helios and his ego and winced. Be modest, Adom. Let's be modest. Valiant was the first to break the silence. The mouse beastkin leapt onto the bookmaker's table, sending coins scattering, and pumped his tiny fists in the air. That's right! That's right! Pay up, you mangy lot of street trash! The Whisperers are back! The stunned silence lasted only a moment before pandemonium erupted. What the hell was that? He cheated! Check the mana crystals! Nobody beats Hargast! It's a trick! People leapt to their feet, pointing accusingly at the dull crystals embedded in the walls, which remained stubbornly unlit. Others shouted for the fight to continue, claiming Hargast had merely stumbled. He must have used fluid! A woman with scarred cheeks shouted, jabbing a finger toward Adom. You all saw it! No one's that strong naturally! Check him! Strip the mask! Adom tensed, shifting his weight slightly as several Broken Fang's members moved toward the pit's edge.
Was he about to face a mob? He scanned the crowd, calculating escape routes, when Greaves' voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Silence! The roar died instantly. Greaves stood at the pit's edge, his scarred face unreadable as he stared down at Adom. He raised a hand, and the yellow fluid energy from before rippled across his skin, more intense this time, crackling between his fingers. Approach, he commanded. Adom walked forward, stopping at the base of the steps leading up from the pit. Greaves descended until they stood face to face, close enough that no one else could hear his murmured words. You hiding something, masked man? Nothing against the rules, Adom replied quietly. Greaves' good eye narrowed as he studied Adom's mask, searching for any hint of deception. A muscle worked in his jaw. Boss, one of his lieutenants hissed from above. It had to be fluid. Nobody hits that hard without it. He must have masked it somehow. Greaves didn't respond, still staring at Adom. The fluid energy writhed more intensely around his hand as it hovered near Adom's chest, close enough to feel its cold emanation, but not quite touching. Is he going to try something? Adom wondered, readying himself. Was he? Greaves sighed heavily, the fluid energy dissipating as he lowered his hand. No, he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. No fluid, no mana. He turned to face the crowd. He won fair and square. Angry mutters rippled through the audience, but no one dared contradict him openly. But how? Someone finally shouted from the back. Greaves shrugged massive shoulders. Don't know. Don't care. Rules are rules. He turned back to Adom, his voice dropping again. Though I'd be very interested to learn your secret someday. From the side of the pit, Valiant had already scurried to the bookmaker and was collecting his winnings, stuffing coins into a small pouch that bulged comically against his tiny frame. I knew it! The mouse beastkin crowed, dancing a little jig that sent several coins spilling onto the floor from his tiny dimensional bag. So it was a bag. That was the smallest one Adom ever saw. Never doubted for a second. The Whisperers rise again! He pointed at various stunned gang members. You, and especially you. All work for me now. Ha 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 ha! Greaves' face twitched in what might have been amusement before he composed himself. He turned to address the entire gathering, voice carrying to every corner of the pit. By the rules of the undertow and the right of contest, witnessed by all present, I declare the champion of the Whisperers victorious. The Harbor District Information Network, its assets, and its personnel now belong to Valiant Mouse and his organization. The announcement landed with all the grace of a dropped anvil. Some of the Broken Fangs members looked outraged,
Others confused, and a few, surprisingly, seemed almost relieved. Near the pit entrance, 2 men were helping Hargast to his feet. The ogre's face was a mask of pain and bewilderment as he clutched his midsection, staring at Adom. Zuni darted across the sand, quills bouncing with each hop, and leapt up to Adom's shoulder with a triumphant chirp. Valiant wasn't far behind, skidding down into the pit and racing toward Adom with his arms outstretched. "We did it! You did it!" he shouted, launching himself at Adom's legs. Adom sidestepped smoothly. "What are you doing?" "Let me hug you, you absolute genius!" Valiant spun in a little circle, coins still falling from his overstuffed bag. "You made me rich and got me my men back! Ha ha ha! Glad I could help with your gambling addiction." "It's not addiction if you win," Valiant replied sagely, then turned to face the crowd. "All right, everyone who worked the harbor district, you report to me again, starting right now." A group of about 15 people shifted uncomfortably near the back of the crowd.
A tall woman with a scar running down her neck stepped forward. "We answer to the Whisperers again?" she asked, looking uncertainly between Valiant and Grieve. Grieve nodded once, his expression grim but resigned. "That's how it works. You know the rules." The woman sighed, then offered Valiant a stiff half-bow. "Welcome back, boss." Valiant practically vibrated with glee. "Oh, this is just the beginning. We've got 2 more stops to make tonight." Adom glanced down at him. Valiant gestured excitedly at the still dazed ogre. "We're going to own half the Undertow by sunrise." The crowd had started to disperse, some grumbling about lost bets, others discussing in hushed, incredulous tones what they'd just witnessed. Grieve remained at the pit's edge, watching Adom with an unreadable expression. "I assume we're done here?" Adom asked him. Grieve nodded slowly. "For now. Take your people and go." He glanced at Valiant, who was now directing his reclaimed informants with exaggerated authority. "And maybe keep your enthusiastic friend under control. Not everyone appreciates a gloating victor." "I'll do my best." As they prepared to leave, Hargast limped over, still supported by his companions. The ogre stopped a respectful distance away, wincing with each breath. "You," he grunted, fixing Adom with a pained stare. "What are you?" Adom considered the question. "Just someone who knows how to throw a punch." "Bullshit," Hargast said. 20 years fighting. Never felt anything like that." He shook his massive head. "If you ever want work that pays better than following this rodent around, come find me." "I'll keep that in mind." Valiant, who had been proudly strutting among his reclaimed informants, spun around. "Hey! No poaching my champion, you oversized garden statue!" Hargast's lips twitched. "Still got a mouth on you, I see." "And I've got my network back, so my mouth can say whatever it wants," Valiant retorted, though he prudently remained behind Adom as he said it. A few of Valiant's people approached. "Oh, hey, you 3, can you please head to the Nightshades and Red Hooks? Tell them I'm coming with my champion to issue formal challenges tonight. Tell them to prepare." "Boss, you sure that's wise?" one asked. "Warning them?" Valiant shared a glance with Adom, then continued. "Trust me, after what they just heard about Hargast, they'll think I'm acting out of desperate bravado. They'll accept the challenges just to make an example of me." Huh. That's actually pretty smart of Valiant. The informants nodded and disappeared into the streets. "They'll never expect what's coming," Valiant said, turning back to Adom. "They probably think you got lucky, or Hargast was having an off night." The undertow runs on reputation, and right now, you don't have one.
And after tonight? Valiant grinned.
After tonight, that will change dramatically. They left the fighting pit, with Valiant leading the way. The mouse beastkin practically bounced with each step. 1 down, 2 to go, he declared as they emerged into the night air. Next stop, the Nightshades. Adom adjusted his mask, ensuring it was still secure. Are you sure you want to continue tonight? Your people might need time to reorganize. Are you kidding? Valiant spun to face him, eyes bright with excitement. Strike while the iron's hot. Word will spread through the undertow like wildfire. If we wait, the other gangs will have time to prepare. He rubbed his paws together gleefully. Besides, I want to see the look on Selena's face when her precious panther champion gets tossed around like a ball of yarn. Zuni chirped from Adom's shoulder, seemingly sharing in Valiant's enthusiasm. Fine, Adom sighed. Lead the way. 1 hour later. The abandoned silk market was a maze of half-collapsed wooden stalls and tattered banners, illuminated by scattered torches that cast twisting shadows across the cobblestones. Unlike the fighting pit, this challenge would take place in the open air, with spectators perched on rooftops and balconies surrounding the central market square. As they approached, Valiant's excited chatter died away. He suddenly looked nervous. Selena fights differently than Grieve, he whispered. The Nightshades aren't just thugs. They're assassins, information brokers, blackmailers. They don't believe in fair fights. You're telling me this now? Adom asked, adjusting his mask. Just be careful. Dasha, their champion. She's fast. Really fast. The crowd parted as they entered the square, whispers spreading like wildfire. News of Hargast's defeat had clearly preceded them. That was fast. In the center stood a slender panther beastkin, her black fur gleaming in the torchlight. Unlike Hargast's brutish presence, Dasha exuded lethal elegance. She wore minimal leather armor that left her limbs free to move, and her claws, both natural and the metal extensions fitted over her fingers, glinted wickedly. Beside her stood a woman Adom presumed was Selena, tall, pale, with hair so blonde it appeared white in the flickering light. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted them. So, she called across the square, the mouse comes to challenge with his mysterious champion. Her voice carried a slight accent Adom couldn't place. We heard what happened at the pit. Impressive, if true. Valiant stepped forward, somehow managing to look commanding despite his size. Selena of the Nightshades, I invoke the right of contest for the return of my Merchants' Quarter network and all associated assets. Selena's lips curved into a cold smile. And if we refuse? Then word spreads that the Nightshades fear a fight they cannot win, Valiant replied. How long before your own people start questioning your leadership? The crowd muttered. Selena's smile faltered slightly. Very well, she said finally. Dasha will fight your champion. The usual rules, no magic, no fluid. She looked directly at Adom. And no tricks. Dasha stretched languidly, rolling her shoulders. This won't take long, she purred, her tail swishing behind her. Adom stepped forward, studying his opponent. Where Hargast had been all brute force, Dasha was clearly built for speed and precision. Her muscles rippled beneath her fur, coiled and ready. Begin! Selena shouted, stepping back. Unlike Hargast, Dasha didn't rush in. She circled, analyzing, tail flicking methodically. Adom mirrored her movements, keeping his distance. The crowd grew restless, muttering at the lack of immediate action. Dasha lunged suddenly. She was like a blur, black and silver. Adam sidestepped, but she anticipated this, changing direction mid-air with feline agility. Her claws raked across his shoulder, not deep, but enough to draw blood. "First blood," she hissed, eyes gleaming. Adam touched his shoulder, feeling the wetness. The cut stung, but wasn't serious. He'd been too slow, or rather, she'd been faster than expected. "Hey, at least I got something out of it." "You're not going to knock me out with one punch," Dasha taunted, resuming her circling. "I'm not some lumbering ogre." She was right. This fight required different tactics. Adam adjusted his stance, centering his weight more, preparing for rapid movement. Dasha attacked again, this time feinting left before diving right. Adam read the movement, but still barely avoided her main attack, catching another shallow cut across his forearm. The panther beastkin laughed, a throaty sound. "Too slow, masked man." Adam remained silent, calculating. He needed to anticipate better, commit to his movements more fully. With flow prediction active, he could see her intentions forming before she moved. But her natural speed made capitalizing on that knowledge difficult. The next time she attacked, he was ready. Instead of dodging, he stepped into her path, forcing her to adjust. As she twisted, he struck, not with full strength, but with precision, catching her side with a short, sharp blow. Dasha grunted, eyes widening in surprise as she skidded sideways. The crowd gasped. She touched her ribs, wincing. "Lucky hit," she snarled, but her confidence had clearly faltered. Now Adam advanced, no longer waiting for her attacks. He moved deliberately, controlling the space between them. When Dasha darted in, he was there to meet her, blocking her path and forcing her to retreat or risk another precise strike. Frustration showed in her movements, more aggression, less calculation. Exactly what Adam wanted. "Stand still," she hissed, launching a flurry of attacks that Adam neutralized with controlled movements, each time positioning himself to limit her options. When she overextended on a desperate lunge, Adam saw his opportunity. He sidestepped her claws, grabbed her extended arm, and used her own momentum to slam her into the ground. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs. Before she could recover, Adam pinned her, applying carefully modulated pressure to her shoulder, enough to immobilize without causing permanent damage. "Yield," he said quietly. Dasha struggled, then went limp as Adam increased the pressure slightly. "I yield," she gasped. The crowd erupted into a mixture of cheers and disbelieving shouts. Selena stood frozen, her composed facade cracking. Adam released Dasha and stepped back, offering a hand to help her up. She ignored it, rising with a wince. "Who are you?" she asked, rubbing her shoulder. "Just someone who knows how to read his opponents," Adam replied. Valiant was practically dancing with excitement, hopping from one foot to another.
Zuni chirped happily beside him. "By the right of contest, the Merchants' Quarter Network and all associated assets now belong to the Whisperers," Selena declared formally, though her voice was tight with suppressed anger. "Two down!" Valiant crowed, hurrying to Adam's side. "You're amazing! But are you okay? Those cuts—" "Then nothing," Adam said, wiping blood from his shoulder. "Let's move on." As the crowd dispersed and Selena's people reluctantly gathered to acknowledge their new leadership, Valiant grabbed Zuni and hugged the Quillic tightly. "We're going to rule the Undertow by morning." 2 hours later. The slaughterhouse district carried its name honestly. The stench of old blood and decay hung in the air, turning stronger as they approached the Red Hook's territory. Their headquarters was a 3-story abattoir, its stone walls stained dark with years of butchery. By now, a substantial crowd followed them,
Valiant's reclaimed informants, curious onlookers, and those eager to witness the masked champion's third challenge. The story of his victories had spread like wildfire through the undertow, growing with each telling. "The Red Hooks are the worst," Valiant warned, his earlier exuberance tempered by obvious anxiety. "Their leader, Ruckus, he's not right in the head. And the Butcher," he swallowed. "They call him that for a reason." As they approached the abattoir, figures emerged from the shadows. Men and women with red hooks tattooed on their forearms or necks, all armed, all watching with predatory focus. The massive doors of the abattoir swung open. A mountain of a man stepped out, easily 7 feet tall, with shoulders like a bull and arms corded with muscle. His face was a nightmare of scar tissue, one eye milky white, the other glittering with malice. In his hand, he carried a massive cleaver, crusted with what looked like dried blood. "The Butcher," someone whispered behind them.
Behind him came a smaller figure, a wiry man with a shock of red hair and a necklace made of what appeared to be human teeth. Ugh. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Valiant Mouse," the man said, his voice surprisingly soft. "Come to lose everything, have you?" "Ruckus," Valiant replied, standing straighter. "I invoke the right of contest for the return of my Eastern District network." Ruckus ran a finger along his necklace, toying with one of the teeth. "I've heard strange tales tonight. Your masked friend beat Hargast with one punch. He outmaneuvered Dasha like she was a kitten." His eyes fixed on Adam. "But the Butcher isn't like them. The Butcher enjoys pain." The massive man grinned, revealing blackened teeth. He dragged his cleaver across the ground, creating a sound like a dying animal. "No magic, no fluid," Ruckus continued, circling them. "Just flesh against flesh, blood against blood." He stopped, his smile widening. "Fight till submission or death." Adam studied the Butcher carefully. Unlike his previous opponents, there was no calculation in those eyes, only hunger. This wasn't just a fighter. This was a sadist who lived for combat. The fight area had been prepared in advance, a crude ring marked with splashes of red paint that Adam suspected wasn't paint at all. What the hell is wrong with these people? The crowd pressed back against surrounding buildings, leaving the center clear. "Begin whenever you're ready," Ruckus said, stepping back with a theatrical bow. The Butcher didn't wait. He charged with surprising speed, cleaver raised high. "Whoa!" Adam dodged the initial swing, feeling the air displacement as the massive blade whistled past his head. The Butcher's momentum carried him forward, but unlike Hargast, he recovered quickly, pivoting with unexpected agility for his size. The second attack came low, forcing Adam to leap backward. The Butcher pressed forward relentlessly, each swing of his cleaver driving Adam further back. This wasn't working. Unlike Dasha, who could be countered with positioning, or Hargast, who overcommitted to his attacks, the Butcher combined raw power with controlled aggression. He didn't expose weaknesses, he created openings through sheer pressure. Time to change strategies. When the next attack came, instead of retreating, Adam stepped into the Butcher's space. The move surprised his opponent, disrupting his rhythm. Adam struck hard at the Butcher's cleaver arm, aiming for the nerve cluster near the elbow. The Butcher grunted, his grip on the weapon loosening momentarily, but not enough to drop it. He slammed his free fist into Adam's chest, sending him staggering back. "You hit hard, little man," the Butcher growled, voice like gravel. "But not hard enough." Adam steadied himself, re-evaluating. The Butcher was stronger than he'd anticipated, and far more resistant to pain. Direct attacks wouldn't work. He needed to be smarter. He circled warily,
watching the butcher's movements. The man relied heavily on his right side, favoring his cleaver arm. There was a slight hitch in his left knee, an old injury, perhaps. The butcher attacked again, a diagonal slash that would have bisected Adam if it had connected. Adam ducked under it and drove his fist into the butcher's left knee with carefully controlled force, enough to cause pain without shattering the joint. Getting the hang of it, he thought. This series of brawls had become an opportunity for him to learn how to control his skill, and it was working. The butcher roared, leg buckling slightly. Adam followed through immediately, hammering 2 rapid strikes to the man's ribs before dancing away from the retaliatory swing.
"I'll skin you alive,"
the butcher snarled, fury replacing his earlier confidence. The fight intensified. The butcher abandoned technique for rage-fueled power, each attack wilder than the last. Adam remained disciplined, targeting weak points systematically. The injured knee, the overextended elbow, the unprotected ribs. Blood streaked the butcher's face from a cut over his eye. One arm hung slightly lower than the other, the accumulation of Adam's precise strikes taking their toll. But still, he kept coming, driven by something beyond pain or reason. The crowd had fallen silent, watching in awed disbelief as the masked challenger systematically dismantled the butcher. When the butcher lunged forward in a desperate attack, Adam was ready. He stepped aside, caught the cleaver arm at the wrist, and applied a joint lock. It wasn't much. He just stopped using flow prediction for less than a second and... Ah! The sickening crack of breaking bone echoed through the slaughterhouse district. The cleaver clattered to the ground. The butcher dropped to one knee, his right arm hanging uselessly. "Yield," Adam said firmly, standing over him. The butcher looked up, his one good eye burning with hatred. "Never," he spat, then lunged for Adam's legs. Adam sidestepped the clumsy attack and delivered a final, precise strike to the base of the butcher's skull, just enough to render him unconscious without causing permanent damage. The butcher collapsed face first onto the bloody ground. Silence stretched for several heartbeats before Ruckus began to slow clap. "Well played, masked man," he said softly. "Well played indeed." I do not like this guy, thought Adam. Valiant stood speechless, actual tears welling in his eyes. Behind him, his reclaimed informants stared in disbelief. Zuni chirped excitedly, bouncing on his haunches. "By the right of contest," Ruckus declared, his voice carrying across the silent crowd. "The Eastern District Network and all associated assets now belong to the Whisperers." Valiant finally broke his stunned silence, rushing forward with Zuni in his arms. The mouse beastkin was openly weeping. "You did it," he choked out. "You actually did it! All 3! In one night!" Tears streamed down his furry face. "I can't believe... I never thought..." Unable to complete his sentence, Valiant simply hugged Adam's legs, Zuni sandwiched between them, chirping happily. "Thank you," Valiant whispered. "Thank you." Chapter 72. The Talk. "Does it hurt?" Valiant asked, dabbing antiseptic on the shallow cuts across Adom's shoulder. They were back in Valiant's living room. The place looked different now, more alive. Extra lamps had been lit. Papers were spread across the table. A half-eaten celebration pastry sat abandoned on a plate. The room practically hummed with new energy. "Not really," Adam replied, wincing slightly as the antiseptic stung. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. The cuts could have been much worse without Whiteworm. They were already closing after less than an hour, and had Valiant not insisted on the antiseptic, Adam wouldn't have done it. "I've had worse." "I know you have." Valiant's pause worked with surprising delicacy.
Zuni chirped from a nearby shelf, where he was methodically reorganizing Valiant's collection of small trinkets. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, Valiant replied to the Quillic. This kid's really something. You understand him now? Adom asked. No, but it feels rude not to respond. Valiant finished bandaging Adom's shoulder and stepped back to admire his work. I can't believe we pulled it off. 3 major gangs in one night. He spun in a circle, arms outstretched. The Whisperers are back, baby. Don't strain yourself, Adom said dryly. Your ego looks heavy. Oh, let me have this. Valiant hopped onto the table, dancing a little jig that sent papers flying. Do you have any idea how long I've worked for this? My uncle spent years building his network, and I lost it in weeks. And now, he did a surprisingly athletic backflip. Huh. It's all back. I'm happy for you. And Adom genuinely was. There was something infectious about the mouse beastkin's unbridled joy. We should celebrate, Valiant declared, snatching up the half-eaten pastry. I know a place that serves the best honey cakes in... I need a favor. Valiant froze mid-bite.
A favor? You just reclaimed my entire life's work, and you're asking for a favor like it's some big request. He set down the pastry and planted his paws on his hips. Name it. Anything. You want someone followed? Information on a noble? The crown jewels? I mean, that last one might be tricky, but... I need information on the House of Merchants. Oh. Valiant's whiskers twitched. That's surprisingly reasonable. Adom leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I'm establishing a guild. We have property, funding, but we need to secure a seat in the House of Merchants. Wait, you're starting a merchant guild? Valiant blinked rapidly. I thought it was just some research project for the academy or something. You're literally 13. Almost 14, Adom corrected. And that makes it better how? Most kids your age are worrying about homework, not establishing merchant guilds and punching ogres. I'm not most kids. Clearly. Valiant rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, a merchant guild, huh? What kind? Magical artifacts, mainly. Monster parts, rare components, possibly some alchemical supplies. Valiant's eyes widened. That's high-end merchandise. Very profitable, but also very competitive. Which is why I need information on who we're up against. Adom glanced around the room. Your network reaches the merchant districts, right? Does a bear shit in the woods? Valiant paused. Actually, some bears probably don't. Zoo bears, for instance. Or bears in very urban... Valiant. Right, sorry. Yes, we have eyes and ears throughout the merchant districts. After tonight, even more. Adom nodded. I need to know everything. Who holds the power in the house? Who can be bribed? Who can be reasoned with? Who's untouchable? Alliances, feuds, scandals. Anything we can use. That's a lot of intelligence gathering, Valiant said, suddenly more businesslike. But doable. There's more, Adom continued. I want to propose a partnership. Once we establish the guild, I want your network to expand with us. Valiant's ears perked up. Expand? Like legitimate business expand? Exactly. Your people become our eyes and ears across the world. We provide resources, backing, protection. You're serious? Valiant's voice had lost its usual manic edge, replaced by something quieter, more intense. Completely. My uncle. Valiant looked away, blinking rapidly. He always said the real dream wasn't just running an information network, but using it to actually change things down here. He gestured toward the window.
With enough resources, enough legitimate business, we could start making the dregs better. Give people real work, real opportunities. That's what I'm offering. The guild could invest in the dregs, infrastructures, jobs, security. I think there's a lot of potential here. Erin's a living proof of that. Valiant studied him for a long moment. Then his face split into a grin. Well then, partner. Consider the Whisperers at your service. He extended his paw. Adom shook it. Get me that information on the House of Merchants. We'll meet again in a few days to discuss next steps. A few days? I can have preliminary reports by tomorrow. Be thorough, not just fast. We only get one shot at this. Valiant nodded, trying to contain his excitement and failing miserably. Right. Thorough. Quality over quantity. Got it. Adom rose from his chair, feeling the fatigue of the night finally catching up to him. Zuni hopped from the shelf to his shoulder, settling into his familiar spot. You might want to consider getting some protection, Adom said, adjusting his mask back over his face. You just became much more important to a lot more people. Protection? Valiant scoffed. I wouldn't need protection if I had electrical powers. Adom laughed, despite himself. Still on that, are you? Always will be, Valiant replied, with a theatrical sigh.
One lightning-wielding mouse could change the world, I tell you.
Try to be discreet.
I'm the soul of discretion. Adom gave him a look.
Okay, fine. I'll be extra careful. Extra careful. That's all I ask. Good night, Valiant. It's morning, actually. That too. As Adom stepped outside into the early morning light, Valiant called after him. Hey, Adom! He turned back. Yes? Valiant was standing in the doorway, suddenly looking smaller and oddly vulnerable. I know I said this already, but, thanks. For everything. I really mean it. The sincerity in his voice caught Adom off guard. You're welcome, he replied simply. Valiant nodded once, then his usual manic energy returned. Now go get some sleep. You look terrible. And don't forget, the Whisperers and Adom's Mystery Guild, partners in crime. He paused. Well, not actual crime, unless necessary, which it probably won't be, but if it is... Adom closed the door. Adom yawned as he pushed open the door to his dorm room. Morning light streamed through the hallway windows behind him. His muscles ached. The cuts on his shoulders stung. He wanted nothing more than to collapse into bed and sleep for a week. Instead, he found Sam on the floor, arms trembling slightly as he pushed himself up and down. 48, 49, 50, Sam grunted, holding the position at the top of the last push-up for a moment before looking up. Well, look who's back. Damn, 50 in a row? Adom closed the door behind him, Zuni hopping from his shoulder to scurry across to his own little nest of blankets in the corner. 52, actually. Sam sat back on his heels, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. You missed morning count. I was busy. I noticed. Sam reached for a small towel draped over his bed. Busy avoiding the talk, perhaps? Adom winced. I know how this looks. You don't have to feel obligated to tell me anything.
Sam dabbed at his face and neck.
Honestly, I shouldn't have pressed. No, it's not that. Adom dropped onto his bed, springs creaking under his weight. He exhaled slowly. The truth was he'd been thinking about this moment for days. What to say, how to say it, whether to say anything at all. It was a risk, a huge one. The fewer people who knew his story, the safer he'd be. If the wrong person found out about his regression, about the future he remembered, about his abilities, they could twist it, use it against him. They could mark him as dangerous, unstable, a threat. So far, only his parents knew the full truth. Bob knew most of it. And now, Sam. Trustworthy, loyal, uncomplicated Sam. Would he even believe it? Would he think Adom had lost his mind? Would it ruin their friendship? "You look awful, by the way." Sam's voice cut through Adom's thoughts. "No offense, but you look like you got dragged through the entire undertow backwards." "Thanks for the assessment. Maybe you should stay in today, skip classes." "That bad, huh?" "It's mostly theory lessons anyway," Sam shrugged. "Nothing you can't catch up on." "Yeah, I was planning to take a sick day regardless." Adom rubbed his eyes. They felt like they'd been scrubbed with sand. Sam stood, stretching his arms over his head. "Well, if you need anything, sit down." The words came out more abruptly than Adom intended. "Please." Sam paused, then slowly lowered himself onto his own bed, facing Adom. "All right. What I'm about to tell you might sound crazy." Adom found himself staring at the floor, unable to meet Sam's eyes. "Hell, even I still have questions about how it happened." "You're making me nervous." Adom looked up, meeting Sam's gaze directly. "I'm a regressor." Sam's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I died." "You... what?" Sam's voice rose slightly, confusion evident. "Not for long," Adom added quickly, realizing how that sounded. "I mean, I died when I was 79, in the future. Then I met Death, and she sent me back." "She?" Sam repeated. "Death was a woman." "That's all you got from that?" "She appeared that way to me," Adom continued, deciding to not change the subject. "It's different for everyone. Could be a man, a boy, a truck, whatever." "A truck?" "It's a sort of vehicle that won't be invented for another 50 years or so." Sam didn't respond. He just stared, his expression unreadable. Adom took a deep breath. "In my past life, or future life, I guess, things went badly. Really badly. The world basically went to shit." "Went to... okay." Sam's voice was carefully neutral. "And Death sent you back to fix things?" "Sort of." Adom shifted on the bed. "Look, in my original timeline, I was sick. Weak. Unable to do anything. I lived through the rise of the world Dunjoan. Watched as the world tore itself apart with new powers nobody understood how to control. I was too old to develop fluid abilities, so I just... watched." Sam remained silent, but his eyes never left Adom's face. "By the time I was 79, more than half the world's population was dead. Civilizations had collapsed. The few Mage enclaves that survived were under constant attack. I had nothing left. So I killed myself." "You killed yourself," Sam repeated flatly. "Yes, and that's when I met Death." Adom's fingers absently traced patterns on his blanket. "She offered me a deal. Come back, try again, get a second chance, but with knowledge that could help me change things." He continued, detailing his regression, his memories of the future, the chaos that would come. He explained his accelerated development, his unusual skill with magic, his behavior as of late, his plans and preparations. He told Sam about his parents, about Bob, about his time at the academy, how he was trying to gather allies, build resources, prepare for what was coming. "So when you made that potion in the alchemy in class," Sam interrupted, "when you seemed to know exactly what to do, I'd seen it done before. in my previous life. Sam fell silent again, processing. Adom continued his story, explaining more about the future, the technologies, the conflicts, the changes, both wonderful and terrible. How the emergence of Dragon's Breath would upend the world's power structures. How unprepared they all were. Finally, after nearly an hour of talking, Adom fell silent. Sam hadn't moved throughout the entire explanation. He sat perfectly still, barely even blinking, just listening and absorbing. The silence stretched between them, growing heavier by the second. Adom watched his friend carefully. He trusted Sam to keep his secret. That wasn't in question. What had stopped him from revealing himself earlier wasn't lack of trust, but fear. A lingering, irrational fear born from the shock of regression. Fear of rejection, of disbelief, of somehow making things worse by sharing his knowledge. "Say something," Adom finally said. Sam took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "Well," he said, "that explains a few things." "You're not freaking out?" Adom asked, genuinely surprised by Sam's calm reaction. Sam adjusted his glasses, pushing them higher on his nose with one finger. "Well, I had several theories. Time travel was one of them." "Time travel?" "I knew you were still Adom, but also not Adom. See what I mean?" "Mm-hmm." Sam's composure suddenly cracked. He leaned forward, eyes wide with excitement. "This is absolutely mind-blowing. Do you realize the implications? The metaphysical ramifications alone are staggering." "Keep your voice down," Adom hissed. Sorry. Sam lowered his volume, but couldn't contain his enthusiasm. "It's just, wow. I know why you hesitated to tell anyone. The world's stance on temporal manipulation is extremely clear."
People have been executed for merely attempting theoretical time travel spells. Hence my caution. But this is different. You didn't cause it. Death herself, or itself, I suppose, intervened. Sam's hands moved as he spoke, gesturing excitedly. Your sudden behavioral changes, your advanced abilities, your seemingly impossible knowledge. It all fits a regression hypothesis perfectly. You actually believe me? Of course I do. A simple head injury couldn't possibly account for such fundamental changes. The statistical probability of someone spontaneously developing your level of skill is approximately 1 in 7.3 million, according to Professor Nembrecht's research on prodigies. You calculated the odds. I had time to think. Sam suddenly gasped. Oh! You didn't say anything about me in the future. What was I like as an adult? I probably died before you, but still. Was I tall? Did I grow taller than you? Did I have a wife? What was her name? Did I become a researcher like I've always wanted? Adom fell silent. He looked at his friend's eager face, the excited gleam in his eyes, and felt a weight settle in his chest. Sam, he said quietly. Something in his tone made Sam's smile fade. What is it? Adom offered an apologetic half-smile. You killed yourself during our 4th year at the academy. Because of the bullying. Oh. Sam's voice was very small. That's darker than I imagined. The room felt suddenly still. Zuni, sensing the shift in mood, chirped softly from his corner. I'm sorry, Adom said. I shouldn't have. No. Sam straightened his shoulders. I'm not the same Sam who would do that. Sam, I mean it. His voice was firm now. I'm determined to be the best version of myself.
This just gives me more reason to try harder. He suddenly got up. I will go above and beyond. That was incredibly cringy. I know, right? Sam grinned, adjusting his glasses again. But I meant it.
Anyway, since you're technically an old man now, don't you get bored hanging around with a kid like me? It's a bit more complicated than that. Adam started removing his shoes and glasses. But that's a story for another time. Fair enough. Sam watched as Adam stripped down to his underwear, exposing a few more shallow cuts and bruises across his torso. Where did you get all those, by the way? I'll tell you about that tomorrow. Adam yawned widely. It's been a long night. He collapsed onto his bed, feeling the familiar bone-deep weariness that came from using his abilities extensively. Every time he pushed his skills, especially healing factor, it drained his energy reserves more and more. You look like you're about to pass out, Sam observed. Acute observation. Adam's eyelids felt like they had stones tied to them. Wake me if the building's on fire. Otherwise, assume I'm dead. Technically, you already were. Shut up, Sam. Sleep well, old man. As consciousness slipped away, Adam felt an unexpected lightness. Telling Sam had been easier than he'd expected. No drama, no disbelief, just acceptance. And maybe a bit too much enthusiasm. He should have done it sooner. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that he'd forgotten to tell Sam about Cass and the Merchant Guild. Tomorrow, he decided. He'd explain everything tomorrow. Then he was gone, pulled under by exhaustion, while Zuni chirped softly in the corner, and Sam quietly returned to his push-ups, counting under his breath. 1, 2, 53 was my record. I can do better. 3. Chapter 73. Shadows. Adam stood in line at the post office, tapping the envelope against his palm. It felt heavier than it should have, though it contained just a single sheet of paper. He counted the people ahead of him. 4. His eyes drifted to the clock on the wall. 1:17 p.m. The place smelled of paper and ink, and something faintly spicy that might have been the perfume of the woman 2 spots ahead. He stifled a yawn. 6 hours of sleep hadn't been nearly enough, and his body was making that abundantly clear. The bed back in his dorm still called to him like a siren. The line shuffled forward. The letter to Duke Lightbringer was carefully worded, signed with his father's name and sealed with the House Scylla crest he'd borrowed from the Academy's heraldry collection. Not technically forgery, since his father would absolutely approve, but still not entirely above board. The Duke would understand the necessity. 3 people ahead. Adam shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The messenger service wasn't cheap, especially for priority delivery to Sundar. But he needed this letter in Duke Lightbringer's hands by tomorrow evening at the latest. The Duke had connections throughout the House of Merchants, connections that could mean the difference between securing their seat and watching the whole plan collapse. 2 people ahead. His finger traced the wax seal. High-quality stuff, at least. The kind that would pass cursory inspection from the Duke's staff. And the letterhead was genuine House Scylla stationery. His mother had given him a stack when he was leaving Kati. For whatever important matters may arise, she'd said quietly. At the time, Adam had simply nodded and tucked them away. He hadn't expected to need them so soon, and certainly not for something like Merchant Guild applications. The line moved again. Zuni chirped quietly from inside Adam's jacket pocket, apparently bored with the waiting. Adam gently tapped the pocket, signaling for quiet. The last thing he needed was to draw attention in a public place. 1 person ahead.
The clerk behind the counter looked half asleep, weighing packages and stamping forms.
His eyes never quite focused on the customers, and his responses were monosyllabic grunts that somehow still conveyed exactly what he meant. Next. Adam stepped forward, placing the envelope on the counter. Priority delivery to Sundar, House Lightbringer Estate. The clerk raised an eyebrow, finally looking fully awake. House Lightbringer? That's noble correspondence. His eyes flicked to the seal. Is that House Scylla? I'll need verification. Adam slid his academy identification across the counter. I'm authorized to send on behalf of Lord Scylla. It wasn't a complete lie. His father had given him carte blanche when it came to correspondence, even if he hadn't specifically approved this particular letter. The clerk examined the ID, then the letter, then Adam's face. Adam met his gaze evenly. After a moment, the clerk nodded and reached for his stamp. 15 silver for priority to Kati. 20 if you want confirmation of receipt. 20 then. Adam counted out the coins from his pouch, placing them on the counter with a soft clink. The clerk swept the money into his drawer and handed Adam a receipt. 1 to 2 days delivery. Confirmation will come by return messenger. Thank you. That done, Adam stepped back into the morning sunlight, checking the second item off his mental list. The first had been easier, just asking Sam to approach his father about sponsorship. Sam had agreed immediately, almost eager for the chance to show his usefulness. My father's always going on about business opportunities, he'd said. He'll jump at this if I frame it right. Adam wasn't so sure, but he trusted Sam to handle it. Pulling out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, Adam consulted his to-do list. Sam's request was marked with a check. The letter to Duke Lightbringer now had one too. Next on the list, visit Mr. Biggins, sponsor number 3. He tucked the list away and headed east, toward the merchant district. The early afternoon crowds parted around him as he walked, lost in thought. Today's brief sleep had been strange. In fact, these past few days, all his dreams had been sporadic, disjointed things, random images forgotten upon waking. But this time was different. He'd dreamed of the tree again, that apple tree in the cave, its branches thriving sunlight. He had no idea where the source was. And at its base, surrounded by twisted roots and leaves, lay the egg. It burned with blue fire that gave off no heat, its flames licking the air but consuming nothing. In the dream, he'd approached the egg, reached out to touch it. But just before his fingers made contact, the scene dissolved, and then he would wake up. Before, it had taken Vaishari tea to induce such vivid dreams, but now they were coming on their own, unannounced and uninvited. Perhaps Mr. Biggins would know something about it. The old dragon had been alive for centuries, after all. If anyone might recognize the significance of recurring dreams about eggs wreathed in blue flame, it would be him. A cart rumbled past, splashing through a puddle. Adam sidestepped neatly, avoiding the spray. Mr. Biggins's shop wasn't far now, just past the baker's and around the corner. The wooden sign, Weird Stuff Store, came into view, swinging gently in the afternoon breeze. No cats today. They were rarely here as of late. Third sponsor, and perhaps answers about the dreams. 2 birds, 1 stone. Adam rolled his shoulders, feeling the lingering soreness from last night's fights. The cuts on his arm had already completely healed, leaving only faint pink lines where Dasha's claws had struck. Was certainly useful, even if it drained him for heavier wounds. And sleeping seemed to accelerate the healing too. Zuni chirped again from his pocket, more insistently this time. I know, Adam muttered. We'll get lunch after this. The Quillick's answering chirp sounded suspiciously like disagreement.
As Adam reached for the shop door, he paused, glancing back over his shoulder at the busy street. For a moment, he'd felt something. A prickling at the back of his neck, like he was being watched. But the feeling passed as quickly as it had come. Just nerves, probably. Or lack of sleep. The bell above the door jingled as Adam pushed it open, releasing the shop's scent. This time, a peculiar blend of old parchment, exotic spices, and something faintly metallic. Emma stood behind the counter, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, absent-mindedly reshelving a row of small crystal figurines. She looked up at the sound of the bell, her rehearsed greeting already halfway out. "Welcome to Weird Stuff Oh, hey, Adam!" Her professional smile shifted to genuine recognition. A small crystal dragon nearly toppled from her hand before she caught it with an impressively quick save. "Hey, Emma. It's been a while," Adam nodded, stepping over what appeared to be a self-sweeping broom that had fallen asleep on the job. The bristles snored softly against the floorboards. Was this by design? "Almost 3 weeks." She carefully set down the dragon figurine. "I was starting to think you'd found a better weird stuff store." As if such a thing exists. Adam glanced around at the impossibly cramped shelves that somehow contained more items than the space should physically allow. "How's 4th year treating you?" "Brutal." She tapped a thick tome beneath the counter. "Professor Lochna assigned a 15-page essay on the socio-political implications of healing magic. Due tomorrow." "Sounds thrilling." "About as thrilling as watching paint dry on a sloth." She blew a stray hair from her face. "How about you? Still the Academy's most famous 3rd year?" "I prefer enigmatic," Adam replied. "Is Mr. Biggins around?" "Yeah, he's in the Adam, Scylla!" The voice boomed from somewhere behind the beaded curtain at the back of the shop, causing several delicate glass objects to rattle ominously on their shelves. The curtain parted with dramatic flair as Mr. Biggins emerged, resplendent in a purple top hat adorned with what might have been peacock feathers if peacocks were fluorescent and occasionally blinked. His coat, a patchwork affair of at least 17 different fabrics, swirled around his ankles as he strode forward. "Perfect timing, absolutely perfect," Mr. Biggins declared, adjusting his monocle, which magnified his right eye to almost comical proportions. "I was just saying to myself, Biggins, what you need right now is an Adam Scylla. And lo and behold, here you are." Emma stifled a laugh. "I was just telling him you were in the—" "No time for explanations," Biggins cut her off, seizing Adam by the arm with surprising strength. "Terribly urgent business, my boy. Simply can't wait." "Whoa!" Adam found himself being steered toward the door. "Emma, dear," Biggins called over his shoulder. "Mind the shop. Everything is 100% off for the next hour." Emma's eyebrows shot up. 100% off? As in, free? "Precisely. Marvelous grasp of mathematics you have," Biggins beamed at her. "Take care of yourself as well. Don't let the miniature kraken out of its tank. It's been rather moody since Tuesday." Before Adam could process what was happening, he was halfway out the door, Zuni chirping in confusion from his pocket. "Wait, 100% off?" Adam asked. "Are you looking for another employee or going out of business?" Biggins tisked, pushing him fully outside. "As greedy as a dragon, this one. Already has a mountain of gold and still wants discounts." Did he just imply dragons are greedy? Adam wondered, not for the first time. He'd always wanted to ask if the stereotypes were true, but something about Biggins's knowing smile always made him hesitate. The door closed behind them with a definitive click. Emma's bewildered expression visible through the window as she looked around at the suddenly free merchandise. "She'll be fine," Biggins said, adjusting his hat. "Probably."
Wait, slow down! Adam tried to dig in his heels, but it was like trying to anchor a ship with a teacup. Biggins propelled him forward with uncanny momentum, weaving through the crowded marketplace with the precision of a needle through fabric. Yes, that was the perfect description. This could only be a spell, as Adam was not even using his legs. They were just moving between people like fluid. Did that make sense? That did not make any sense. "No time for dawdling," Biggins declared, his purple hat somehow remaining perfectly balanced despite their pace. They were probably faster than a horse at full speed right now. "No time at all." The afternoon crowd was thick, merchants haggling, customers browsing, street performers juggling what appeared to be small flaming salamanders. A cart of apples tipped over as they rushed past, sending fruit rolling across cobblestones. "What's going on? Whoa!" Adam nearly collided with a woman carrying a stack of fabric bolts. "Sorry," he called back as Biggins yanked him onward. Zuni chirped frantically from his pocket, tiny quills vibrating in agitation. "Aha!" Biggins exclaimed, not slowing. "Listen to your little friend there. Quillix know. They always know." "Know what?" Adam stumbled over an uneven paving stone. "What is he saying?" Biggins suddenly stopped, so abruptly that Adam nearly crashed into him. The old shopkeeper's expression shifted, playfulness giving way to something sharper, more focused. He turned to face Adam directly. His pupils were a line, vertical. "You're being followed, my boy," he said, voice dropping to just above a whisper. "By shadows." Adam's blood ran cold.
Shadows? What do you— Biggins was already moving again, pulling Adam down a narrow alley between a bakery and a blacksmith shop. The sounds of the marketplace faded slightly, replaced by the hiss of a forge and the scent of baking bread.
"Don't look now," Biggins murmured, "but they're right behind us. Have probably been since you left your dormitory." Instinctively, Adam glanced back. The alley appeared empty, save for a stray cat licking its paw. "I don't see anything." "Of course you don't," Biggins sounded almost delighted. "That's why they're called shadows, not obvious pursuers wearing bright orange hats." They emerged from the alley into a smaller square. A fountain burbled at its center, children tossing copper coins into the water. "Now that they know you're aware of them," Biggins continued, his pace quickening, "they'll likely move to capture rather than follow. Oh, how exciting." "Exciting?" Adam hissed. "I don't even know who they are." "Details, details," Biggins waved dismissively. "The important thing is that we're having an adventure." Adam tried to process this madness as Biggins dragged him across the square. He scanned it, but saw nothing suspicious, just ordinary people going about their day. No one seemed to be paying them any particular attention. Then he saw it, or rather, didn't see it. A patch of nothing. Like a piece of the world had been cut out, leaving a person-shaped hole in reality. It moved with purpose through the crowd, which parted unconsciously around it. "What the—" "Don't stare!" Biggins yanked him behind the fountain. "They feed on attention." "They what?" "Figure of speech. Mostly." Biggins adjusted his hat. "Now, I hope you're not afraid of heights." Before Adam could respond, Biggins grabbed his arm with both hands. The world lurched sideways, then upward. "What are you— Put me down!" But it was too late. The ground fell away beneath them.
Wind rushed past Adam's face as they shot upward, leaving his stomach somewhere around his ankles. Buildings shrank below, people reduced to specks. They were flying. Actually flying. Zuni chirped in alarm, clinging to the inside of Adam's pocket. "I hate flying!"
Adam shouted over the wind, eyes screwed shut. Nonsense, Biggins called back cheerfully. Everyone loves flying. They just don't all know it yet. Adam risked opening one eye. The city sprawled beneath them, a patchwork of rooftops and streets. People continued their business, apparently oblivious to two figures soaring overhead. Why isn't anyone looking up? Adam managed, fighting nausea. We're invisible to most, Biggins explained, steering them east with casual ease. A simple perception filter. Only those with the sight can spot us now. The sight? Mages with certain talents, children under 7, cats, and fairies, of course. Fairies? Naturally. Adam's tears, whether from the wind or sheer terror he wasn't sure, blurred his vision as they soared over the eastern districts. The city gave way to suburbs, then to countryside, and finally the coastline came into view, a long stretch of sand meeting the vast blue expanse of the ocean. Biggins began to descend toward a secluded cove, hidden from the main beach by jutting rocks. No people, just sand, waves, and seabirds circling overhead. Their landing was less graceful than their takeoff. Adam's feet hit the sand first, his knees buckling beneath him. He sprawled forward, face planting into the cool, damp sand, as Biggins landed beside him with the delicate precision of a ballet dancer. There we are, the shopkeeper declared, dusting off his coat. Safe and sound, miles from any shadows. Adam pushed himself up, spitting sand. What? He demanded. The hell was that? Oh, shadows, Biggins said, brushing sand from his outlandish coat as casually as if Adam had asked about the weather. Nasty little things.
Like parasites, really. They attach themselves to the mortal plane through cracks between dimensions. Must be working for a greater demon, judging by their coordination. Adom's heart pounded in his chest. His mouth opened, but no words came out. The blood rushing in his ears drowned out even the sound of the waves. Biggins let out a hearty laugh. No need to be afraid, my boy. You're with me after all. He adjusted his monocle with practiced precision. Most people go their entire lives without seeing shadows. Consider yourself fortunate. Adam finally found his voice. Fortunate? They were hunting me like... One moment, please. Biggins held up a finger, turning toward the horizon. He clacked his fingers together, a simple snap that shouldn't have sounded like thunder. A shockwave rippled outward, distorting the air like heat over summer roads. The effect was immediate. Where there had been nothing but empty beach and sky, Adam now saw them. Black figures moving across the sand, not running, not walking, but gliding. Their forms shifted and wavered, like smoke caught in conflicting winds. They had no faces, just darker spots where features should be. Adam scrambled to his feet, hands already weaving the pattern for a thunderbolt spell. Electricity crackled between his fingers. Oh, no need for that, Biggins said, pulling a set of small glass bottles from his seemingly bottomless pockets. If they knew who I was, they'd have never followed us here. Poor decision-making, really. In their defense, the shadow brain is quite small, about the size of a pebble. The shadows advanced, their movements becoming more erratic as they drew closer. One lunged forward, stretching impossibly long, its dark mass hurtling toward Adam. Biggins stepped in front of him and uncorked a bottle. What happened next defied explanation. The shadow screamed, not with a mouth, but with its entire being. The sound pierced Adam's ears like icicles. The black mass contorted, stretched, and then collapsed inward, sucked into the tiny bottle as if it were a black hole. Biggins corked it casually. See that? It's all in the wrist. He tossed the bottle to Adam, who caught it reflexively. Inside, the shadow pressed against the glass,
its form contorting in rage or pain. 2 more shadows attacked simultaneously, one from above, one from below. Biggin sidestepped the first, uncorking another bottle. The shadow above him screamed as it was pulled in. The one below tried to wrap around his ankles. "Oldest trick in the book," Biggin scoffed. He stomped his foot, and the sand beneath the shadow turned to glass, trapping part of its form. "You see that, Adam? Always control the battlefield. Remember that." The trapped shadow thrashed wildly. Biggins uncorked a third bottle, capturing it with a flourish. "Are you taking notes? There will be a quiz later," he called over his shoulder, dodging another attack with a dancer's grace. 4 more shadows circled them now, moving in perfect synchronization. They attacked from all sides at once. Biggin spun in place, bottles in both hands. His purple hat never moved. The shadows shrieked as they were captured, their sounds cutting off abruptly as the corks went in. "Teamwork!" Biggins exclaimed. "Shows higher intelligence! Bravo!" 3 more shadows emerged from behind a rock formation. 2 charged forward, while the third held back. "The cautious one's the leader," Biggins told Adam. "Always look for the one that hesitates." The attacking shadows met the same fate as their companions, sucked into bottles with almost comical efficiency. The leader turned to flee, stretching itself thin, moving across the sand faster than any human could run. Biggins sighed. They always run. Then he simply wasn't where he had been. One moment beside Adam, the next directly in front of the escaping shadow.
He hadn't seemed to move, just relocated, as if the space between were an inconvenient detail. "Going somewhere?" he asked, bottle already uncorked. The shadow's scream was louder than the others, more desperate. Then silence as the cork went in. Biggins walked back to a dome, 9 bottles clinking in his pockets. "And that's how it's done," he said, brushing invisible dust from his sleeves. "Shadows are nasty, but predictable. They actually love light, love fear, and have absolutely no appreciation for fine millinery." He adjusted his hat for emphasis. A dome stood frozen, the bottle still clutched in his hand. Inside, the shadow pressed against the glass, a living blob of darkness. What are you going to do with them?" he finally managed. Biggins took the bottle from Adome's hand and examined it like a fine wine. "Oh, various things. Shadow essence has many uses." He pocketed the bottle and looked at Adome directly, all traces of whimsy suddenly gone from his face. "So," Biggins said, his voice now serious, "I think it's time we had a little talk, don't you? Have you been dream-walking lately, my boy?"
Chapter 74. Control.
"Dream-walking?" Adom asked, the words feeling strange in his mouth.
"What are you talking about?"
Biggins studied him. The playful shopkeeper was gone, replaced by someone sharper, more focused. "Have you been having unusually vivid dreams lately, my boy? Dreams that feel more real than they should?" Adom's mind immediately flashed to the apple tree, the blue-flamed egg, the cave that felt more solid than any dream had a right to be.
"Wait, that was dream-walking?"
"Well, sort of." Biggins carefully arranged his bottles in a row on a flat rock, each shadow pressing against the glass like angry smoke. "True dream-walking is an active skill. What you've experienced sounds more like you've been invited, pulled into someone else's dreamscape."
"Someone else's? Who?"
Spirits are generally the only beings capable of dream-walking. Some fae, too. Biggins tapped one bottle thoughtfully. Its occupant recoiled. "More likely, a fae has been pulling you into their realm while you sleep." Adom sat down heavily on a nearby rock. Sand clung to his clothes, but he hardly noticed.
"Why would they do that?"
"That," Biggins said,
is the interesting question. He gestured at the bottled shadows. These fellows don't typically hunt humans at all. For them to track you, to follow you from the dream realm into the waking world, means you caught their attention. A human crossing into their territory would be quite unusual. I don't know what to make of what I saw, Adam admitted, running a hand through his sand-dusted hair. It seems significant, but I don't understand why. Shadows usually serve demons, Biggins continued, which means you've attracted the attention of something far more dangerous than these little parasites. Adam's brow furrowed. I thought demons were extinct. Not extinct, Biggins corrected, his voice dropping lower. Just contained, mostly. He tapped the bottle.
These little fellows suggest that mostly might be becoming less so these days. The dragon looked at him. Tell me exactly what you saw. Every detail. Adam closed his eyes, trying to recall the dream precisely. There's a cave. Not dark, somehow. In it grows an apple tree, its branches spreading out, basking in sunlight even though we're underground. The roots twist around the base of the trunk, and nestled among them is an egg. An egg? Yes, not a bird's egg, larger, about the size of my head, and it's wreathed in blue flames that don't burn anything. Biggins stroked his chin. Anything else? Any sounds, sensations, presences? Adam hesitated. I think there was someone else there. I never saw them clearly, but I felt watched. A presence. A woman, maybe. She spoke in what I assumed to be Fey language. Biggins tapped his fingers against his thigh in a complex rhythm. A dryad, most likely. The tree would be hers, her physical anchor to our world. But why pull me into her dreams? I've never even met a dryad. Another excellent question. Biggins gathered his bottles, tucking them carefully into various pockets. I'll need to investigate this further. Dryads don't typically interact with humans unless they have a very specific need, and they certainly don't share visions of blue-flamed eggs. He approached Adam, suddenly serious. In the meantime, we need to ensure you don't accidentally drift back. If shadows have found you once, others might follow. Others? What others? Let's just say shadows are the less ambitious of the dream predators. Biggins raised his hand toward Adam's forehead. May I? Adam hesitated, then nodded. Biggins pressed his index finger to the center of Adam's forehead. A warm sensation spread outward, like honey flowing under his skin. For a moment, Adam's vision swam with golden light, and then nothing. Just the normal afternoon sun, the sound of waves, the smell of salt. There, Biggins said, withdrawing his hand. With this, you shouldn't be able to dreamwalk again, accidentally or otherwise. You'll be invisible to what should not see you. What did you just do? Adam asked, touching his forehead. It felt normal. A simple warding, Biggins replied vaguely. Nothing to concern yourself with. But what about the dryad? If she's trying to contact me for a reason. If a dryad truly needs to speak with you, Biggins interrupted, she'll find another way. One that doesn't involve painting a target on your back for every shadow creature between here and the far realms. For a long moment, Adam just stared at Biggins. The old shopkeeper stood there, casually brushing sand from his outlandish coat, as if they hadn't just battled shadow creatures. As if he hadn't just casually mentioned demons being interested in Adam. As if everything about this situation was perfectly normal,
and required no further explanation. Adom opened his mouth to demand answers, but Biggins cut him off. "Young Adom, you've already got enough on those shoulders," he said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "Always overthinking, always worrying, always trying to carry the weight of every problem you encounter." He adjusted his glasses. "It's a commendable trait, but also exhausting. For you, most of all." The words hit. Adom closed his mouth. "Focus on what's in front of you," Biggins continued. "The things within your control. Let others handle what you can't." He tapped the bottles in his pocket. "Yes, a demon showing interest in you is concerning, but I'll look into this matter." Adom let out a deep exhale. "So," Biggins said, his tone brightening, "why don't you tell me why you really came to my shop today? I doubt it was just to discuss your dreams, though that turned out to be rather fortuitous timing." Adom blinked, realizing how far they'd drifted from his original purpose. "I actually came to ask for your help with something else entirely."
Thought as much, Biggins smiled. "Well, out with it then." Adom cleared his throat, abruptly shifting mental gears from demon hunters to business plans. It felt absurd to discuss something so mundane after what had just happened, but Biggins was waiting expectantly. "I'm trying to secure a seat on the House of Merchants," Adom explained. "I need 3 sponsors from existing guild members. I've got 1 lined up already, possibly 2, but I was hoping you might be able to help with the 3rd. "Ah, guild politics," Biggins clapped his hands together. "Delightful mess those are." He dropped down onto the sand, crossing his legs. The bottles in his pockets clinked as he settled. "We've been reviving the order these past few months," he said, voice becoming more measured. "Contacting old allies, re-establishing connections. Not quite operational yet, but we're getting there." Adom nodded. He couldn't count on the order's resources right now, not while Biggins was busy with the painstaking reconstruction. This had been the case for months, a topic of several late-night discussions over tea in the back room of the shop. "Finding trustworthy members is harder than you'd think," Biggins continued, pulling a pocket watch from his vest. "People can hide their true intentions remarkably well, even from a dragon." The Order's fracturing wasn't news. What had once been an organization dedicated to protection had seen several of its branches drift toward power and control over the decades. Biggins had been methodically verifying each member, a process that couldn't be rushed. "I can help with your guild situation. I know several members who owe me favors, some dating back centuries, if I'm being precise." "Centuries," Adom repeated flatly. "Well, from the time of the other Biggins before me," Biggins winked. "I'll pull a few strings, get you those sponsors." Adom's shoulders relaxed. At least something was going right today. "Thank you. I appreciate it." "By the way," Biggins said, adjusting his hat, "I was quite impressed with how you handled the silverback situation."
Adom stared at him. "You were there?"
"Of course I was there. You think I'd let you wander into that death trap alone?" Biggins looked genuinely offended. "After all the work we've put into keeping you alive this far."
"But if you were there, why didn't you help? That thing nearly killed me."
Biggins sighed, suddenly serious. "The goal of the Order is to prepare you, young Adom, to give you structure, allies, resources. My personal goal is to see to it that you develop properly. That means not intervening at the slightest sign of danger." He tapped his hat thoughtfully. "But yes, I do check up on you from time to time." Adom felt a knot in his chest loosening.
"Well, that's one thing taken care of then," he said, brushing sand from his trousers. "Now I just need to buy the property with Cass, and we'll be set."
"Before you go," Biggins said, rising to his feet with unexpected grace, "how about a little duel?" Zuni, who had been quietly examining a seashell, perked up instantly. A duel? Adam glanced between Biggins and the Quillic. Now? Why not? Biggins stretched his arms above his head. Several joints popped. I'd like to see how far you've come, how that skill of yours has developed overall. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Perhaps I could give you a few clues on how to better channel so much strength in such a little body. He winked. I know a thing or two about that particular challenge. Zuni chirped excitedly, circling Adam's legs. Adam hesitated, then broke into a grin. After some time holding back, measuring his strength, carefully controlling every movement, the chance to go all out was too tempting. All right, he said. Let's do it. Biggins nodded, looking pleased. He removed his coat and hat, putting them on the ground. The beach should give us enough room, he said, walking toward the water's edge, where the sand was firm. And fewer things to break out here. Adam followed, rolling his shoulders. Rules? Don't kill me, I won't kill you. Biggins shrugged, then adjusted his glasses. Beyond that, let's see what you can do. Ha, as if. Zuni scurried to a nearby rock for a better view as Adam took a ready stance. The sun cast their shadows long across the sand. The tide was coming in, waves lapping at the shore just beyond their makeshift arena. Biggins stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back. He looked completely at ease, like an elderly gentleman waiting for a carriage. Whenever you're ready, he said mildly. Adam didn't need to be told twice. He lunged forward, pulling on his skill, feeling the familiar surge of power filling his limbs. He'd start with something simple. Test the waters. Biggins remained motionless, watching Adam approach with that same mild expression. Just as Adam was about to reach him, the old man smiled. His fist met nothing but air. Too direct, came Biggins's voice from behind him. The world slowed around him as he sensed the old man's presence. He spun, already countering with a low sweep. Biggins wasn't there either. Better, the shopkeeper called from 5 paces to the left. But you're just reacting. Adam pivoted again, this time reaching deeper into Silverback's might, letting the raw power fuel his speed. He launched a flurry of strikes, each one missing as Biggins seemed to leave after images, always one step ahead. You're using strength like a hammer, Biggins commented, casually sidestepping another attack. But it should be a blade. Frustration built in Adam's chest. He paused, breathing hard, and watched Biggins, who hadn't even broken a sweat. Stop trying to hit me, and hit me, Biggins said with a grin. Adam narrowed his eyes. The old man was enjoying this a little too much. He closed his eyes for a second, focusing on flow prediction, letting the ambient sounds and movements around him paint a picture. When he moved again, it was with purpose. He feinted left, then right, creating his own rhythm of motion. Now you're thinking, Biggins said, still evading, but with slightly more effort. Channel that strength through your whole body, not just your strikes. Adam tried a different approach. Instead of chasing Biggins, he positioned himself near the water's edge, using the environment to limit the old man's movement options. Clever, Biggins nodded approvingly. But he suddenly appeared in Adam's blind spot, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. Limiting your opponent's movement means nothing if they're still faster than you. Adam spun, channeling all his strength into a palm strike that should have caught anyone, even someone as quick as Biggins. But the old man simply raised a finger, redirecting the force of the blow upward into empty air. Seriously? Good power,
Biggins said. Poor efficiency. For the next few minutes, Adam tried every combination of strikes and tactics he could think of. Biggins countered each one without ever seeming to exert himself, offering critiques as they went. That remarkable skill you have, flow prediction, was it? It alerts you to danger, but you're not using it proactively. Then it just went on and on and on. Advices on advices. Don't waste energy. Every movement should have purpose. Strength isn't just in your muscles, it's in how you use them. Finally, after a particularly aggressive combination that left Adam panting, Biggins caught his wrist mid-strike. The old man's grip was like iron, gentle but immovable. Enough, Biggins said. You've improved significantly, young Adam. You could hold your own against many opponents now in pure combat. Adam nodded, catching his breath. Despite not landing a single hit, he felt oddly satisfied.
There was something liberating about going all out, even if it hadn't been enough. Can I ask you something? Biggins released Adam's wrist. Have you ever tried using your full strength, combined with fluid? Fluid? Adam frowned. I have thought about it, but would that not be too soon? I mean, I haven't gotten used to my new skill yet. Your skills don't have to exist in isolation, Biggins said. They can inform each other, enhance each other. He tapped Adam's forehead lightly. Right now your mind sees them as separate tools. What if they were aspects of the same tool instead? Biggins crossed his arms, studying Adam with a critical eye. You're mentally blocking yourself. I can see it in how you move. What do you mean? Adam wiped sweat from his brow. You've spent some time suppressing your silverback's might, holding back, being careful not to break things, or people. Biggins gestured at the shoreline around them. That creates habits, mental barriers. Your body learns that using full power is dangerous, so it automatically restricts itself. Adam frowned. But isn't that good? I mean, I don't want to accidentally crush someone's hand when I shake it. Control isn't suppression, Biggins replied. One is mastery. The other is fear. He picked up a handful of sand, letting it pour through his fingers. Right now, you're trying to hold back an ocean with your bare hands. Eventually, that dam will break. Adam was struck by how different Biggins seemed now. Gone was the eccentric shopkeeper with his oddball humor and rambling stories. This Biggins was focused, analytical, almost stern. It was the first time Adam had seen him this serious, and it was slightly unnerving. Had he been faking his personality? So, what's your solution? Just let it all out and hope for the best? The opposite, actually. Biggins dusted his hands. You need to become intimately familiar with your full capacity. Face it head on. Only then can you truly control it with precision. Adam considered this. It made sense in a way he hadn't thought about before. It's like learning to drive a fast carriage, Biggins continued. You don't practice at half speed and then suddenly take it to full throttle on a crowded street. You find an empty field, push it to its limits, feel how it responds, and develop the muscle memory to handle it properly. And you think combining it with fluid is the way to do that? Precisely, Biggins nodded. Fluid enhances and stabilizes. It will give you a framework to channel the raw power you already possess more effectively. Adam took a deep breath. He'd never attempted to use fluid alongside his permanent. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Fluid isn't just about power, Biggins added. It's about harmony, balance.
It can help you integrate this strength that's now part of you, instead of treating it as a foreign element you need to constantly wrestle with." "All right," Adam said after a moment. "Let's try it." He planted his feet firmly in the sand, closed his eyes, and exhaled slowly. The first step with fluid was always the same: finding the center, the quiet place within where energy naturally gathered. Inhale, hold, exhale. Adam searched within himself for the familiar spark: spite. It wasn't hard to find. The annoyance of not landing a single hit on Biggins, the frustration of being so easily outmaneuvered, the determination to prove himself to the old dragon. These feelings coalesced, igniting like kindling catching a flame. The familiar warmth started in his core, spreading outward along pathways through his body, like water finding channels in dry earth. "Whatever your emotions are," Biggins instructed quietly, "let it flow naturally." Adam nodded slightly, keeping his eyes closed. The warmth intensified, becoming a heat that traced his limbs, his fingers, the base of his skull.
His heartbeat quickened as blue light began to shimmer across his skin, the visible manifestation of fluid. "Now, let it interact with your strength," Biggins said. "Don't try to separate them. Think of them as aspects of the same force." Adam allowed the fluid to flow into the spaces where his resided permanently, the constant power beneath his skin. The response was immediate. The always-present strength in his muscles seemed to awaken fully, not just the surface-level power he normally accessed, but something deeper, more refined. The blue glow of fluid deepened, then blazed brighter as his spite fed it, a constant fuel source that made the energy pulse and surge. "Good," Biggins murmured. "Now stabilize it." Adam struggled as the energies seemed to fight each other at first. Fluid wanting to flow smoothly, his inborn strength pushing to explode outward. "Don't control them, direct them," Biggins advised. "Like rivers joining to form something greater." Adam adjusted his approach, and suddenly the energies aligned. It wasn't a new sensation exactly, more like his existing strength had been amplified, layered upon itself. The familiar power he'd grown accustomed to was now concentrated, refined, like steel folded upon itself dozens of times. "Open your eyes," Biggins said. Adam did. Everything looked the same, but he felt different, more solid, more present, as if he'd been living as a partial version of himself until now. "How does it feel?" Biggins asked. "Honestly," Adam whispered, "nothing much." "Try a simple movement first," Biggins suggested. "Just take a step." Adam nodded and lifted his foot to step forward. He shot into the air. "Whoa!" The exclamation escaped him as he flailed, suddenly airborne. Gravity reasserted itself quickly, and he plummeted back down, landing with enough force to send sand spraying in all directions. Biggins, somehow, remained completely dry and sand-free. "Perhaps a bit less enthusiastic next time," he said, though he was clearly fighting a smile. Adam got back to his feet, feeling simultaneously embarrassed and exhilarated. "That was unexpected." "Try again," Biggins encouraged. "But think gentle tap rather than forceful step." Adam nodded, took a breath, and tried again. This time he barely lifted his foot from the sand, applying the tiniest fraction of force he could manage. He still rose off the ground, but landed more gracefully. "This is ridiculous." "Better!" Biggins clapped his hands together. "Now, try to reach me." He backed up about 30 paces and stood waiting. Adam studied the distance, calculating.
If the slightest movement sent him flying, how was he supposed to— "Stop overthinking," Biggins called. "Just move. Feel it. Adapt." Adom exhaled, letting his instincts take over. A spark of spite flared at Biggins's commanding tone, making his fluid burn brighter. He pushed off, intending a simple leap forward. The world blurred. Wind rushed past his face. One moment he was standing in the sand, the next he was flying past Biggins like a bolt from a crossbow. "Too far!" he yelped, tumbling through the air. He twisted mid-flight, trying to correct his trajectory, but it was like steering a runaway carriage. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and came to a stop facing the sky, breathing hard. When he sat up, spitting out sand, he saw Biggins walking calmly toward him. "You'll get the hang of it," the old man said cheerfully. "It should take you about a month to stop crashing into things." Adom stared at him. "A month?" "Well, if you're particularly stubborn about it." Biggins offered a hand to help him up. "Most figure it out faster." Adom accepted the help, marveling at how the combined powers still coursed through him. Despite the rough landing, he felt incredible. "Again," he said, brushing sand from his clothes. The spite that powered his fluid was shifting now, less about frustration and more about determination. The need to master this, to prove he could do it. Biggins stepped back, giving him room. "Try thinking of it as precision rather than restraint. You don't want less power. You want more accurate application of it." Adom nodded, focusing. This time he visualized exactly where he wanted to go, a spot about 10 paces to Biggins's left. He pushed off much more gently. His body responded, launching forward in a controlled arc. He still overshot by several feet, but nowhere near as badly as before. "That's it," Biggins called. "Again!" For the next several minutes, Adom practiced simple movements, jumping, stopping, changing direction. Each attempt was better than the last as he learned to calibrate his new capabilities. "It's like learning to walk all over again," he said after a particularly successful landing. "In many ways, it is," Biggins agreed. "You've changed the fundamental rules of how your body works. Your mind needs time to adapt." Adom flexed his fingers. "It's incredible. I feel like I could do anything." "That feeling can be dangerous," Biggins warned. "But it's not entirely wrong, either." He gestured toward the open beach. "Want to see what you can really do? No holding back this time." Adom's heart raced at the thought. "What should I try?" "How about—" Biggins pointed to a distant outcropping of rocks nearly a quarter-mile down the beach. "Reaching those rocks as fast as you can." Adom grinned. "You're on." He settled into a sprinter's stance, took one deep breath, focused on his target, and pushed off. The world became a blur of color and sound. Wind tore at his clothes, sand erupted behind him, and the beach disappeared under his feet faster than his mind could process. It was exhilarating, terrifying, perfect. "Ha, ha, ha." Adom lay flat on his back, chest heaving, staring up at the clear blue sky. His limbs felt like lead, but it was a satisfying kind of exhaustion. The golden glow of fluid had faded to a faint shimmer on his skin. Biggins stood over him, nodding approvingly. "Good. Very good for a first attempt." "Thanks," Adom managed between breaths. "You should come here often. Train more. Get a proper hang of it." Biggins tapped his cane against the sand. "When you've mastered the basics, I'll teach you a neat trick about fluid that most humans don't know. One that Law used, too." Adom's eyes widened. He sat up quickly, too quickly, and had to brace himself on the sand. "Really? "You'd teach me that?" His own enthusiasm made him pause. Here he was, 80 years old, acting like a child being promised sweets. He felt heat rise to his cheeks that had nothing to do with exertion. Must be the hormones. "Sure," he said, more composedly. He stood up, brushing sand from his clothes. "I'd appreciate that." Biggins was watching him with that knowing look again. "You're still holding back, you know, even at your fastest." "I know," Adam admitted. "But it might take a while before I'm comfortable with all of it." The old dragon nodded, seeming satisfied with the answer. "Progress, not perfection." Adam glanced toward the city, its distant spires visible over the dunes. "Do you think you could take me back to the city? I have a meeting with Cass that I can't miss." "Cass?" Biggins raised an eyebrow. "My business partner. We're looking at property today." "Ah," Biggins gathered his things. "Well, let's not keep your partner waiting."
Chapter 75. Wangara. The sun had already begun its descent behind the city's western towers by the time Adom reached the meeting point. The Imperial Bank loomed ahead, all cold marble and rigid columns. Late afternoon light bounced off its pale facade, while pigeons squabbled over crumbs on the steps. A bell tower somewhere struck 5, its deep tones mixing with the constant background hum of the city. A few well-dressed merchants were concluding their business for the day, chatting idly as they descended the wide stone steps. Cass was waiting on a bench near the entrance, one leg crossed over the other, a leather portfolio balanced on her knee. She'd made an effort with her appearance, her usual practical attire replaced by a tailored jacket in deep burgundy over a simple white blouse. Her hair was pulled back neatly, and she'd somehow managed to look exactly like what she was pretending to be, a representative of a noble house conducting important business. When she spotted Adom, she pointedly glanced at the bank's ornate clock tower, then back at him. "Took you long enough," she said as he approached, closing her portfolio with a snap. "I was beginning to think you'd changed your mind about the whole venture." "Sorry about that," Adom replied, slightly out of breath. "Had a little unexpected event earlier. Also had to drop Zuni at my dorm before coming." He adjusted his collar, still feeling sand in places sand had no business being after his training session with Biggins. Cass studied his face for a moment, then shrugged. "Don't worry about it. At least you're here now." She stood, tucking the portfolio under her arm. "While you were otherwise occupied, I've been rather productive." She gestured for him to walk with her, away from the bank and toward the less crowded side street where they could speak more privately. "The initial deposit has been made," she said once they were clear of potential eavesdroppers. 5 million gold, as planned. I presented the necessary documents with House Silla's seal, which, by the way, you'll need to explain how you acquired. Later, Adom promised. Right. Cass pulled a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. This is your official receipt. Don't lose it. I've also drafted the Articles of Incorporation for our trading company. Adom examined the receipt, noting the impressive letterhead of the Imperial Bank. You've been busy. That's why you're paying me. Cass's lips quirked in a small smile. I've also made inquiries about the warehouse property. It's still available, but there's another interested buyer. We'll need to move quickly. She paused, looking oddly hesitant for a moment. I went ahead and registered our official name. You said I could choose, remember? Of course, Adom said. What did you decide on? The Wangara Guild. Cass's voice became softer. Trading and expeditions. Adom considered the name. It had a good ring to it, suggesting both commerce and adventure. Wangara Guild. I like it. Does it mean something to you?
Cass looked away briefly, watching a group of children chasing each other around the square. The Wangara were some of the first human merchants, she explained, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. They braved the 1,000 oceans and the 10 continents to establish trade routes. They were the first to open commerce with 7 different races, including the early sea elves. It was the name my father wanted for his guild, if he ever managed to start one. Her fingers tightened slightly on her portfolio. He used to tell me stories about it when I was little, how one day we'd have our own banner hanging in the merchant quarter. Used to? Adom asked carefully. He died 5 years ago. Courier route ambush. She said it matter-of-factly, but Adom caught the tension in her jaw. Anyway, I've had the name in my head ever since. I'm sorry about your father. She shrugged. It was a long time ago.
Adom nodded, studying her profile. This explained a lot about Cass. Her practical nature, her knowledge of commerce, her independence. And now she was emotionally investing herself in their venture, tying it to something deeply personal. It meant she would care for the guild with genuine passion, not just professional interest. Which is exactly what I need from her, Adom thought, then immediately felt a pang of guilt. Here she was opening up about her father's dreams, and he was calculating how her emotional attachment would benefit his business interests. I'm a terrible person sometimes. If you're happy with the name, then I am too, he said sincerely. It suits what we're building. Her expression brightened. I've even drafted our guild motto. She cleared her throat with a touch of self-consciousness. Integrity in trade, innovation in approach, adventure in spirit. That's actually perfect. I know, she said, a hint of her usual confidence returning. I'm good at this, Adom. Trust me. I do. She nodded, then got back to business. What about you? Did you manage to contact the potential sponsors? Yes, Adom said, carefully folding the receipt and tucking it into his inner pocket. I sent a letter to Damus's father this morning. He should respond favorably. Sam also spoke to his father about us. The others should get back to me soon. Soon isn't good enough, Cass replied, her brow furrowing slightly. We need at least one confirmed sponsor by tomorrow if we want to maintain our timeline. A cart rumbled past them, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way. Adom and Cass stepped closer to a shop front displaying expensive glassware, their reflections distorted in the window. I'm working on it, Adom said. Duke Lightbringer isn't exactly someone you can rush. Cass glanced at him sideways. And the third option? Your mysterious Mr. Biggins? That's progressing.
Progressing how, exactly? Adom thought about his afternoon on the beach, flying through the air, crashing into sand, the old dragon's cryptic promises. It's complicated, he admitted. I'll trust you to manage the sponsor situation, Cass said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Just don't leave it too long. Timing is critical here. Thanks, Adom replied, relieved she wasn't pressing for details about Biggins. I appreciate the confidence. They walked along the edge of the square, past vendors packing up their stalls for the evening. Well, Cass said after a moment, her portfolio tapping rhythmically against her leg. With today's tasks completed, our little reunion is almost done. Adom nodded, already mentally planning his next steps. Before we part ways, though, she continued, I've been meaning to ask you something. Oh? Cass stopped walking, turning to face him fully. I've been looking into our competition, the existing guilds in the House of Merchants. Find anything interesting? Do you know how long it's been since a new guild successfully claimed a seat? Cass asked. 6 years, I think? 8. 8 years, She leaned against the stone wall of a nearby building. And that was the Carden Shipping Guild, who only succeeded because they revolutionized hull design and cut trade route times by 20%. A merchant passed by, pulling a cart loaded with unsold fabric. Cass waited until he was out of earshot before continuing. "We're not just applying for membership here," she said, voice low. "We're asking the house to eject an existing guild, even if it's the 50th ranked, and give us their place instead. We need to demonstrate significantly more value than what they're currently providing." "The economics need to make sense," Adom agreed. "More than make sense. They need to be compelling." Her fingers drummed against her portfolio. "These guilds have been entrenched for generations. They have connections, established trade routes, political backing. We can't just be good. We need something they don't have." She fixed him with that direct stare of hers. "So, do you have any ideas? Something we could introduce soon that would make us stand out enough to break an 8-year streak of rejections?" Adom was quiet for a moment. He'd seen 80 years of innovations in his past life, techniques and products that hadn't been invented yet in this timeline. "Actually," he said finally, "I do." Cass's eyebrow lifted slightly. Interest peaked, despite her attempt at professional detachment. Adom looked at her, weighing how much to reveal. "But I'd need you to run a few errands for me first." Her expression shifted to one of deadpan skepticism. "Errands." An hour and a half later, Adom stood at the shoreline, watching the waves slide in and out. The tide was low, exposing dark strips of wet sand that gleamed under the moonlight. A chill breeze swept in from the water, carrying the sharp tang of salt and seaweed. He hadn't planned on being here this late. The moon was already up, and Mercer's Cove was quiet at this hour, just the occasional distant shout from the docks and the constant rhythm of water against shore. "I'm doing everything but attending school lately," he muttered to himself, then shook his head. Focus. He was here for a reason. He stripped down to his underwear, folding his clothes into a neat pile on a nearby rock. The night air raised goosebumps across his skin. Cautiously, he dipped a toe into the water. Damn it! It was freezing. Adom glanced back at the hulking figure standing motionless several paces back from the water's edge. "You sure you can't swim, John?" The golem didn't respond. Of course it didn't. It wasn't sentient, just following basic commands. He'd tried several times to make the golem enter the water. He'd removed its armor, adjusted its balance, even attempted to modify its command runes. Every attempt ended the same way. The golem sank like a stone, completely useless once submerged. All that advanced magic, and water was the weak point. It was ridiculous, really. He'd need to find a way to fix that eventually. Maybe some kind of flotation enchantment or waterproofing for the command runes. Something to work on later. Adom took his glasses out of his pocket and held them up, examining his handiwork. The simple night vision rune he'd spent an hour carving into the inner rim of the lenses glowed faintly blue in the darkness. Not his best work, but it would do the job. He slipped them on, and the shoreline immediately brightened to a grainy but visible scene. Nice. He'd already expanded his mana pool enough that maintaining 2 spells simultaneously was no longer the strain it used to be. Good thing, too, considering what he was about to do. "All right, let's not freeze to death," he muttered. Closing his eyes briefly, Adom constructed the fire spell in his mind, visualizing the energy forming a protective sphere around his body. The spell settled around him like an invisible bubble, radiating gentle warmth. Not exactly toasty, but it would keep hypothermia at bay. The downside?
He'd have to consciously maintain the spell the entire time, which meant dividing his attention. Could be worse. Adam glanced back at the golem one more time. He'd left it standing guard, not because he expected trouble, but because he'd previously adjusted the displacement crystals in his pocket, lowering their mana signature in them. If something went wrong in the water, he could swap places with the golem instantly. "All right, Adam, the shores of Arcos don't have predators," he reminded himself, which was exactly the kind of thing people said right before something ate them. With his luck, he'd probably discover the one shark that decided to vacation in these waters. Water lapped at his ankles, then his knees, as he waded deeper. The fire spell created a weird sensation. His torso relatively comfortable, while his legs grew increasingly numb. "Here goes nothing," he said, taking a deep breath before plunging forward. The cold hit him like a slap, his fire spell flickering dangerously as his concentration wavered. He stabilized it with a mental push. The night vision rune worked better underwater than he'd expected, turning the murky darkness into a grainy, ghostly landscape of swaying plants and scattered rocks. Now, he just needed to find what he was looking for before his willpower, or body temperature, gave out. Adam pushed deeper into the water.
The silverback's might skill, that had seemed excessive on land, was a blessing here, propelling him through the water with each powerful stroke. His arms cut through the darkness, pulling him down where light struggled to reach. The iron lungs skill was proving surprisingly effective underwater. 3 minutes had passed since his last breath, and the pressure in his chest was only a mild discomfort, not the burning need for air most people would feel. Still, he didn't want to push it too far. Adam's enhanced night vision revealed a world most never saw. The sea floor was a landscape unto itself, with hills and valleys carved by currents over centuries. Schools of silver fish darted away as he approached, moving as one like liquid metal. Seagrass swayed in the underwater currents, reaching up from the sand like grasping fingers. Something large and dark moved at the edge of his vision, then vanished. Probably just a grouper, he told himself, but quickened his pace anyway. The farther he descended, the more apparent it became how vast the ocean truly was. The shoreline of Arcos was behind him now, the familiar replaced by the unknown. There was something unsettling about being surrounded by so much water. It pressed against him from all sides, a constant reminder that he didn't belong here. When his lungs finally began to burn, Adam paused, treading water. He weaved a spell, and a bubble of air formed around his head, drawn from the water itself. Not large, just enough for a few deep breaths. He inhaled gratefully, the spell taxing his concentration as he maintained both it and the warming spell around his body. "Crystals," he reminded himself, voice sounding strange in the bubble. "Focus." He was looking for deep glow crystals, bluish-green formations with an inner luminescence that grew stronger the deeper they were found. They were rare, but not impossibly so, forming in places where strong magical currents met underwater pressure. They could be found in some dungeons, deep caves, and occasionally, if you knew where to look, in underwater trenches near magical settlements like Arcos. At this point in time, these crystals were practically worthless, overlooked and undervalued by everyone. Most who knew of their existence saw them as merely decorative oddities, good for nothing but ambient lighting in upscale homes. What made them truly valuable, though unknown to nearly everyone, was their unique magical resonance properties. With the right runes and complementary materials, paired crystals could transmit sounds between each other over vast distances. This property hadn't been fully utilized by humans yet, but Adam knew from his future knowledge that these crystals would become the foundation of long-range communication, first revolutionizing battlefield coordination,
then eventually enabling continent-spanning communication networks. The Whisperstones he planned to create would solve an immediate need, while positioning his guild to monopolize this technology. By the time others understood the full potential, he'd be leagues ahead in its development and application. Adam had researched the most likely locations before diving in. The eastern edge of Mercer's Cove had a deep underwater trench that ran parallel to the magical ley line feeding the academy. If there were deep glow crystals anywhere accessible in Arcos waters, they'd be there. Something massive loomed ahead in the gloom. Not living, but sculpted. The broken remains of a statue. As Adam approached, he recognized the features of Law Borealis, seated atop his dire bear Greymane. The statue had once stood proudly in Arcos's central plaza, commemorating the city's founder. That was centuries ago, before storms and time had claimed it, pulling it into the sea to be forgotten by most. The stone eyes seemed to watch him as he passed. Adam resisted the urge to look back.
He continued downward, following the sloping seafloor as it descended sharply into the trench he sought. The pressure increased, squeezing against his ears until he had to pause and equalize with a swallow. His warming spell flickered, requiring another burst of concentration to maintain. The trench opened below him like a wound in the earth, dark and impossibly deep. A dome followed its edge rather than plunging into its depths. The deep glow crystals he needed would form along the walls where the magical current from the ley line brushed against the trench. That's when he saw it. A faint blue-green glow emanating from a cleft in the rock face. Exactly what he'd been looking for. He swam closer, excitement building. The deep glow crystals were growing in a cluster, jutting out from the rock like frozen flames. Each was roughly the size of his thumb, with faceted surfaces that caught what little light penetrated this depth, amplifying it. Inside each crystal, a soft pulse of energy ebbed and flowed, almost like a heartbeat. A dome reached out. He formed a new air bubble, letting the previous one dissipate, and took a deep breath. Then he simply grasped the nearest crystal firmly and pulled it free from the rock wall. The crystal came loose with a satisfying crack, its blue glow undiminished. In the inventory it went. He was so focused on harvesting the crystals that he didn't notice movement in his peripheral vision until it was too close to ignore. A dome spun, nearly losing his air bubble in surprise. A face, distinctly human but somehow not, watched him from less than an arm's length away. Large, dark eyes with vertical pupils caught the meager light, and what he'd initially mistaken for flowing hair was revealed to be fine, translucent fins extending from the head like a lion's mane. A mermaid. And she wasn't alone. 3 more forms hovered nearby, watching him with curiosity.
Adam's first instinct was to reach for the displacement crystal in his pocket, to swap places with his golem and escape to the surface. But something in their posture stopped him. Despite their unnerving appearance, he recognized the Cantantes subspecies from his arrival at Arcos. These weren't the kind that enjoyed watching bubbles stop. His air bubble began to destabilize as his concentration wavered. The nearest mermaid noticed his predicament. Her lips parted in what might have been a smile, but revealed teeth too sharp, too numerous for comfort. She moved closer, her webbed fingers with their hint of claws making a fluid gesture. Suddenly, the pressure around Adam's head changed, and his failing air bubble was replaced by something more substantial, a sphere of air that encompassed his entire head and shoulders. Her turquoise hair floated around her face like living tendrils as she tilted her head, studying him with the fascination of a child examining an interesting insect. Thank you?" he ventured, his voice sounding oddly normal inside the bubble. The effect was immediate. The mermaids burst into laughter,
Not the bubbly, muffled sound you'd expect underwater, but crystal clear, like wind chimes in a summer breeze. It was beautiful. It was melodic. It was absolutely terrifying, considering his current situation. The turquoise-haired one who'd fixed his air bubble darted around him in a tight circle, her powerful tail propelling her with grace. Another with silver-streaked hair joined her, and soon they were swimming circles around him. "I'm just looking for some crystals," Adom said, pointing to the cluster he'd been harvesting. "Not trying to trespass or anything." They tilted their heads in unison, watching him with those unnervingly large eyes. They didn't respond verbally, but their expressions shifted in subtle ways. Curiosity, amusement, something else he couldn't quite identify. Great. Either they didn't understand him, which was likely, or they were just enjoying watching him squirm. The silver-streaked one reached out and poked his arm with a webbed finger, then quickly pulled back, darting away a few feet before cautiously approaching again. The others chittered to each other in a language that sounded like dolphin clicks mixed with something vaguely reminiscent of Elvish. "Look, I'm not going to hurt you," Adom said, trying again. "And I'd appreciate it if you'd extend the same courtesy." They blinked those sideways lids at him. This wasn't working. He needed another approach. An old saying floated through his mind. Perfect practice makes for the perfect moment to practice. Worth a shot. Adom closed his eyes, focusing inward. Druid magic wasn't about complex runes or elaborate spellcasting. It was about emotion. Clear, pure emotion projected outward with mana. No language, no words, just feeling and intent. He concentrated on curiosity first, his own interest in them. He visualized it as a soft green light emanating from him, reaching out to the merfolk. Nothing happened for a moment. Then he felt it. A gentle push against his mind, like someone tapping on a door. The turquoise-haired mermaid had moved closer, her head tilted, eyes narrowed. She was responding. Encouraged, Adom tried again, this time focusing on his purpose. He visualized the crystals, their glow, their formation. He projected an image of himself, carefully removing a few, not all, and swimming back to the surface. No harm intended, just collection. The mermaid's eyes widened slightly. She turned to the others, and they exchanged those strange clicking sounds again, faster this time. She turned back to him and sent something in return, not words, but a clear mental image of a deep underwater trench. A place full of what he was looking for. Oh. The silver-streaked one darted forward suddenly, coming face to face with Adom. He instinctively recoiled, an emotion of alarm flashing out before he could control it. She chuckled, an eerily human sound, and sent him an image of humans in boats throwing spears at her kind. Adom understood. "I'm not like them," he projected, along with regret for her experience. The turquoise-haired mermaid swam closer, circling Adom once more, but slower, more deliberate. She sent him an image of the crystals, more than the few he'd been harvesting, an entire wall of them somewhere deeper. Adom's eyes widened in surprise. She was showing him where to find more. He projected gratitude, his intention clear. The mermaids exchanged looks, and two of them suddenly darted away into the depths without explanation. The turquoise-haired one stayed, watching Adom with unblinking attention. The remaining mermaid, one with coral pink fins he hadn't noticed before, approached cautiously. Adom felt a reflexive wariness rise within him. After all, this was still a powerful predatory being with claws and too many teeth. The mermaid chuckled as she sensed his reaction, sending him a teasing image of herself looking exaggeratedly menacing,
then immediately contrasting it with another of herself simply swimming alongside schools of fish. Not a threat. At least, not right now. Adom relaxed slightly, projecting curiosity about where the others had gone. The coral-finned mermaid simply pointed in the direction they'd disappeared, then made a grabbing motion with her hands. Getting something. A movement caught his attention. The two mermaids who had swum away earlier were returning, their arms laden with crystals. Deep glow crystals, already harvested and glowing brilliantly. Adom couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. They knew where to find the crystals in abundance and had simply gone to get some for him, saving him the trouble and risk of diving deeper. He let his appreciation flow outward.
The mermaids seemed pleased by his reaction, their fins fluttering slightly. The turquoise-haired mermaid who'd first approached him gestured for him to hold out his hands. When he did, she carefully placed several crystals in his palms, more than he could have safely harvested on his own, and of better quality, too. Perfect specimens, with no cracks or flaws.
"Thank you,"
Adom said aloud, the words unnecessary but somehow satisfying to say. He then pulling the crystals into his inventory. To the merfolk, the crystals simply vanished from his outstretched palms, disappearing into thin water. Their reaction was immediate, a chorus of excited clicks, their eyes widening as they darted closer, examining his now empty hands. "Oh, this," Adom laughed. "It's my inventory skill. Cool, huh? I can put a lot of things in it," he explained, knowing full well they didn't understand the words, but finding it easier to convey his thoughts and emotions when he talked at the same time. He mentally projected an image of the crystals being stored in a safe place he could access later. The turquoise-haired mermaid circled him again. She made a grabbing motion toward his hands, then opened her own palms questioningly. "You're wondering what else I can do with it?" Adom grinned. "Well..." This time, Adom retrieved a small paper bag from his inventory. He'd bought these candies from the Werid stuff. "I'm not sure if you'll like these," he said, opening the bag inside his air bubble. "But on the surface, people like them a lot." He held out his palm, offering several small, wrapped candies. The turquoise-haired mermaid approached excitedly. She hovered near his outstretched hand, examining the colorful offerings. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and delicately plucked one from his palm. She held it up, turning it this way and that, looking back at Adom questioningly. "Like this," Adom said, taking one for himself. He made sure they were watching as he brought it to his air bubble, carefully unwrapped it, and popped the candy into his mouth. He hummed appreciatively as the sweet, slightly tangy flavor spread across his tongue. The turquoise-haired mermaid watched with rapt attention. Then, mimicking his movements perfectly, she brought the candy to her own face and promptly popped the entire thing, wrapper and all, into her mouth. "No, the wrapper is not to be eaten," Adom started, but it was too late. The wrapper was made of a special dissolving film that would eventually break down harmlessly, designed to minimize litter in Arcos streets. But still, that wasn't exactly how humans did it. The mermaid's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils dilating dramatically. Her entire body went rigid for a moment. Then, in a burst of movement, she executed a perfect backward flip through the water, her tail leaving a trail of bubbles. She mimicked, the sound remarkably similar to Adom's appreciative hum, despite passing through water instead of air. She began clicking rapidly as she darted between her companions. The others immediately crowded around Adom, their hands extended eagerly toward the remaining candies. "Whoa, easy there," Adom laughed. He carefully distributed the candies, making sure each mermaid got one. They all copied exactly what they'd seen. Some unwrapped them as he had, others followed their friend's example and ate the whole thing,
wrapper and all. Each reaction was similar: widened eyes, excited movements, and that same rippling through the water. "You guys like that?" Adam asked, grinning as they continued to savor the taste, some of them performing elaborate spins and twirls in what he guessed was their version of a sugar rush. It was like watching kids at a birthday party, just with more fins and teeth.
The turquoise-haired mermaid circled back to him, her expression almost reverent, as she pointed to his hand, then to her mouth, then made a series of hopeful clicks. "Sorry, that's all I've got for now," Adam said, turning his hands palm up to show they were empty. "But I'll bring more next time," he added, projecting an image of himself returning with more candies. Her fins fluttered in that smile-like expression, and she nodded. "I should go now," Adam said, pointing upward and hoping they'd understand. The turquoise-haired mermaid tilted her head, then nodded. She made a sweeping gesture with her arm that seemed to indicate, "Follow me," then began swimming upward in a graceful arc. To Adam's surprise, all 4 mermaids accompanied him as he kicked toward the surface. They swam circles around him, occasionally darting ahead only to loop back. The journey back seemed much shorter with his unexpected escorts. As the water grew shallower and moonlight began to filter down more clearly, Adam could see the seafloor rising to meet the shore. When his head finally broke the surface, he gasped in the fresh night air, his lungs grateful for the unrestricted oxygen after the confines of the bubble. He waded the last few yards to shore, his legs adjusting to the strange weightiness of land after the buoyancy of the sea. He turned back when he reached the shallows, and there they were, 4 heads poking above the gentle waves, watching him with those large, curious eyes. They hadn't fled as he'd expected. "Thank you so much," Adam called to them, raising his voice slightly to carry across the water. "I'll come back later with more of this," he added, mimicking eating something sweet and then pointing to them. The mermaids responded with a chorus of clicks and that strange musical laughter that somehow sounded both delightful and slightly menacing. The turquoise-haired one raised a webbed hand in what might have been a wave. Then, as if on some silent signal, all 4 turned in perfect unison and submerged with barely a ripple. Adam stood there for a moment, dripping wet and suddenly alone on the moonlit beach. The place was completely empty, save for himself and his golem standing motionless where he'd left it. This whole encounter felt incredibly fortunate. If he could establish some sort of ongoing link with the Cantante sirens, they could become suppliers of the crystals he needed. In exchange, he'd bring them candies and whatever else might interest them. A simple trade, mutually beneficial, and one that would give him access to materials most humans would find difficult or dangerous to acquire. That could work. The night breeze reminded him suddenly that it was, in fact, the middle of the night. Cass was probably done running the errands he'd sent her on, and here he was, standing half naked on a beach like some kind of deranged midnight swimmer. He canceled his warming spell, and immediately regretted it as the cold night air hit his wet skin. "John," he called to the golem, walking over to where it stood sentinel. With a quick mental command, he returned the massive construct to his inventory. "Achoo!" The sneeze caught him by surprise, echoing across the empty beach. "Great," he muttered, hurrying to where he'd left his clothes. "Just what I need. A cold." He dressed as quickly as his shivering hands would allow, stubbornly ignoring the way his shirt clung uncomfortably to his damp skin. At least he had the crystals, and, perhaps more valuably, he had made some rather unusual new acquaintances. All in all, not a bad night's work. Chapter 76. Monopoly. Crafting magic wasn't dissimilar to cooking, Adam had always thought.
It required precision, patience, and a willingness to burn your fingers at least twice before getting it right. He arranged the components Cass had acquired in a semicircle on his workbench. Each piece had been chosen with methodical care. 3 brass rings of different diameters, carved with minute notches along their inner edges. A handful of silver pins no thicker than sewing needles. A small leather pouch containing scraps of rare metals. And, most importantly, a jar of alchemical solution that had cost nearly as much as everything else combined. The crystals he'd obtained from the merfolk sat in a shallow dish of purified water, their glow muted but constant. Even in this dormant state, they pulsed with potential. "Step 1, Adam muttered to himself, reaching for the smallest of the glowing stones. He lifted it carefully, examining it against the light. A perfect specimen. No inclusions, no fractures, just pure crystalline potential waiting to be awakened. This was where most enchanters would immediately start carving runes, eager to impose their will on the raw material. That was also where most enchanters failed. Adam did the opposite. He closed his eyes and rested the crystal in his palm, feeling its natural resonance. Each deep glow crystal had its own signature frequency, a unique vibrational pattern that distinguished it from all others. Understanding that pattern was crucial. Fighting against it was futile. After several minutes of concentration, Adam opened his eyes and reached for his logbook. He recorded the crystal's resonance as a series of numerical values, a 7-digit sequence that represented its unique vibrational pattern. "Frequency code 3825197, he muttered as he wrote. Each digit corresponded to a specific vibrational harmonic within the crystal structure.
He then picked up a thin silver stylus and made a series of precise marks on the crystal's surface, not imposing arbitrary runes, but enhancing the natural flow lines in a pattern that encoded this numerical signature permanently into the stone's structure. He set that crystal aside and repeated the process with a second one, this time feeling for a complementary frequency that would naturally harmonize with the first. When he found it, he recorded its unique 7-digit code, 4276358. Again, he marked the crystal with the same encoding pattern. Now came the more technical phase. Adam mixed a paste from the alchemical solution, adding precise amounts of powdered silver and gold from the leather pouch. The mixture began to emit a faint humming sound as he stirred, a good sign. One by one, he applied the paste to specific points on both crystals, creating a conductive network that followed their natural energy flows. As the mixture dried, it sank into the crystal structure, becoming part of it rather than merely sitting on the surface. The real challenge came next, awakening the stones. Adam placed both crystals in a small ceramic bowl and covered them with the remainder of the alchemical solution. Then he began a slow, steady infusion of mana, not forcing it in, but letting it seep gradually into the crystal's lattice structure. For 3 minutes, he maintained perfect concentration, feeling the stones gradually accept his offering. Their glow intensified, shifting from blue-green to a deeper blue with pulsating undertones. When the awakening was complete, he removed the crystals from the solution. They were transformed. No longer just pretty trinkets, but active conduits of magical energy. Even without further enchantment, they would now perpetually draw small amounts of ambient mana from their surroundings, self-sustaining their new awakened state. Next came rune construction. Adam pulled a small notebook from his pocket, flipping to a page of diagrams he'd sketched earlier. The rune sequences were his own design, a hybrid of classical patterns modified with innovations that wouldn't be discovered for decades. He began carving the first crystal with a diamond-tipped etching tool, his movements precise and unhurried. These weren't just decorative markings. Each line, curve, and intersection served a specific purpose in the magical circuit he was creating. The primary rune cluster handled voice conversion, transforming sound vibrations into mana pulses that could be transmitted. A secondary array managed reception and reconversion. A third, more complex pattern, this one entirely his own invention, created what he mentally called a frequency lock. This was the real breakthrough. A runic sequence that permanently encoded the crystal's numerical frequency signature, allowing it to be dialed by another stone. Most modern mages would have used a binding spell for this purpose, but binding spells required maintenance. Adom's approach was structural. Once established, it would work indefinitely, without further magical input. When both crystals were fully inscribed, he fitted them into the brass rings, which would serve as both protection and amplification chambers. The smallest, innermost ring was positioned to directly contact the crystal. The middle ring, slightly larger, contained the input runes. The outermost ring housed the frequency controls, a series of precisely spaced notches marked with tiny numerical indicators from 0 to 9. Users would align these numbers in sequence with a reference point on the casing to input the 7-digit code of any crystal they wished to contact. He assembled the first device methodically, securing each component with the silver pins and sealing the junctions with drops of the remaining paste. When completed, it resembled a small brass compass with a glowing blue stone at its center, surrounded by numbered dials. The second device he assembled with identical care, though the rune pattern was mirrored to complement rather than duplicate the first. With both devices complete, Adom positioned them on opposite sides of his workbench. This was the moment of truth. Either they would connect, or he'd wasted hours of preparation and a small fortune in materials. He picked up the first device and rotated the outermost ring, carefully aligning the sequence 4, 2, 7, 6, 3, 5, 8, the unique frequency code of the second crystal. A tiny click confirmed the sequence had been fully entered, the mechanism locking into its final position. "Testing," Adom said quietly, speaking directly into the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the second device across the workbench, his own voice emerged, clear as if he were standing next to it. "Testing." A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Phase 1, successful. He repeated the test from different positions in the room, noting signal clarity and volume. The devices performed flawlessly, regardless of distance or obstacles. Even when he placed one inside a metal box, the connection remained unbroken. Satisfied with the basic functionality, Adom moved on to testing range. He took one device and walked out of the room, down corridors, around corners. The connection held steady, sustained by the ambient mana throughout the building. By the time he returned to his workbench, he'd confirmed the range extended at least throughout the entire building, without any signal degradation. The final step was housing the devices in something more practical than exposed brass rings. From a drawer, he retrieved 2 custom wooden cases Cass brought earlier, palm-sized ovals with hollowed centers perfectly sized to hold the assemblies. The casings weren't merely decorative. The wood had been soaked in a preservation solution that would protect against moisture and impact damage. More importantly, thin channels carved into the inner surface would help focus sound waves toward the crystal core, improving both transmission and reception quality. Adom fitted the devices into their housings, secured them with tiny brass clasps, and gave each a final inspection. From the outside, they looked like nothing more remarkable than polished wooden eggs, with a small glass window showing the crystal within, a small dial with numerical markings visible along one edge. Simple, elegant.
revolutionary. He heard footsteps approaching and quickly cleared away the excess materials, leaving only the completed devices on the workbench. Cass appeared in the doorway, her expression shifting from mild annoyance to curiosity as she spotted the glowing objects on the workbench. "Could you please not scare off my neighbors with your late-night wandering?" she said, walking into the room. She balanced a small waxed paper package in one hand and 2 steaming mugs in the other. "Mrs. Halden from downstairs came knocking just now. Apparently you were seen mumbling to yourself all over the neighborhood, laughing maniacally and mumbling, 'It works,' at yourself." The warm, buttery scent of fresh Casbon bread, a flaky, layered pastry unique to Arcos's bakeries, filled the room as she set everything down on the one clear corner of the workbench. "I brought you breakfast," she added, looking Adom over critically. "You should eat." Adom ran a hand through his disheveled hair, dark circles under his eyes contrasting with the satisfied gleam in them. He reached for one of the mugs of hot chocolate gratefully. "Lost track of time," he admitted, savoring the hot drink. "But it was worth it." "So I step out for half an hour to get us breakfast, and you decide to terrorize the whole neighborhood?" she said, eyeing the glowing objects.
What exactly have you been working on all night? Adom picked up one of the devices and held it out to her. "This is what's going to put the Wangara Guild on the map." She took it cautiously, turning it over in her hands. "It's pretty? What exactly am I looking at here?" "The answer to your question about what would make us stand out," Adom replied. He picked up the second device and gestured for her to step back. "Walk over to the other side of the room." Cass raised an eyebrow, but complied, moving to the far corner. "Now hold it up to your ear, like this." Adom demonstrated with his own device. "And notice the numbered dial on the edge? That's how you select which crystal to contact. Each crystal has its own unique 7-digit code." She mimicked his position, her expression skeptical. "What is this supposed to— Can you hear me?" Adom spoke softly into his device. Cass nearly dropped hers, eyes widening as his voice emerged clearly from the stone she held to her ear. "What in the world?" She stared at the device, then back at Adom across the room. "That's just the beginning," he said, both directly and through the connection. Cass lowered the device slowly, her eyes never leaving Adom's face. The skepticism had vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating look. "Range?" she asked, her voice measured despite the intensity in her gaze. "Citywide at minimum. With proper setup, potentially across provinces." She turned the device over in her hands, examining it with new appreciation. "How difficult to reproduce?" "The crystals are rare, but obtainable. The crafting requires precision, but it's a process I can teach to others." Adom took a sip of his chocolate. "I've designed templates for the rune sequences." "Security?" "Each crystal pair has a unique frequency. No one can listen in without the matching stone." Cass paced 3 steps, then stopped. "Cost per unit?" "High initially, but scalable once we establish supply lines for the materials." Her fingers traced the dial. "And the numbering system. This means—" "Any stone can contact any other stone in the network, provided you know the correct code." She set the device down carefully, as if it might suddenly increase in value before her eyes. "Military applications?" "Immediate battlefield coordination. Instant communications between outposts. Strategic advantage to whoever deploys it first." "Merchant houses?" "Real-time market information. Trade coordination across provinces. No more waiting weeks for messages to arrive by courier." A hint of a smile played at the corner of her mouth. "The Imperial Court?" "Governance without delay. Immediate response to crises. Power projection." Cass leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "And we control the entire production,"
We do. She closed her eyes briefly, calculating. Where did you buy these? It's really good, asked Adam, biting into the Casboon bread. When Cass opened her eyes, Adam recognized something he rarely saw there: excitement. Carefully contained, but unmistakable. This isn't just a product, Adam. This is... She hesitated, searching for the right words. This is the beginning of an entirely new world. I know. She picked up the device again, holding it with newfound reverence. The House of Merchants won't just give us a seat at their table. They'll rebuild the entire table around us. That's the idea. Cass laughed, a short, rare sound from her. God, we're creating an entirely new field of commerce. One that every kingdom, every army, every merchant house will soon find themselves unable to function without. Adam nodded, allowing himself a small smile. And the Wangara Guild will hold the keys to it all. A monopoly, she murmured, on the future itself. Seriously, though, where did you buy these? A little more than a day later, Adam stifled a yawn as he slid into the bench beside Sam. The wooden seat creaked in protest, its sound echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged chamber of the Academy's dueling arena. Around them, other students were settling in, some stretching, others checking equipment, all preparing for another grueling session of practical combat magic. Despite 14 hours of sleep, his body still demanded more. Ever since Silverback's might and healing factor had manifested, his physiology had fundamentally changed. His muscles looked ordinary, but operated on different principles entirely. His metabolism ran at twice the normal rate, demanding double the calories while providing extraordinary benefits. He could push himself far longer than before, but the recovery debt remained constant. 14 hours was efficient for someone who'd depleted themselves as thoroughly as he had, but ideally he needed about 1 more hour to feel fully refreshed. His body's ledger was precise that way. "You look like death warmed over," Sam remarked, not looking up from the notebook where he was sketching what appeared to be formation diagrams. "Thanks. Always nice to be noticed," Adam replied, rubbing his eyes. Sam glanced up, brow furrowing. "Where's your Quillic? Zuni's always perched on your shoulder by now." "Still sleeping in our dorm." Adam's second yawn threatened to dislocate his jaw. "He refused to move this morning, just hissed and burrowed deeper under the pillow." "I didn't know he could hiss." "Yeah, me neither." Sam closed his notebook. "Are you all right? You slept all day yesterday. Missed Professor Orloff's lecture on ward penetration. He specifically mentioned your absence, by the way. Twice." Adam winced. "Yeah, I was working on something." "Something?" "Guild-related. The one I'm forming with Cass." Adam straightened his uniform collar, which was askew. "I'll show you later." "Ah, speaking of Guild," Sam's expression brightened. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, corners crisp and sealed with a wax impression that caught the light. "Couldn't tell you yesterday since you were hibernating, but my father agreed to be one of the sponsors for the..." He paused. "What is your guild's name, by the way?" "The Wangara." "Wangara?" Sam's eyebrows rose slightly. "Nice. Some of the first human merchants, weren't they? Crossed the Great Desert with just camels and star charts?" "Yeah, Cass told me," Adam replied, eyeing the paper Sam was still holding. "Your father actually agreed." "Said your father asked for it." Sam extended the paper with a smile. "That, and he was quite eager to hear your guild's plans." Adam stared at the paper for a moment before taking it. His eyes scanned the elegant script, widening slightly at the seal and signature. "This is—" He broke off, suddenly throwing his arms around Sam in an unexpected hug. "This is huge! Do you know what this means?" How out of character to be acting that way. An hormonal change, perhaps? Adam thought. Well, whatever. All right, Sam laughed, awkwardly patting Adam's back while trying to extricate himself. "Just take the paper before you wrinkle it. Father would kill us both." Adam released him, clutching the sponsorship document like it might vanish. "House Hobinski's backing. This gets us one sponsor." He was still staring at it when the double doors at the far end of the arena swung open with deliberate force. Conversation died instantly, replaced by the scrape of benches as students straightened their postures. Professor Crowley strode into the room. His deep blue battle mage robes billowed slightly despite the absence of any breeze, a subtle display of mana control that wasn't lost on the more observant students. "Good morning," he said, voice carrying effortlessly to the farthest corners. "I see most of you managed to find your way here despite the schedule changes."
Sam nudged Adam, who reluctantly folded the precious document and tucked it into his inner pocket. Crowley reached the center of the arena and turned to face them, hands clasped behind his back. "For those who haven't had the pleasure, I am Professor Crowley. This is Advanced Combat Applications, and as I understand it, this is the first meeting for all of you, due to the recent administrative adjustments." A few students exchanged glances. Details remained deliberately vague. "Unlike your previous combat classes," Crowley continued, "this arena operates under different protocols. Here, you will engage in authentic dueling conditions against your peers." His eyes scanned the room, settling briefly on each face. "The limitations and safety measures you've grown accustomed to have been significantly reduced." A quiet murmur rippled through the room. "That doesn't mean there are no rules," he added, his tone sharpening. "It means the consequences for your actions are more immediate, like reality itself." He gestured toward the ceiling, where a complex array of runes glowed with subdued golden light. "This monitoring system will assess your performance, track damage potentials, and, most importantly, intervene only when absolutely necessary." Crowley paced a measured circuit in front of them. "The purpose of this class is simple: to prepare you for combat outside these walls, where your opponents won't politely wait their turn, where defensive failure means actual injury, and where creative application of your abilities often means the difference between victory and defeat." He stopped and conjured a small, swirling orb of densely packed mana between his palms. "You will use everything in your arsenal. Every spell, every technique, every advantage you can create." The orb pulsed once before dissipating. "Your objective isn't merely to win, it's to understand why you won, or why you lost." A few students murmured. "Each of you will participate in a minimum of 3 official duels this semester," Crowley explained. "The matchups will be determined partly by my assessment and partly by challenge system. The results will account for 30% of your final—" The arena doors swung open again, cutting him off mid-sentence. All heads turned toward the interruption. A collective intake of breath followed. "Oh, they're done for," someone whispered from a few rows back. "Crowley hates lateness worse than incompetence," another muttered. Sam raised his eyebrows at Adam, who was already craning his neck to see the late arrival. Standing in the doorway was a figure who didn't seem particularly concerned with the stir she'd caused. She was tall, taller than most of the male students, with skin the deep crimson of sunset.
Dark, intricate patterns that might have been tattoos or might have been natural markings traced across her visible skin in abstract whorls. When she spoke, apologizing for her tardiness, two delicate fangs caught the light. A pair of small, polished horns curved up from her forehead, and behind her, a small, tufted tail, not unlike a rabbit's, but with the same crimson hue as her skin, flicked once in apparent nervousness. "Ah, Miss Lazari," Crowley said, his tone unexpectedly neutral. "I was informed you might be joining us." The whispers intensified immediately. "Is that a Tirajin? Has to be. Thought they never left their islands. Heard their magic is all blood-based." "I apologize for my tardiness, Professor," she said. "The shifting buildings. I'm afraid I'm still learning my way around." A group of boys in the front row were already leaning toward each other, whispering and casting glances her way. Even Sam looked surprised. "A Tirajin," he breathed. "Here?" Adam said nothing, simply observing. He'd read about the Tirajin people, an ancient race from the volcanic archipelago in the southern seas, but seeing one in person was another matter entirely. This never happened before. "Quite understandable," Crowley replied. "It's your first day, after all." He turned to address the class. "Everyone, this is Naya Lazari, daughter of Ambassador Korek Lazari of the Tirajin Sovereignty. She will be joining our class for this semester, and possibly longer, depending on her father's diplomatic assignment." The room erupted into excited conversation. "Heard their diplomats can breathe fire. Supposedly, they can see magic itself. My cousin said they only eat things that are still moving. Just here because of the treaty negotiations. Wonder if she'll duel." Naya Lazari stood perfectly still amid the commotion, her expression unreadable. Her eyes, a startling amber with vertical pupils, briefly scanned the room before settling on Crowley again. "Silence!" Crowley didn't shout so much as project, his voice cutting through the chatter like a blade. The room went instantly quiet. "Miss Lazari, please take any available seat. We were just discussing the parameters of this course." Crowley cleared his throat and resumed as if there had been no interruption. "As I was saying, the monitoring system will track your performance statistics. These will factor into your final evaluation alongside written assessments of your strategic choices." He gestured toward the walls, where rune-inscribed plates hummed with contained energy. "The arena barriers will contain most spell work, but be aware that certain high-level techniques may trigger additional safeguards." He reached into his robe pocket and withdrew what appeared to be a handful of small crystals, each about the size of a thumbnail and etched with intricate runic patterns. "These are protection amulets," he explained, letting one dangle from his fingers where the entire class could see it.
You will wear them during all duels.
They contain specialized barrier runes that activate automatically when detecting potentially lethal damage. After all, the goal here is not to have you kill each other. His tone suggested this was both a reassurance and a mild disappointment. "They will not protect you from pain, minor injuries, or the humiliation of poor performance," he added with a thin smile. "Merely from permanent harm." He paused, scanning the attentive faces. "Questions so far?" No one moved. Either they understood perfectly, or, more likely, they were too intimidated to speak up first. "Excellent," Crowley said, clapping his hands together once. "Since today is our first session, I see no reason to delay practical application. Who here would like to participate in our inaugural duel?" Hands shot up immediately, mostly from the usual suspects. Carrion Dmitri, heir to the Dmitri barony in the northern reaches of Sundar. Lucia Wei, who'd never met a challenge she wouldn't accept. Many others Adam was familiar with. And, of course, Damus. Crowley nodded approvingly. "Good. Enthusiasm is..." Another hand rose, more deliberately than the others. Naya Lazari, still standing near the entrance, had raised her arm with the casual confidence of someone who didn't expect to be refused. The room went quiet again. Even Crowley seemed momentarily caught off guard. He recovered quickly. "Miss Lazari, perhaps you misunderstood. These duels involve actual combat magic, not the demonstration exercises you might be accustomed to from your previous institution. Given that you missed the initial explanation, I suppose you should be briefed first." "I heard your voice from the third corridor, Professor," Naya replied. "Something about authentic dueling conditions and consequences being more immediate? It sounds not dissimilar to our training methods at home." Someone whispered, "Holy shit, they heard that?" loud enough for half the room to hear.
Did she just say, "Enhanced hearing is definitely a pterogen trait. Bet she can smell fear, too." Crowley's lips twitched into what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Well, it seems you're integrating more quickly than anticipated." He turned to address the other volunteers. "The protocol is simple. Those willing to duel may challenge any student present. The challenged may refuse 3 consecutive times without penalty. A 4th refusal results in automatic grade reduction." He paused to let this sink in. "This system prevents both forced participation and excessive avoidance." The room went still again, dozens of eyes tracking Naya as she surveyed the assembled students. She began to walk, moving not toward the arena floor but along the tiered seating, her gaze sweeping across the students. "She's looking at us," Sam muttered, slouching lower in his seat. Adam followed her gaze. "She is. Why is she looking at us?" Sam's whisper had taken on a panicked edge. "I have no idea," Adam replied, watching with growing curiosity as Naya continued her approach. She ascended the steps toward their row with unhurried grace. The buzz of whispers intensified. "Heading straight for them. Isn't that Scylla? Must have some reason." Sam made a small, distressed noise as she stopped directly in front of their bench. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," he whispered. Naya smiled, revealing just the tips of those delicate fangs. "Hello," she said. "You're Adam Scylla, aren't you?" Adam straightened slightly, surprised at being addressed by name. "Yes," he answered, aware of just how many people were watching this exchange. "I am." Her amber eyes studied him for a moment. Then she extended a hand, palm up, fingers slightly curled in what seemed like a formal gesture rather than a typical handshake. "Would you like to duel, Adam Scylla?" Chapter 77. Best Friend Ever.
Adam stared at Naya's outstretched hand. Time seemed to slow as his brain processed what was happening. Being singled out wasn't unusual for him, but being challenged to a duel by a Tyragene diplomat's daughter on her first day? That was new. The entire room had gone completely silent. He could practically feel the weight of everyone's stares boring into his back. The logical part of his mind, the part that had survived decades of experience condensed into memories that sometimes felt like someone else's life, assessed the situation clinically. Combat-capable species, unknown magical affinity, probable diplomatic training. But the 13-year-old part of him, the part that still sometimes forgot he was actually 80, felt a simple, undeniable spark of curiosity. What's her angle? Naya hadn't moved. Her hand remained extended, amber eyes fixed on his with an intensity that suggested she wouldn't be deterred easily. The slight curl at the corner of her mouth hinted that she might be enjoying his hesitation. Adam mentally shrugged. What the hell? He'd faced far worse than an impromptu duel with a mysterious foreign student. Sure, he said, taking her hand. Her grip was firm, her skin surprisingly warm, warmer than any human's would be. The collective gasp that followed made him wonder if he'd accidentally agreed to something more serious than a supervised classroom duel. Very dramatic. "Dude, what are you doing?" Sam hissed beside him. But his friend's tone lacked real alarm. It was more the obligatory protest of someone who'd long since accepted that Adam would do exactly as he pleased. "You don't know anything about her abilities." "That's rather the point of a duel, isn't it?" Adam replied quietly. Naya's smile widened, revealing more of those delicate fangs. "I'm glad," she said, her voice carrying just enough to be heard by the nearby rows. "I worried you might be a coward." "Ha!" Adam couldn't help but chuckle at that.
I think caution and cowardice aren't the same thing, he said, rising from his seat. He stood, and suddenly became acutely aware of just how tall she was. The top of his head barely reached her shoulder. At 13, his body had barely hit the growth spurt that would eventually bring him to his adult height. Naya, meanwhile, easily topped 6 feet, her slender frame making her appear even taller. "Scylla, sit down." "Are you insane?" "She'll crush you." The comments drifted up from various parts of the room. Adam ignored them as he gestured for Naya to lead the way down to the arena floor. As they descended the steps, she leaned slightly closer. "I've heard quite a bit about you, you know," she said conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather rather than preparing to fight. "Commander Scylla's son. The boy who survived a high-ranked dungeon." Adam raised an eyebrow. "They say you emerged with white hair," she continued. Her eyes flicked to the stark white streak that ran through his otherwise dark hair. "Though I confess I expected it to be more complete. I imagined your entire head turned white from whatever horrors you witnessed." "Sorry to let you down," Adam said dryly. "I'll try for a more theatrical trauma next time." That surprised a laugh out of her, a light, elegant sound that seemed at odds with her imposing appearance. "You're funny. I wasn't expecting that." They reached the arena floor, their footsteps echoing slightly on the polished stone. The space seemed larger from down here, the tiered seating rising around them like the walls of a pit. Every face was turned toward them, every conversation hushed. "I do appreciate your willingness to accept my challenge," Naya said, her tone shifting to something more formal. "It's refreshing to meet someone who doesn't immediately assume I'm to be feared or avoided." "Is that what usually happens?" Adam asked, genuinely curious. A flicker of something, annoyance, resignation, crossed her features before her composure returned. "Let's just say your classmates' reactions were not unexpected." Professor Crowley appeared beside them, crystal amulets in hand. "Since you two seem eager to provide our first demonstration, let's proceed." He handed them each a protection amulet. "Place these around your necks." Adam slipped the crystal over his head, feeling the cool weight of it against his chest. It hummed faintly, responding to his proximity. "Remember," Crowley addressed them both, but his eyes lingered on Naya. "This is a controlled exercise. The objective is demonstration of skill and adaptability, not injury." Naya nodded respectfully. "Of course, Professor." "The rules are simple," Crowley announced, loud enough for all to hear. "Combat continues until one participant yields, is rendered incapable of continuing, or until I determine further engagement would serve no educational purpose." He stepped back, gesturing to opposite sides of the arena. "Take your positions. When I signal, you may begin." As they separated, Naya rolled her shoulders and cracked her neck, bouncing lightly on the balls of her feet.
Her tail flicked with what appeared to be excitement, and when their eyes met across the arena, she winked at him. Adom responded with a slight nod and a small smile of his own. He was curious about her abilities, certainly, but didn't overthink her motives. She was probably just another combat junkie looking for a decent fight. The academy was full of them, people who collected interesting opponents like trophies. His dungeon survival story had obviously put him on her list of people worth challenging. From across the arena, Naya took her position with the poised confidence of someone thoroughly trained in formal combat. Her posture was perfect, her expression composed. Crowley raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. The room held its breath. Crowley's hand began to descend. Flow prediction activated. Time slowed to a crawl. The world around Adom sharpened into hyperfocus. Every detail, every movement, every flicker of energy suddenly outlined with crystal clarity. Naya was already moving. The average human reaction time is about 1/4 of a second, 250 milliseconds from stimulus to response. Naya had started her spell before Crowley's hand had dropped even an inch. She was operating at least twice that speed, her mind-to-magic pathways clearly well developed and heavily trained. Embers formed around her palms without any visible weaving gestures. No finger movements, no verbal components, just pure mental construction. Most mages needed at least some physical focus to channel mana properly. A well-practiced spell took under a second to form, if you could hold the construct clearly in your mind. But this was high-level weaving. Under her feet, a heat shimmer appeared, the beginnings of a propulsion spell. The construct was efficient, minimal energy waste, perfect form. She wasn't planning to run at him. She was going to launch herself, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. The angle of her body, the slight coiling of her muscles, the distribution of her weight, all told him exactly where she'd land. At least 3 feet in front of him, right hand leading with what would likely be an enhanced fire strike. Crowley's hand continued its descent, now halfway down. The embers around Naya's hands had grown into small, dancing flames. Based on their color and intensity, she was using a mid-level fire technique. Hot enough to cause serious pain, but not lethal. Good control. She was taking this seriously, but being mindful of the classroom setting. Her center of gravity was shifting forward. Her weight was distributed 70-30 between her back and front legs. She'd push off that back foot, using it as her primary launch point. Her legs were her anchor, her foundation. Take those away, and her entire attack sequence would crumble. Time to move. Crowley's hand completed its downward arc. Begin! Naya launched forward exactly as he'd predicted, a crimson blur propelled by flame. 1 second. Adom weaved 2 spells simultaneously, flowing into his right hand, forming around his left. The spells snapped into place immediately. 2 seconds. She was halfway to him, her trajectory perfect, right fist wreathed in flame and cocked back for a devastating strike. Her eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected him to remain stationary. That was her first mistake. As she entered his range, Adom stepped slightly to the left. Her momentum carried her forward, her punch slicing through empty air where his head had been a split second before. 2.5 seconds. His right hand shot out, activating as his fingers clamped around her throat. Not squeezing, just controlling. His left hand caught her fire-wrapped fist, neutralizing the flames on contact. Her eyes widened in shock. Using her own momentum against her, Adom pivoted sharply, sweeping her legs out from under her with a low kick to the back of her knees. Without her legs to stabilize her, Naya's balance collapsed instantly. 3 seconds. Adom drove her downward, slamming her back against the arena floor with enough force to knock the wind from her lungs. The impact echoed through the arena like a thunderclap. Before she could recover,
He had a spell primed above her face, a concentrated ball of pressure that would cause no permanent damage, but would definitely hurt if released. Naya lay there, pinned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her chest heaved as she tried to regain her breath. Adam blinked, surprised by his own efficiency. He'd expected more resistance, more challenge. He'd fought thugs in the undertow who'd put up a better fight. He'd prepared himself for a difficult battle against this diplomatic daughter from a warrior race. And yet, I guess a kid's still a kid. Naya's surprise faded. "I yield," she said, her voice steady despite her position. For a frozen moment, no one moved. No one spoke. The entire room seemed to be processing what they'd just witnessed. Then chaos erupted. "Holy crap, did you see that? He just... in like 3 seconds! Did anyone even see what happened?" Sam, meanwhile, had launched from his seat, applauding wildly with a triumphant grin spread across his face. He caught Adam's eye and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Adam returned the gesture with a subtle thumbs up of his own. "Sam, please sit down," someone nearby groaned. "You're blocking the view." Sam responded by applauding even louder while remaining firmly on his feet. Professor Crowley watched it all with a thin smile, making no immediate attempt to restore order. He seemed to be studying the reactions as much as he had studied the brief duel itself. On the arena floor, Naya pushed herself up onto her elbows, then to her feet with a fluid motion that suggested she wasn't badly hurt, just winded. She stood for a moment, rubbing the back of her neck where it had impacted the floor, then looked at Adam. She smiled and extended her hand again, the gesture different this time, horizontal. Was there a meaning behind that? Adam took it without hesitation. Her grip was noticeably firmer than before. "You're much stronger than you look," she said, not bothering to lower her voice despite the ongoing commotion around them. "I hear that a lot." Naya shook her head, her small horns catching the light. "No," she said with conviction. "I don't think you do." She flexed her hand, the one he'd caught mid-punch. "You didn't use fluid. No enhancement spells at all. Just raw physical strength and technique." She stepped closer, lowering her voice slightly. "Tyrogen are naturally much stronger than humans. It's not boasting, just biology. Even a half-grown Tyrogen like me." She gestured to herself with a quick flick of her tail. "I wasn't expecting you to take such a physical approach. Most humans rely on spell work when facing my kind." "Oh, maybe I'm not most humans?" Did that sound too cocky? I definitely sounded cocky. "Clearly not." The corner of her mouth quirked up. "And thank the one God for that. Most humans are terribly boring." Professor Crowley had finally moved to the center of the arena, raising both hands for quiet. The excited chatter continued unabated. "Silence!" he commanded, his voice amplified by a subtle pulse of mana. The room fell instantly quiet, a few students wincing at the volume. "The winner of this demonstration duel is Adam Silla," Crowley announced, gesturing toward Adam. "A clear victory through excellent tactical assessment and efficient execution." A few students started to clap, but Crowley silenced them with a look. "This is not a theatrical performance. It is an educational exercise. You would do well to consider what you observed, rather than merely react to it." He turned to Naya and Adam, lowering his voice. "Miss Lazari, are you injured?" "No, Professor," she answered promptly. "Just my pride, perhaps, and that will heal quickly enough." She looked at Adam again. "Thank you for the match. I'd very much like to fight you again, and understand exactly how I lost so quickly." Her smile broadened. "I have much to learn, it seems." "Sure," Adam said easily.
Whenever you want. Tomorrow? She asked immediately. He was taken off guard. Was he even free tomorrow? Probably not. Maybe he'd just... I insist. Naya pressed. Tomorrow works, Adam finally said. This wasn't so bad after all. Maybe he'd get to make a new ally, even. Crowley turned his attention to Adam.
Mr. Scylla, I must say you've improved considerably since I last observed your combat abilities. The professor's gaze was penetrating, assessing. Your response time and technique were notably advanced. Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to see you can defend yourself so effectively now. The professor glanced between them, then addressed Naya again. Miss Lazari, do not be discouraged by this outcome. Mr. Scylla here has, unfortunately, had the benefit of real battle experience, with his life at genuine risk, unlike any other student in this classroom. He paused. Experience is often a more effective teacher than formal training, though considerably less pleasant. I'm not discouraged, Professor, she said, her tail swishing. I'm motivated. Before Adam could respond, Crowley clapped his hands once. Back to your seats, both of you. We have more duels to observe today. As they walked back toward the tiered seating, Lucia Way leaned over the railing. Scylla, did you practice all summer or something? Or something, Adam replied vaguely. A few rows up, someone whispered loudly enough to be heard. Maybe it's the white streak in his hair. It's like magic power stored in there or something. That's not how magic works, you idiot, their neighbor hissed back. Then how did he move so fast? Maybe he's just good? Naya chuckled beside him. Your classmates are very creative with their theories. You have no idea, Adam muttered. Just wait until tomorrow's rumors. Adam and Sam cut across the academy grounds, taking the most direct route to the crossball pitch. The sun was high in the sky, mid-afternoon. Some first years were practicing their weaving in the gardens, while others were going to the library. Early semester was always calm. So let me get this straight, Sam said, still processing everything Adam had told him about the duel with Naya. You just... what? Saw her attack before she even launched it? Pretty much. Adam shifted his training bag to his other shoulder. Once flow prediction activated, her movements became obvious, like watching someone try to sneak up on you in slow motion. And you just caught her fist? A Tyrogen's fist? Sam's eyes widened. You know they're supposed to wrestle adult dire bears for coming-of-age rituals, right? I think that might be an exaggeration. My cousin swears he saw one lift a big cart to retrieve a coin underneath. The one that also swears he dated a mermaid? That was a misunderstanding. She had very scaly skin, Sam protested, then waved it away. Beside the point, physically restraining a Tyrogen is crazy. I still don't fully understand how those passive skills of yours work. Which part confuses you? Mostly the energy consumption. Sam adjusted his glasses. When we first talked about Silverback's might and healing factor, you mentioned your metabolism runs hot, but you don't seem to be constantly ravenous. Adam glanced around to make sure no one was within earshot. My body's operating at optimal efficiency now. I eat more, sure, but the conversion rate is incredible. Like how incredible? Remember when I came back to the dorm with those deep cuts and bruises a couple days ago? They mostly were gone by morning. Sam whistled low. And that didn't put you in an energy deficit? Healing that fast should have you eating like a troll. That's the fascinating part. My system extracts and stores energy from food much more efficiently than before. I only need significant extra calories when I'm actively healing,
or pushing my strength to the limit. Adam flexed his hand. The rest of the time, my consumption is just moderately higher than normal. And your muscles? Same principle, different application. They look normal, but perform at levels no human should be capable of. That's... Sam stopped walking, his face scrunched in concentration.
Actually, you need to teach me that transmutation technique you used.
I don't think it's a good idea to try it. I know I did, but I was kind of desperate, with shadow fade syndrome an hour away from me. Adam motioned for them to keep moving. I almost died. They passed under the shadow of the all-new Arcanum Tower, its spire reaching high above them. Students moved in orderly patterns across the grounds. You know what's weird, Sam said after a moment, is how much lighter you seem now. Lighter? Yeah, like, ever since you told me everything, about your past life, the reincarnation, all of it. You just seem, I don't know, less burdened. Sam gestured vaguely at Adam's posture. Like you're not carrying it alone anymore. Sam wasn't wrong. There was something freeing about having someone who knew everything, someone he didn't have to lie to or edit himself around. It helps, he admitted. Being able to talk openly with you. Must have been exhausting, keeping all that bottled up. You have no idea. Actually, I do have some idea, Sam said, more seriously than his usual tone. I'm the one you talk to now, remember? And I gotta say, your life story is a lot to process. Sorry about that. Don't apologize. It's fascinating. Sam's voice dropped to an excited whisper. I'm friends with someone who's literally lived another lifetime. Do you have any idea how cool that is? Is that all I am to you? Adam asked dryly. A walking historical curiosity. A walking historical curiosity with combat skills and secret identities, Sam grinned. Best friend ever. They rounded the corner past the alchemy building, and the crossball pitch came into view. A few figures were already running drills on the field. Speaking of your past knowledge, Sam said, his tone becoming more thoughtful. Were you expecting the Tyrogen to show up like this? At the academy? Adam shook his head. Never happened in my timeline. Not even close.
And that worries you. It wasn't a question. Sometimes Sam was too perceptive.
Yeah, Adam admitted. It means things are diverging from what I remember even more. Political alignments, alliances, maybe even major events. So your future knowledge is becoming too unreliable. Adam kicked at a loose stone on the path. In my timeline, the Tyrogen were isolationists. They barely traded with the Empire, let alone sent diplomatic missions or enrolled students in the academy. From what I've heard, Naya's father is a cousin to their king, one of the most influential people in their nation. Where'd you hear all this? Dinner hall. I talked to a few people after the duel. Diplomat kids. Sam adjusted his glasses. Apparently, they're here to finalize some kind of alliance with the Empire. An alliance? That was definitely new. In Adom's previous life, the Tyrogen had maintained strict neutrality during the coming conflicts. Their involvement would change everything. Mutual defense pact, from what I gathered. They share a border, after all. Against what? Adam asked, though he suspected he already knew. The rising orc tribes in the east, for one, the Pharmusian Empire, and also the dungeon breaks, said Sam. They're becoming more frequent. 3 major incidents in the last year alone. Dungeon breaks. Early signs of the world dungeon stirring. In his past life, they'd started the same way, isolated incidents growing steadily more common until they became near-constant emergencies. The pattern was unmistakable. Within a few decades, they'd be happening weekly, then daily. The precursor to what he'd come to know as the end times. "It's starting," he murmured. "What is?" "The pattern. The build-up." Adom shook his head. "It'll get worse." Sam studied him for a moment. "You know, sometimes I forget that you've actually lived through catastrophic events, that you're not just theorizing." "Lucky you," Adom said grimly. They walked in silence for a few paces, before something small and white fluttered down in front of Adom, landing on the pathway between him and Sam. "What the?" Adom began, before both boys looked up. A raven perched on a nearby branch, its feathers glossy black in the afternoon sun. It tilted its head, regarding them with one beady eye, then opened its beak. "Student Adom Silla," the bird announced, in a voice that somehow managed to be both croaky and officious at the same time. Adom raised an eyebrow. "Yes?" "Letter delivery from Biggins," the raven ruffled its feathers importantly. Sam sighed dramatically. These ravens are getting more insufferable by the day. Last week, one dropped a small package directly on Professor Orlov's head during lecture. Didn't even apologize. The raven scoffed loudly, flapped its wings, and soared away without another word. Adom laughed as he bent to pick up the folded paper. "What?" Sam demanded. "Nothing, just—" Adom's shoulders shook with suppressed mirth. "You're having a feud with the messenger birds." "Oh, please," Sam rolled his eyes. "Just read your letter." Adom unfolded the paper, immediately recognizing Biggins' distinctive handwriting, looping and elegant, yet somehow giving the impression of being scrawled in a great hurry. "My dear boy, simply marvelous news. I couldn't possibly wait until your next visit to share this positively electrifying development. I've secured you a sponsor with the House of Merchants, the Honorable Madame Faraday herself. Yes, that Faraday. Terrifying woman, magnificent taste in teacups. Do pop by the shop when convenient. We have details to discuss, plans to finalize, and I've acquired a new tea blend that tastes like sunshine filtered through cloud vapor. Or possibly just jasmine. My palate isn't what it once was, after all. Yours in anticipation, the astonishingly clever and modestly humble Mr. Biggins." "Whew!" Adom whooped, startling a group of first-years practicing nearby. He folded the letter and tucked it carefully into his inner pocket. Sam eyed him curiously. "Good news, I take it?" "That's sponsor number 2, Adom said, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. "Someone named Faraday. Madame Faraday." "Wait, the Madame Faraday? She basically owns half the shipping routes to the Southern Isles." "I didn't know that," Sam whistled. "Impressive. Her guild's ranked among the top 10 seats, I think." Adom gave him a playful shove. 2 sponsors. We're almost there, Sam. The Wangara Guild is going to happen. Just the Lightbringers left, then? Just the Lightbringers. Adom started walking again, his pace quickening. They continued toward the crossball pitch, which was now fully visible ahead. Several players were already running drills, their movements quick and precise. Hugo stood at the center, clipboard in hand, barking occasional instructions. "Speaking of following," Sam said, "you're going to be late if we don't hurry." They jogged the rest of the way, arriving just as the team was gathering for a huddle. Hugo spotted them and broke away, making a beeline for Adom. "Adom!" he called, waving at both of the boys. "Perfect timing! Coach wants to see you." "Coach Virium?" Adom asked, setting his bag down.
I thought I'd meet him at the next regular practice. Change of plans. He's here now, and he's particularly interested in seeing you in action. Why the sudden interest? Sam asked. Hugo shrugged. Word gets around. Not every day a third-year bests Serena in a duel. He glanced over at the field, where the tall fifth-year was demonstrating a blocking technique. Though I'd recommend not mentioning that to her face, unless you enjoy pain. Noted, Adam said dryly. Anyway, Hugo continued, we've got some good news. Remember our missing runner position? The one we didn't have during tryouts? Filled as of this morning,
Hugo said with a wide grin. Coach wants to run some plays with the full lineup, see how everyone meshes together. Sounds good, Adam said. Who's the new guy? Hugo started to answer, but was cut off by Sam suddenly nudging Adam in the ribs. Hard. Adam turned, following Sam's gaze toward the equipment lockers at the edge of the pitch. A tall, broad-shouldered figure was emerging, adjusting armor plates. Even though his face was partially obscured by the helmet he was securing, there was no mistaking that particular way of rolling his shoulders. Damus. His eyes locked with Adam's across the pitch, and he scoffed visibly, turning away. Our new runner, Hugo confirmed, apparently oblivious to the tension suddenly crackling in the air. Coach says he's got the best acceleration he's seen in years. Well, Adam thought, as Damus began walking toward them. This should be fun.
Chapter 78. Grasshopper. This is him? The spear you've been raving about? Coach Virium squinted across the pitch, voice pitched just low enough that he probably thought it wouldn't carry. He's barely taller than the crossball posts. Hugo shifted uncomfortably, his massive frame making the weathered bench beneath him creak in protest. I know he doesn't look like much, but... Doesn't look like much, Virium interrupted, scratching at his salt and pepper beard. He looks like someone's little brother who wandered onto the field by mistake. Are you sure we're looking at the same kid? The skinny one with the white streak in his hair? That's him, Hugo confirmed. God preserve us. I could snap him like a twig with one hand. The murmurs rippled through the gathered players. Adam kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, pretending not to hear any of it while strapping on his right gauntlet. Next to him, Sam winced. They're not exactly being subtle, are they? Sam whispered. Adam said nothing, tightening the gauntlet with perhaps more force than necessary. Hey, mini spear, called Talif from a few feet away, his tone light and teasing. Don't worry. If someone charges you, just duck. They'll fly right over you. Several players laughed, not unkindly. Or you could run between his legs, added Mira, grinning. Tactical advantage of being fun-sized. More laughter. Children, Adam thought. All of them. Playing at competition with absolutely no concept of real battle. In his first life, by their age, most would have already faced genuine life-or-death situations. Look, Coach Virium continued, I'm sure he's a nice enough kid, but this is Crosball, not storytelling hour at the library. People get hurt. Badly. Remember Galen Knox? Shattered his entire arm cage on that bad fall last season. Rib cage, Hugo corrected. And yes, but... My point exactly. We're talking broken bones as a matter of course. And now you want me to put... Virium gestured vaguely in Adam's direction. That on the field? Again. Coach, Hugo said, lowering his voice slightly, though not nearly enough. I know this sounds crazy, but you have to see him play. He's got the best spatial awareness I've ever seen in a third year. Maybe in any year. The dungeon hero, right? Virium's tone made it clear exactly what he thought of that title.
Look, I'm sure the stories about him are very exciting, but they're probably exaggerated. Kids that age tend to— I watched him take down Serena in a duel, Hugo cut in. Clean win. No tricks. That caused a moment of silence. Even Virium seemed to hesitate. You told me already, but are you sure? Absolutely. Probably a fluke, Virium muttered, but with less conviction now. Or she was going easy on him. Serena doesn't go easy on anyone, you know that. From the bench nearby, Serena herself looked up sharply. Her eyes found Adom measuring him silently. Unlike the others, she wasn't laughing. Her jaw tightened, and she scoffed loudly enough for everyone to hear. It wasn't a fluke, she said flatly, and I wasn't going easy. She returned to adjusting her gauntlets, adding under her breath, Won't make that mistake again. Sam leaned closer to Adom. You okay? Fine, Adom replied flatly. You don't look fine. You look like you're plotting someone's violent demise. That's just my face, Sam snorted. No, your plotting violence face has more of a squint to it. This is your I'm too dignified to acknowledge I'm annoyed face. Very different. Despite himself, the corner of Adom's mouth twitched upward. The difference is smaller than you'd think. Sam snorted. Your sense of humor gets really dark when people underestimate you. It's not the underestimation, Adom said quietly. It's the tedium of it. 80 years and I still have to deal with the exact same nonsense. Across the field, Coach Virium was still expressing his reservations. And what about his parents? You think they'd be happy to learn we've put their precious boy on a collision course with some fifth-year's fist? He's Commander Scylla's son, Hugo reminded him. Oh, even better, Virium threw up his hands. So when he gets his arm broken, I'll have one of the Empire's top military commanders on my doorstep. Fantastic. Coach, Hugo said, with the patience of someone explaining a simple concept to a particularly stubborn child. Just watch him. One practice, that's all I'm asking. Virium stared at Hugo for a long moment, then let out an exaggerated sigh. Fine, one practice. But if he gets flattened, that's on you. You saw what his father did last semester. I want none of that. Deal. Adom finished adjusting his gear and stood up. All right, Virium shouted, suddenly shifting to his full coaching voice. Everyone on the field, let's see what we're working with. Adom caught Hugo, giving him an encouraging nod. He returned it with the barest inclination of his head. Remember, Sam said, as Adom prepared to join the others on the field. No magical death spells if someone laughs at you. I'd never, Adom replied, with feigned innocence. Uh-huh. I saw your face when Talif made that height joke. Pure murder. Not murder, just mild maiming. Sam grinned. Show them what you've got, old man. Adom allowed himself a small, genuine smile. Oh, I intend to. The players filed onto the crossball pitch, equipment rattling softly with each step. Adom took his position, feeling the familiar texture of the gauntlets against his palms. The grass beneath his feet was freshly trimmed, springy, and perfect for sudden direction changes. Coach Virium moved to the center of the field, crossball tucked under one arm. His expression shifted from skepticism to something almost like concern as his eyes found Adom among the players. Scylla, he called, beckoning Adom forward. A word. Adom jogged over, aware of the eyes tracking his movement. Coach. Virium's weathered face creased into a frown. Up close, Adom could see the thin scar that ran from his left eyebrow to his temple, an old crossball injury, most likely. Listen, kid, Virium said, voice pitched low. Hugo tells me you've got talent, and I respect his judgment. But crossball isn't just about talent. It's about staying in one piece. He glanced around at the larger players. These fifth years hit like battering rams. You sure you want to do this? I'm sure, Coach, Adam said firmly. I can handle it. Virium studied him for a moment longer. Your father know about this? He taught me how to fall properly when I was 6, Adam said. It wasn't exactly an answer, but it wasn't a lie either. That earned a short laugh from Virium. Okay. No need to be sarcastic, kid. He slapped Adam lightly on the shoulder. All right then. But you tell me if anything feels off. Pride's not worth a shattered collarbone. He turned to address the entire group, voice booming across the pitch. Listen up. For those who need reminding, Crossball has 3 simple rules. He held up a finger. 1. No magic. Fluid enhancement only. A second finger. 2. Duels are 1-on-1. A third finger. 3. Intentional targeting of vulnerable areas means immediate ejection. His eyes swept over the assembled players. This isn't a brawl. It's a sport. You hit to disrupt, not to damage. Clear? A chorus of, "Yes, Coach," echoed back. Good. Virium consulted a clipboard. For today's practice match, we're mixing experience levels. I want to see how you work with unfamiliar teammates. He began rattling off names and positions. Adam listened for his own. Blue team spear, Scylla. No surprise there. What did surprise him was the next assignment. Blue team runner, Demus. Adam's eyes snapped to Demus, who was adjusting his armor.
The taller boy looked up briefly, his expression unreadable, before returning to his equipment. Great. Just great. On the bright side, at least they wouldn't be actively trying to flatten each other. For now. The teams separated, blue and red vests distributed. Adam found himself standing with Demus, Talif, and 4 others he recognized only vaguely from previous practices. Adam, Talif nodded. Don't worry about Demus. He's fast, but he'll get the job done. I'm standing right here, Demus said flatly. Exactly my point, Talif grinned. All speed, no subtlety. Demus rolled his eyes and turned to Adam. Just get me the ball, he said simply. I'll handle the rest. That's not exactly how a spear works, Adam pointed out. Then show me how it works, Demus replied. This was probably the longest conversation they had in a while. Coach Virium's whistle cut through the air. Positions! Adam moved to the defensive half of their side, settling into his stance. Across the pitch, the red team's runners were already coordinating, planning their attack pattern. The spear, a 4th year named Jensen, kept his eyes fixed on Adam with obvious skepticism. The crossball gleamed in Virium's hand as he held it aloft. The sunlight caught its leather surface, highlighting the intricate runes sewn into the seams. Begin! The ball arced high into the air, and everything else disappeared from Adam's mind. Flow prediction activated instantly, sharpening his senses. The world decelerated around him, movements becoming telegraphed and readable. The ball's trajectory stretched before him like a glowing path. It would land approximately 7 meters to his right, where Red Team's tallest runner was already positioning himself. Adam's mind raced. Standard defensive positioning would put him at least 4 steps behind the play. Too slow, too reactive. He needed something different. His eyes flickered to the runner's legs, the way he balanced his weight on the balls of his feet, preparing to leap. There was a pattern there, a rhythm to the movement, like a grasshopper. Oh? The thought crystallized with sudden clarity. Grasshoppers didn't rely on running speed.
They channeled immense power through their legs, converting stored energy into explosive movement. Adom dropped lower, shifting his weight back. He channeled fluid into his thighs, feeling the energy build and compress, muscle fibers tensing under Silverback's might. 5 meters from the ball touching down. 4 meters. 3. The Red Runner's knees bent, preparing to jump. 2 meters. Adom released. The stored energy exploded through his legs, launching him forward like a bolt from a crossbow. His body shot across the pitch, covering the distance in a blurred instant. The Red Runner was still mid-jump when Adom intersected his path, snatching the ball from the air with one outstretched hand. He hit the ground in a controlled roll, absorbing the momentum, then pivoted sharply. The Red Team's defense was still reacting to his unexpected interception, their formation momentarily broken. Damas had already spotted the opportunity. He was sprinting up the right flank, having slipped behind Red's blocker. Adom didn't hesitate. He planted his back foot and channeled another burst of fluid-enhanced strength, launching the ball in a tight spiral. It cut through the air at a speed that made it whistle, curving slightly to lead Damas's run. Perfect placement. Damas caught it without breaking stride, spinning past Red's desperate keeper, and slammed the ball through the highest hoop. 3 points. 20 seconds from whistle to score. The pitch went quiet for a beat, then erupted in scattered exclamations. "What the? Did you see that jump? How did he even—" Talef jogged past Adom, slapping him on the back. "That," he said with appreciative emphasis, "was not normal."
Damas trotted back to position, tossing the ball to Coach Virium. He met Adom's eyes briefly, giving him a single, curt nod. Coming from Damas, it was practically a standing ovation. Adom felt a rush of satisfaction so intense, it was almost embarrassing. The technique had worked perfectly, better than he'd anticipated. The grasshopper leap, combined with Silverback's might, gave him an explosive speed that nobody would expect from someone his size. That would be pretty good in a fight. He could hear Sam whooping from the sidelines, could see Hugo's barely contained grin. Even Coach Virium was watching him with a new intensity, his earlier skepticism replaced by calculating interest. For a moment, Adom was tempted to say something cool, something that would capitalize on the stunned expressions around him. A witty one-liner, perhaps, or a confident declaration, the perfect cue for some edgy remark that would haunt him in his nightmares for decades. But he didn't. Thank God he didn't. Too old for team drama and wannabe protagonist moments, even if his body disagreed. Instead, he simply readjusted his gauntlets and returned to position, fighting to keep his face neutral, even as a warm glow of vindication spread through his chest. An hour of effort, sweat, teenage drama, and strategic grasshopper leaping later, the final whistle blew. Red Team, 16. Blue Team, 13. Serena, who'd subbed in for Jensen midway through the match, had just scored the final three-pointer with a move that even Adom had to admit was impressive. A spinning leap over Talef's attempted block, followed by a no-look shot that somehow curved around their keeper's outstretched arms. Adom bent forward, hands on his knees, sweat dripping onto the grass beneath him. His lungs burned, muscles trembled with exertion, and yet, it didn't feel like losing. Not really. "Not bad out there," Talef said, clapping Adom on the shoulder as he passed. 7 interceptions, 4 assists, and 2 scores. Even Damus seemed impressed. Adom glanced over to where Damus was already stalking off the field, not bothering to look at anyone. "High praise coming from him," Adom remarked dryly. "Trust me, if he didn't approve, you'd know it," Talef replied with a knowing smile. Coach Virium's reaction, however, was anything but subdued. "Scylla!"
The coach's voice boomed across the pitch as he barreled toward Adam like an excited bull that had just discovered sentience. "My ace!" Before Adam could react, Virium had lifted him clean off the ground in a bear hug that threatened to rearrange his internal organs. "Coach, unhand me! Did you see him?" Virium shouted to no one in particular, still crushing Adam against his chest. "Did you all see what I've been telling you about? That's my spear! That's my spear!" "You've been telling us he's too small," Talef pointed out, walking past while toweling off his face. "A momentary lapse in judgment," Virium declared, finally setting Adam down. "Size means nothing when you've got that kind of field vision. 3 steps ahead of everyone else, like he could see the future." Adam tried very hard not to react to that particular observation.
"Minimal praise would be sufficient, coach," he managed, subtly checking if any ribs had been displaced.
"Minimal? Minimal?" Virium's eyes bulged slightly. "I haven't seen a third-year move like that since me, and I was extraordinary." From the sidelines, Sam caught Adam's eye and mouthed, "What is happening?" while making exaggerated gestures of confusion. Adam responded with the smallest shrug possible, equally baffled by the coach's complete reversal. The match itself had been chaotic and punishing. Red Team had quickly adapted to Adam's unconventional style, double-teaming him whenever possible. But that had created openings for Damus and Talef, who'd capitalized with ruthless efficiency. For his part, Adam had discovered that flow prediction, combined with his enhanced speed, made him nearly impossible to pass against. It was like having a map of everyone's intentions stamped directly into his brain and being able to act on it. By the second quarter, Red Team had stopped trying to pass anywhere near him. There had been complications, of course. Silverback's might, combined with fluid enhancement, was like trying to control a runaway horse with silk threads. Twice he'd overshot his jumps, once sending himself crashing into the stands, much to Sam's amusement. Another time, he'd passed the ball with such force it nearly broke through the keeper's protective gear. Biggins had been right. Flow prediction helped him manage his strength better, anticipating how much force was needed, rather than just unleashing raw power. But even with that advantage, there had been moments when his control slipped. A misjudged tackle that sent both him and Serena tumbling across the pitch, a blocked shot that rocketed off his gauntlet and almost took out Coach Virium on the sidelines. Still, they'd adapted. By the final quarter, he'd found a tentative balance between power and precision.
"You need work on your endurance," Virium continued, now in full coaching mode as the team gathered around. "And your shooting form is terrible, absolutely atrocious, like watching someone throw a dead fish. But your positioning, your anticipation, divine. Divine!" He clapped Adam on the shoulder with enough force to make his knees buckle slightly. What is it with that old man and his strength? "I'm putting your name down for the tournament roster," Virium announced. "First string." A murmur rippled through the gathered players. "First string," someone whispered. "After one practice." "Told you," Hugo said smugly from nearby. "Your father will be all right with that, yes?" Virium asked, suddenly remembering the potential complication. "Commander Scylla won't mind you traveling for the tournament circuit." "Absolutely not," Adam said, perhaps a bit too quickly. "He's very supportive of athletic pursuits." "Excellent," Virium beamed. "Then it's settled. We'll start special training tomorrow. I have some techniques from my playing days that will transform your game. Ancient secrets, passed down through generations of spears." "They're not ancient secrets if you read them in The Comprehensive Guide to Crossball, Coach," Serena called out, deadpan. "Silence, heathen. My wisdom is beyond textbooks." As Virium launched into an enthusiastic speech about the tournament schedule, Adam found himself suppressing a smile. The plan had worked almost too well.
He now had his ticket to the north, to North Haven, and from there to the giant highlands. The primordial runes, the grimoire. Understanding why law gave it to him. All of it now within reach. He'd been so caught up in the match, in proving himself, that he'd almost forgotten why he was doing this in the first place. The sport itself had been unexpectedly fun. Sam sidled up next to him as Coach Virium continued extolling the virtues of proper hydration before long journeys. "Scylla! Lightbringer!"
Virium's voice cut through their conversation. "Pay attention when your coach is dispensing invaluable wisdom." "Yes, coach," they chorused, straightening up immediately. Virium nodded, satisfied, and returned to his lecture. After practice, Adom and Sam headed toward old Mari's, the former's body aching and stomach growling in protest of being empty for so long. "I'm going to eat at least 5 meat pies," Adom declared as they rounded the corner onto Market Street. "Maybe 6. "You'll explode," Sam replied. "Apparently Mari's trying something new, too. Erin wouldn't shut up about it earlier." "New? Mari hasn't changed her menu in 20 years. According to Erin, it's some kind of flatbread with sauce and cheese on top. She adds different toppings depending on what you want." "Sounds messy." "Sounds perfect." The evening air was cool against their still sweat-dampened skin. Students milled about, some heading to evening studies, others clearly bound for less academic pursuits. "We're supposed to meet Erin there," Sam said, checking the time on his pocket watch. "He's probably already halfway through his second pie by now." "Adom!" At the sound of his name, Adom turned. "Is that Cass?" Sam squinted down the street. It was. Cassandra was hurrying toward them, her usual measured stride replaced by something close to eagerness. In her hand was a slender bottle filled with a sparkling blue liquid that seemed to glow faintly in the evening light. "I was just coming to find you," she said as she reached them. "Is that Moonswell?" Adom asked, eyeing the bottle. "Are you celebrating something?" Moonswell was expensive and rare, a drink reserved for milestone achievements or life-changing events. In his first life, Adom had tasted it exactly twice. Once when he got into Xerxes, and once when he found a bottle among the debris of a destroyed Kati. Cass smiled. Her eyes moved from Adom to Sam, a question in them. "Sam knows," Adom said quickly. "About the guild. Everything." "Everything?" Cass raised an eyebrow, her smile turning wry. "That's a lot of everything." "Enough," Adom amended. "I'm trustworthy," Sam added. Ass glanced around at the passing students, then stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Yes, I'm celebrating," she said. She looked between them, letting the moment stretch before adding, "We received the Lightbringer sponsor." Chapter 79. Welcome to the Market. "How?" Adom stared at the glowing blue bottle in Cass's hand, the question hanging in the air between them. Cass's lips curved into a satisfied smile, her usual composed demeanor giving way to barely contained excitement. "I went to the Register of Guilds today to check on our application status. While I was there, a handyman from the Lightbringers arrived with the letter." She pulled out an envelope from her inner pocket, the silver wax seal of the Lightbringers still intact. "Official sponsorship confirmation." "That's fast," Adom said, brow furrowing. "Like, really fast. The Lightbringers were supposed to have received our proposal just today, and they've already approved and sent an answer?" Cass nodded, her eyes bright. "The handyman came with a griffin." "Ah," Adom's confusion cleared. Griffin-mounted messengers could cover distances in hours that would take normal carriers days. "That explains it."
Sam looked between them, then broke into a wide grin. So it's official? The Wangara Guild is actually happening? It is, Cass confirmed, her voice steady despite the subtle vibration of excitement in her shoulders. Adom had never seen her quite like this, controlled, as always, but with an undercurrent of genuine elation that transformed her usually serious face. This calls for a proper celebration, Sam declared, clapping Adom on the back. We were just heading to Old Mari's for meat pies. You should join us. Mari's? Cass raised an eyebrow, tucking the precious letter back into her pocket. Are the pies really worth celebrating with? The best in the city, Sam and Adom said in perfect unison, then glanced at each other in surprise. Adom woke at precisely 6 o'clock, blinking away the remnants of a dream that was still fresh in his memory, though not as vivid as before. The cave, the tree, the egg, it had all felt like an actual dream this time, not the overwhelming vision it had been previously.
He sat up, rubbing his eyes, and looked over at Sam's bed. His roommate remained firmly wrapped in his blankets, only the top of his head visible. Must be nice, Adom muttered, dragging himself out of bed. The day that followed was relentlessly ordinary. Advanced alchemy with Professor Merwin, where they extracted essence from a particularly stubborn moonflower. Bonding practicum with Zuni. Dueling tactics with Professor Gavin, who made the entire class run laps because someone had drawn a rather unflattering caricature of him on the classroom door. Lunch came and went. So did history of magical theory and practical applications of fluid enhancement. By the time crossball practice rolled around, Adom's mind was already elsewhere. Coach Virium noticed, making him run extra drills until his legs felt like they might detach themselves in protest. White Worm's body has leveled up. Iron Lungs has leveled up. Damus remained consistently aloof throughout practice, acknowledging Adom only when absolutely necessary for plays. When practice finally ended, Adom dragged himself to the showers, letting the hot water wash away the day's accumulated sweat and tension. Back in the changing room, he found Sam waiting, idly flipping through a worn copy of Advanced Constructs for the Modern Mage. Thought you'd be halfway to Old Mari's by now, Adom said, toweling his hair dry. And missed the opportunity to tell you how much your last pass looked like a dying fish trying to flop upstream? Never. Adom snorted. Virium's words, not yours. Great minds, Sam shrugged, closing his book. Anyway, I was thinking we could grab food in the West Quarter tonight. There's this new place that supposedly serves... Actually, Adom interrupted, reaching up to his shoulder where Zuni was perched. I need to meet Cass. Guild business. Of course there is, Sam sighed. Just when I thought we could celebrate your miraculous crossball transformation. Adom gently lifted Zuni from his shoulder, the small Quillic chirping in protest. I need you to look after Zuni for me. Absolutely not. Sam, no way. Sam backed up a step. That little demon tried to eat my socks. While I was wearing them. He was being playful. He chirps at me when I sleep. He's a Quillic. They communicate through chirping. He left droppings in my shoes. Okay, that one was probably intentional, Adom admitted. But look, I can't bring him with me to this meeting, and I can't leave him alone in the room again. Last time he chewed through my potions bag. Sam crossed his arms, glaring at Zuni as if he were a personal nemesis, rather than a squirrel-sized, expressive creature with an inconvenient tendency toward destruction. Please, Adom added. I'll buy you those fancy pastries you like. 2 boxes. 1 box, and I'll help you with your transmutation essay. You're literally rich. It's not about the money. Plus, too much sugar is bad for you. Sam narrowed his eyes. Fine, old man, but if he ruins anything else, you're replacing it. Fair enough. Adom held Zuni up at eye level. Behave for Sam, understood? Zuni chirped,
his bright, inquisitive eyes blinking rapidly in what could have been agreement or a declaration of war. "He's actually been better lately," Adam said, trying to hand the quillic over. "And I think he's always liked you." "You call hiding my quills and replacing them with twigs liking me?" "Don't be dramatic. He adores you. He just needs attention sometimes. And I've been busy." Adam finally managed to transfer Zuni to Sam's unwilling hands. "Feed him those nuts in the blue container. Not the ones with sugar. Sugar makes him excitable." "Excitable how?" "You remember that chandelier in the East Hall? The one that mysteriously fell last week?" "Not so mysterious." Sam's eyes widened. "You said that was a failed levitation experiment." "It was, just not mine."
Adam clapped Sam on the shoulder.
Thanks for this. Really.
"I'm beginning to think our friendship is very one-sided," Sam grumbled, but there was no real annoyance in his voice. He'd already started scratching behind Zuni's ears with reluctant curiosity. "What's this little pouch attached to his collar?" "Calming herbs. Found the recipe in an old quillic biology manual. Keeps him from getting too... Zuni. You really don't want him around all the time, do you?" Adam paused, considering. "It's not that. I just need a break sometimes. Having a pre-familiar bond is exhausting. We're still figuring each other out." "I thought potential familiars were supposed to be, cooperative during bonding." "In theory. In practice, Zuni is more like an adopted child testing boundaries." Sam laughed, carefully cradling the now chirping Zuni. "Fine, go have your secret guild meeting. But if he turns my room into a disaster zone, I'm bringing him to your fancy new guild hall and releasing him among all your important papers." Noted. Adam finished gathering his things, slung his bag over his shoulder, and headed for the door. Now to find Cass. Adam found the warehouse easily enough. It sat on the eastern edge of the merchant district, a squat brick building with a sloped roof and windows that needed cleaning. A crude sign had been nailed next to the double doors. "Property of the Wangara Guild. Pending." He tried the door. Unlocked. Inside, sunlight streamed through high windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. The space was cavernous and mostly empty, save for some construction materials, a few workbenches, and scattered tools. At the far end, seated on an upturned crate with her back to the door, was Cass. She was hunched over something, papers probably, and hadn't heard him enter. Adam crossed the concrete floor quietly, his footsteps barely echoing in the vast space.
Planning world domination already? He said when he was a few feet behind her.
Cass didn't jump or startle. She simply turned, a half-smile on her face. "Oh, it's you. Hello, Adam." He dropped his bag beside her.
"So this is it? Our grand headquarters?"
"What do you think?" Her eyes tracked his as he surveyed the space. The warehouse was larger than it had appeared from outside. Much larger. Adam felt the subtle pull of spatial magic as he stepped through the doorway, the interior dimensions stretching beyond what should have been possible within the building's exterior footprint. Wooden beams crisscrossed overhead, extending farther than they had any right to. One wall was partially demolished, revealing the framework of what would become new rooms. A makeshift platform had been constructed near the back, the beginnings of a second floor. "It's..." Adam searched for the right word. "Perfect." Cass's smile widened. "Isn't it? The merchant district, our own place." She swept her arm in a wide arc. "The front will be the public space. Consultations, minor enchantments, research requests. The back will be our workshop. And upstairs? Private quarters for guild officers." "You've been busy." Adam ran his fingers along a nearby support beam, feeling the faint hum of the space-warping enchantments. I could reinforce the spatial extensions with some runic work. Maybe add a few concealment fields for storage, some security wards. His mind was already racing with possibilities. We could even create spaces that only appear under certain conditions. Someone's excited, Cass said with a smirk. We've been at it since dawn. The workers just left for the day. She stood, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A warehouse in the merchant district, for a guild of my own. Her voice softened. Father would have been proud. Adam studied her face. Cass rarely mentioned her father. Even rarer was this naked vulnerability. But something else seemed off.
Her shoulders were too tense. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked.
Actually, she sighed, looking toward the door as if expecting someone to burst through it. We had visitors earlier.
Visitors?
The 50th seat. Crimson Scale Guild.
Adam felt his stomach tighten. What did they want?
What do they always want? To swallow anything smaller. Cass leaned against a workbench. They sent someone named Tresh, the guildmaster herself, with 2 of her lackeys.
The guildmaster came personally?
Backed by House Vrental, of course. Cass's voice hardened. Seems our list of sponsors caught their attention.
What did they say?
Oh, the usual pretty words. How impressed they were by our initiative. How we could rise faster under their mentorship. How joining forces would benefit everyone. She picked up a nail from the table and began rolling it between her fingers. They said they could double our funding.
And what did you tell them?
I refused, of course. The nail bent between her fingers. Politely, at first.
Adam watched her carefully. That didn't go well, did it?
No, Cass said, tossing the bent nail aside. It did not.
Adam frowned, leaning against a half-constructed workbench. What exactly did they say, after you refused?
They weren't explicit. Cass picked up another nail, this one thicker. It didn't bend as easily in her fingers. But the message was clear enough. Cooperate, or we become a problem.
Subtle.
About as subtle as a falling brick. She set the nail down and crossed her arms. As you know, there are only 50 seats available in the House of Merchants. The Crimson Scale holds the 50th.
Adam nodded.
We've fulfilled all the eligibility requirements, Cass continued. And with the Lightbringers backing us, among others, we have a strong case for admission. The committee votes next month.
And the 50th seat is always the most vulnerable, Adam said, understanding dawning. They're panicking. Wouldn't you? The Crimson Scale has been hanging onto that seat by their fingernails for 2 years. Their membership is declining, their profits are down, and rumor has it, they've lost 3 major contracts in the last quarter. A smile ghosted across Cass's face. They're desperate. So they figured they'd absorb us before we could replace them. Exactly. Take our sponsors, our momentum, and our potential. Leave us with table scraps and subordinate positions. Her eyes narrowed.
Trash actually had the nerve to suggest we'd be better off under their control, as if everything we've built was just a bargaining chip for them to use.
Adam was quiet for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle.
What's so funny?
Cass asked, her eyebrows drawing together. Nothing's funny. I'm just not surprised. He pushed off from the workbench and began pacing. Did you really expect this to be easy? That we'd just walk in, claim a seat, and everyone would politely applaud?
Of course not.
Good, because I sure didn't. Adam stopped and faced her. We need to be aggressive from the start. Get our products to market as soon as possible.
The communication crystals?
And the rest. He gestured around the warehouse. We need to show everyone exactly why we deserve that seat. Make it so obvious that the committee has no choice. Cass frowned. And what about these guys? Crimson Scale? What about them? They weren't making idle threats, Adam. She lowered her voice. I don't think they'd touch you, not with your family connections. But me? She gave a half shrug. I've got a smart mouth and mediocre combat skills. Not exactly prepared to handle a 6-foot enforcer showing up at my door. Adam stopped his pacing. I'll give you a transport crystal. You should move somewhere safer for now. I know a good place. And leave all this? She gestured at the warehouse. We're not leaving anything. Just making sure you're safer and sort things out. Sort things out how, exactly? They won't move against us directly, Adam said, resuming his pacing. Not with House Scylla's backing and our other sponsors. But they'll be underhanded about it. Probably try to sabotage our first deliveries, spread rumors about quality, that sort of thing. So we just... A faint whistling sound cut through the air. Adam's head snapped toward the high windows. His body reacted before his mind fully processed what was happening. Something small and dark hurtling through one of the dusty panes, sending glass fragments scattering across the floor. Down! He shouted, already weaving a barrier spell with his hands. Blue light flared between his palms. Cass was moving too, diving behind a stack of lumber, but too slowly. The projectile hit the floor between them, bouncing once with a metallic clank. Not a rock, not an arrow. A smooth, rune-carved orb. Time seemed to stretch. Adam saw the small device begin to glow, the inscribed symbols pulsing with increasing intensity. He completed the barrier around himself and Cass, the blue shield snapping into place just as he lunged toward her. Too late. The orb erupted with a blinding flash and a deafening boom that shook the wooden beams overhead. Adam felt the concussive wave slam against his barrier, pushing him back several feet. Dust and debris filled the air. Through the ringing in his ears, Adam heard wood splintering and something heavy crashing to the floor. The makeshift second-floor platform was collapsing, sending construction materials tumbling down. Cass! He shouted, trying to see through the swirling dust and smoke. His barrier flickered and held, but he couldn't tell if it had formed completely around Cass before the explosion. No answer came.
Chapter 80. Partners in Spite.
Adam coughed, his lungs burning. The smoke clogged his nose, his mouth, his thoughts. For a second, he wasn't in the warehouse anymore. He was back in that research camp at Matharan Ridge, the night the Tashani rebels hit them. In another timeline. The same choking darkness, the same ringing in his ears, the same disorientation as he tried to figure out which direction led to safety and which to more danger. That night, he'd found his friend and fellow researcher Eliza face down in the mud, her specimen case still clutched in her hands. She was dead. No, not again. Anger surged through him, clean, clarifying anger that burned away the fog of memory. He weaved a quick spell in the air, the surrounding mana glowing blue. The spell burst outward from his fingertips. The smoke scattered instantly, pushed to the edges of the room. Debris flew with it, papers, wood splinters, dust, exposing the wreckage of the warehouse floor. And there was Cass, sprawled on her side, half buried under a fallen shelf. Cass! He scrambled over broken boards and scattered tools. Cass, answer me! She didn't move. A thin trickle of blood ran from her hairline down the side of her face. Adam dropped to his knees beside her, gently pushing the shelf off her body and checking for obvious injuries. Nothing seemed broken, at least not visibly. He pressed 2 fingers to her neck. The pulse was there, steady, strong. She was alive.
He let out the breath he'd been holding. A noise from outside snapped his head up. Voices just outside the wall. "Told you to check first. How was I supposed to know there were people inside? It's a fucking warehouse under construction." "Oh shit, the smoke's clearing." Adam turned toward the broken window. A masked face peered in, eyes widening when they met his. "Someone's alive in there," the voice hissed. "We gotta go, now!" The face disappeared, followed by the sound of running footsteps.
Adam didn't think. He didn't plan. He summoned John. The golem materialized beside him immediately. "Protect her," he ordered, pointing to Cass. "Full defense. Nobody touches her." He didn't need to say it for John to do what he wanted. But it felt liberating to talk. He could express his rage better. Adam was already running. He vaulted through the broken window, the glass harmlessly sliding off his skin, thanks to his skill. Outside, the late afternoon sun momentarily blinded him. He squinted, catching sight of 3 figures running down the alley. "Stop!" he shouted, knowing they wouldn't. They didn't. "It wasn't personal," one of them shouted. "Just business." He tore after them, his fingers already weaving familiar patterns in the air. The men split up at the end of the alley, 2 going left, 1 right. Adam didn't bother choosing. "Bind," he snarled. 3 tendrils of blue energy shot from his outstretched hand, each seeking a target with unerring precision. The first runner went down hard, face slamming into the cobblestones with a crunch. The second managed half a scream before the binding spell yanked his legs out from under him. The third, the largest of them, fought against the magic, stumbling forward 3 more steps before Adam closed his fist. "Levitate!" The man's body jerked upward, then slammed sideways into the brick wall of the alley. The crack of bone was audible even from where Adam stood. The thug slid to the ground, cradling his clearly broken arm. Adam strode toward the first runner, who was trying to crawl away despite his bound legs. A swift kick rolled him over. "Whose business?" he demanded, crouching down. "I don't know, I swear!" The man's mask had slipped, revealing a young face, barely more than 20 years of age. A kid. His nose was bleeding, probably broken from the fall. "We just got paid to do this. No one was supposed to get hurt. I didn't even know there were people inside, I swear!"
Who paid you?
"I don't know names. The middleman just called him the merchant. Said you were moving in on his territory." Adam tightened his grip. "The crimson scale?" The kid's eyes widened. Maybe? Look, I just needed the money." The second thug was getting to his feet, drawing something from his coat. Adam didn't even look as he flicked 2 fingers in that direction. The man flew backward as if punched by a giant fist, crumpling against a stack of crates. No movement. Was he dead? Adam didn't know. When emotions took over a mage, it was difficult to control the strength of spells. They had it coming, though. Only one left conscious now. Adam turned his full attention back to the kid under his grip. "This wasn't personal," Adam muttered, echoing the kid's earlier words. "But it is now." He raised his fist. "Please," the kid begged, eyes wide with terror. "I didn't—" Adam's fist connected with his jaw, cutting off the plea. The kid's head snapped back, then forward as consciousness fled him. He slumped against the alley wall, joining his unconscious companions. Adam trudged back toward the warehouse, dragging the unconscious young thug behind him by the collar. A small crowd had gathered near the warehouse entrance. Workers from neighboring buildings, street vendors, and a few curious passers-by. They murmured amongst themselves, pointing at the smoke still seeping from the broken window, but none dared venture inside. He'd left the other 2 attackers bound with ropes in the alley.
The guards would find them easily enough. But this one, this young one, Adom was keeping for himself. The city guard was notoriously susceptible to bribes, and he couldn't risk the crimson scale silencing all 3 men before he got answers. Adom dragged the thug around to the back entrance, slipping inside unnoticed. John stood motionless beside Cass, who remained unconscious but had been moved away from the debris. The golem had positioned himself between her and the door, exactly as instructed. Adom dropped the thug unceremoniously onto the floor, then knelt beside Cass. The cut on her forehead had stopped bleeding, but a large bruise was forming. Her breathing was steady. He weaved veil. The invisibility spell settled over the young thug, bending light around his form until he seemed to fade from existence. The boy was now hidden in plain sight, tucked behind a workbench where no one would accidentally trip over him. Then Adom touched 2 fingers to the unconscious one's forehead. A faint blue glow pulsed briefly beneath his fingertips. That would keep him under for at least 6 hours. No chance of him waking during the guard's investigation or making inconvenient noise. Not the most elegant solution. Extended magical sleep would disrupt the kid's natural rhythms for days, maybe weeks. But Adom couldn't risk him waking up. He nodded with satisfaction. He'd deal with this one privately, after the official investigation. Valiant's services were thorough.
From the front of the warehouse, the crowd's voices grew louder, more insistent. Adom commanded, and John's massive form shimmered before disappearing into his inventory space. No need to explain the golem to the authorities. He settled himself on a crate beside Cass, checking her pulse again. Still strong. Good. In the distance, he could hear the rhythmic clanking of the city guard's armor. A small smile crossed his face. Let them come. He had a perfectly legitimate complaint to file. Attempted murder, destruction of property, assault. Let the guild war begin, officially. Someone in there? A gruff voice called from outside. Yes, Adom responded. We've been attacked. I have an injured woman in here. The door burst open, and armored figures streamed in, swords drawn. Adom raised his hands slowly, the picture of an innocent victim. Over here, he called. Please, she needs medical attention. Cass stirred slightly beside him, a small moan escaping her lips. Not fully conscious yet, but getting there. Good. That was good. The smell of herbs hit Cass before she opened her eyes. Bitter, astringent, with a hint of something sweet underneath. Healer's herbs. Not her first time waking up to that particular bouquet. The second thing she noticed was the scratching sound. Pen on paper. Rhythmic, purposeful. Then a pause, as if the writer was thinking. She peeled her eyes open. The world swam for a moment before settling into focus. White ceiling. Morning light filtering through gauzy curtains. And Adom, sitting in a chair beside her bed, hunched over a stack of papers. Did we win? She croaked. Adom's head snapped up. The pen clattered onto the small table. Cass, you're awake! He was on his feet in an instant, moving to her bedside. Easy, easy. Don't try to sit up yet. She ignored him and pushed herself upright anyway. The room spun violently. Okay, that was a mistake, she conceded, sinking back down.
You fell hard, Adom said, hovering uncertainly.
Severe concussion. The healer wasn't sure when you'd wake up. How long was I out? About 18 hours. Cass blinked. 18 hours? Her hand drifted to her head, finding a bandage wrapped around it. Memory flickered back. the warehouse, the conversation, the window breaking, the explosion. Her eyes widened. "I'm glad to see that brain of yours still works," Adam said, watching her face. "You remember what happened?" "Someone tried to kill us." "They did, yes." Cass took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Well, at least I'm alive." Adam's brow furrowed. "You're not freaking out?" "Should I be? You were nearly blown up yesterday." Cass shrugged, then winced as the movement sent a spike of pain through her skull. "When I signed on with you, I knew I was exposing myself, especially since I'm taking a good cut of the guild profits." She shifted, trying to find a comfortable position. "Can't really complain, to be honest. I just didn't think they'd actually try to kill me. Maybe intimidate? Break a few bones. Threats, sure. But bombing feels excessive for a trade dispute." Adam chuckled, shaking his head. "You're something else, Cass." "So I've been told." She squinted at him. "I suppose it would be too good to assume the Crimson Scaled people were caught red-handed?" "Not exactly." Adam dropped back into his chair. "I filed a formal complaint with the Guard and the House of Merchants. 3 men were involved in the attack. I managed to catch them after the explosion." "And?" "2 are in custody. Common street thugs, according to the guards. They claim they were hired through an intermediary. No direct connection to the Crimson Scale." "Of course," Cass said dryly. "They wouldn't attack with their own people. Proxies are safer. Assassination would eject them from their seat if proven guilty. They'd have taken precautions." "Correct." "You said 3 men.
What happened to the third?" Adam leaned forward. "I kept one. Delivered him to Valiant for later use."
"Later?" She frowned. "What does that mean?"
Adam turned, retrieving the paper he'd been writing on. He handed it to her without explanation. Cass took it, raising an eyebrow. The sheet was filled with Adam's precise handwriting, a list with names, locations, and what appeared to be schedules.
"What's this?" she asked.
"I've been thinking," Adam said. "I'm usually reactive instead of proactive. I don't think that's going to work going forward." He gestured to the paper. "So I'm accepting their invitation."
"Their invitation to what?"
Adam's expression hardened, though his voice remained conversational. "To war." The word hung between them. Cass looked at Adam, really looked at him. She remembered the first time they'd met. Her selling fruits in the merchant district, annoyed by difficult customers and an over-demanding yet underpaying boss. Him, a boy who somehow managed to look even younger than his already young age of 13, approaching her stall with that same steady gaze he wore now. "Are you looking for a better job?" he'd said, without preamble, without the awkwardness of youth, without the bluster most boys his age affected. As a merchant's daughter, Cass had been taught to read people from an early age. Her father's lessons on sizing up customers, on spotting liars, on predicting behavior had been drilled into her from the time she could walk. But Adam had always been strange. There was nothing of a 13-year-old in him. His wit, his way of thinking, his calm assessment of situations, everything about him made her forget he was just a kid. He spoke of business prospects and market strategies with the confidence of someone 3 times his age. And now here he was, casually stating he'd go to war with a major merchant guild, a respected member of the House of Merchants, potentially with connections to other equally or even more powerful guilds. If it had been any other kid, she would have dismissed it as ignorance and naivety. But not Adam. In the little time they'd worked together, she'd learned that when he said something like this,
In that particular tone, with that particular look, he meant it. And more importantly, he might actually be able to do it. So Cassandra said the first thing that came to her still slightly confused mind. "That's a wonderful idea." It probably wasn't. In fact, it bordered on suicidal. It was fully, completely stupid. Anyone with sense would sell their business, take the loss, and walk away after this first attempt on their life. But that was the problem. They had tried to kill her. And if there was one trait that defined Cass above all others, it was spite. She didn't back down. She didn't surrender. And even if she still hadn't figured out the reason for his maturity, Cass's talent for discerning people told her at least one thing. Just like her, Adam was the spiteful type. He smiled at her then. Cass watched his face, the slight tilt of his head, the way his eyes focused just past her for a split second. She'd learned to recognize that look. It was the moment right before a person made an important decision, when they weighed all their options and chose their path forward. "I'd like to show you something," he said. Bingo. "Now?" she feigned. Adam stood, straightening his coat. "Yes, but you don't need to move." He glanced toward the door, then back at her. "You remember John? The tank we were with during the exam?" Cass frowned. Adam nodded, and the air beside him shimmered, and suddenly John the tank was there. Not just John. John in full armor, towering over the bed, his massive frame barely fitting in the small healer's room. He stood motionless, looking down at her. Cass's first reflex was to panic, to shout, to scramble backward, to demand an explanation. But she caught herself. That would be out of character. And besides, fear wouldn't help her understand what was happening. She looked at John, then at Adam, considering. The pieces clicked into place. "John is not really human, is he?" she asked finally, her voice steady. "No," Adam replied. "He's not really alive either, I presume?" "Not any more than any other golem would be." Cass nodded slowly, then sighed. "This explains a lot of things."
Chapter 81. Game Changer.
Adam watched Cass's face carefully. No screaming, no gasping, no demands for immediate explanations. Just a calm, measured assessment of the armored golem now standing in her hospital room. This wasn't how he'd expected this to go. People usually reacted more dramatically when they discovered his secrets. In his experience, even the most composed individuals tended to lose their cool when confronted with the impossible. But not Cass. She hadn't even blinked. "I know how this looks," he began. "And I would have done the same," Cass interrupted. Adam stopped mid-sentence. "Pardon me?" Cass adjusted herself against the pillows, wincing slightly as she moved her bandaged head. "I saw John fight in the dungeon. This is by far the most advanced golem I've ever seen. Enough to not have anyone think it's a golem. It can even use fluid. A war golem." She gestured toward John with a small wave. The golem remained motionless. "So I understand," she continued. "I would have hidden it from everyone too, until a moment like this, when I'd have no choice but to trust someone enough to reveal it." She shrugged. "Logical progression." Adam stood there for a moment, his prepared explanation dying on his lips. He'd spent 2 hours rehearsing this moment while waiting for her to wake up. He'd anticipated shock, anger, perhaps even fear. He'd prepared counterarguments and reassurances. But not for this. Never for this. "That was easier than I thought it would be," he admitted. I don't like drama, Cass said flatly. It's time-consuming. Adam laughed, a loud laugh that surprised even him. You know, Cass, I'm very happy I met you and not another. You're simple to talk to. I would have said the same about you a few hours ago if I hadn't just almost been killed, Cass replied in a deadpan, serious tone. She adjusted her bandage slightly. But I do share the sentiment. This set Adam laughing again. It wasn't particularly funny, but the tension of the past day needed some release. Maybe he was more rattled by the bombing than he wanted to admit. He finally composed himself, straightening in his chair. Let's cut to the chase. Are you ready to listen to my plan? Cass smiled back at him. It wasn't her usual businesslike smile. This one had an edge to it, like a merchant who just spotted a weakness in a negotiation. I'm all ears, she said. Tell me everything. Midday sun beat down on a dome as he stood before the cave entrance, squinting against the glare. The morning had dragged on forever. Combat training followed by an unnecessarily detailed alchemy lecture on the properties of worm bile. His classmates were still debating the finer points of stomach acid as he'd slipped away. The rest of his day was free. Finally. He approached the cave entrance, his shadow stretching before him on the ground. Tomorrow, he said clearly. The stone rippled, solid rock becoming fluid for a moment before parting to reveal the passage. Adam stepped inside, the cooler air a welcome relief after the heat outside. The cave sealed itself behind him with a soft, grinding sound. He moved through the main chamber, past the comfortable area he'd set up for himself, and toward the entrance he'd been avoiding forever. The one that led to the trial rooms. He was 98% sure he wouldn't have any nasty surprises this time, but still. Getting swallowed by a stone snake once was enough trauma for anyone. Adam placed his hand against the wall, channeling mana into the ancient runes carved there. As expected, the snake's eye began to glow with an eerie white light. Just do your job, he sighed. But instead of violently swallowing him whole like last time, the stone giant snake's mouth simply opened, revealing a swirling portal of energy. It waited, as if politely inviting Adam to enter of his own accord. You know, Adam remarked to the stone sculpture, it would have been more polite, and would have still worked, if you'd done this the first time around, instead of swallowing me without my consent and all. The stone snake didn't answer. It was normal. It was a stone snake. Adam found relief in that lack of response. He hadn't expected one, but in this place, you never knew. Stone snakes that swallowed people whole existed, after all. He stepped through the portal. Instantly, he found himself in the familiar chamber where he'd first met Bob. Same high ceiling, same strange markings on the walls, same slightly musty smell of ancient stone. Speaking of Bob, Adam wondered how the leprechaun was doing. He'd been avoiding using the whistle unless absolutely necessary, no sense bothering the little man for trivial matters, but he was starting to miss him. The rock Bob had perched on during their first meeting was still there, worn smooth in the exact spot where the leprechaun had sat. Behind Adam, the portal remained open, another difference from his first visit. Back then, he'd been trapped with no visible exit. He turned toward the entrance of the Trial of Courage, a simple archway carved into the far wall. Last time, it had led him into pitch darkness and a series of nightmarish scenarios designed to test his mettle. Please, he muttered to no one in particular. No surprises this time. The moment he stepped through the archway, lights flared to life along the walls, glowing crystals embedded in the stone that illuminated the passage ahead. Another thing that hadn't happened last time. Adam paused, looking back over his shoulder at the portal that still swirled invitingly behind him.
He could leave now if he wanted. Return to the main cave. Go back to the academy. Or he could continue forward. He took a deep breath and stepped deeper into the passage.
Unlike his first visit, when he'd stumbled blindly through darkness, the illuminated passageway revealed its secrets. The walls were absolutely covered in runes. They spiraled across every surface, floor, ceiling, walls. Some clustered in complex formations, others standing alone in stark isolation. Adom ran his fingers along them as he passed, feeling the slight vibration of dormant power. Interesting, he muttered, tracing a particularly intricate sequence. Some were ancient, the kind you'd find in first-year textbooks at the academy. Basic power channeling, stability markers, protection circles. Others were more sophisticated, combinations of modern and old techniques that had been popular around 3,000 years ago, the sort of thing scholars still debated about in musty libraries. But then there were others, runes that shouldn't be here at all. Adom paused at a particularly complex configuration. He recognized it immediately. A variation of the binding formula that had only been theorized 2 decades ago. And yet here it was, etched into stone that had to be thousands of years old. How? He whispered, running his fingers over the pattern. The question kept circling in his mind as he moved forward. Yes, humanity had lost knowledge over the centuries. Wars, disasters, simple forgetfulness. But this was different. Some of these rune configurations had only been discovered in his lifetime, by him and his colleagues. Or rather, they thought they'd discovered them. It seemed they'd merely rediscovered what was already known. Adom felt a twinge of disappointment at not being the first, after all. The passage widened suddenly, opening into a vast chamber. Adom instinctively pinched his nose, preparing for the stench of decay. But there was nothing. Just cool, slightly stale air. The Sphinx's body still lay where he'd left it. Well, half of it, anyway. The massive creature's torso and human-like face were intact, frozen in an expression of shock and outrage. Golden blood had pooled beneath it, now hardened into what looked like actual metal. The bag was still there, the unstable magic still powerful. Adom crouched beside the body, picking up a shard of the solidified blood and turning it over in his hand. It caught the light from the crystal lamps, glinting like real gold. Solidified Sphinx blood. Huh. He looked at the Sphinx's face. Its eyes were still open, frozen in that moment of disbelief when it realized its riddle game had backfired catastrophically. You had it coming for you, though, Adom told it conversationally. No response, of course. Turning his attention to its forepaws, Adom examined the curved, gleaming claws. Each was easily the length of his forearm and sharp enough to slice through armor. He straightened, calling upon his mana. The air around his hands shimmered as he wove a powerful spell. With surgical precision, he sent the concentrated blade of air sweeping across the Sphinx's paws, severing the claws cleanly from the flesh. The claws and blood shards disappeared with a soft blue glow as he stored them in his inventory. Sphinxes are rare enough to grant alchemical curiosity, he muttered to himself. Might get something useful out of studying these. He straightened, dusting off his hands, and continued toward the chamber ahead, the room of the trial of strength, the reason of his visit. Adom stepped into the trial of strength chamber and sighed at the familiar sight. Golems. Everywhere. Row after row of sentinels stood in perfect formation, stretching across the massive chamber like an army frozen in time. Still creepy, he muttered, bad memories surfacing. He'd known they were here, of course.
The sea of golems had been visible even during his trial, standing motionless beyond the arena where he'd fought for his life. He just hadn't had time to appreciate the scale of it then. He tried counting them. 10, 20, 30, before giving up.
"At least 1,000, he said aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. Cautiously, Adom approached the nearest golem. It was similar in basic design to John, but less sophisticated. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a blank stone and metal face and simpler armor. He stood directly in front of it, half expecting it to spring to life and attack. Nothing happened. He waved his hand in front of its face. Still nothing. Good. Let's keep it that way. Adom circled the golem, examining it from all angles. Unlike John, this one was clearly from an earlier generation. The runes on its armor were primarily stability-focused, with some ancient variations of enhancement patterns woven throughout. With no effort at all, Adom began removing its armor plating, piece by piece. The material was surprisingly light for something that looked like stone. Once he had the chest plate off, he located the access panel, positioned differently than John's and far less elegant in design. "Let's see what makes you tick," he muttered, prying it open. Inside was a core that was functional, but relatively primitive compared to John's advanced system. Where John had a sophisticated fluid-producing core, this one had a simpler crystalline structure. Still leagues ahead of what modern artificers could produce, though. "Interesting," Adom whispered, carefully extracting it. He set the core aside and pulled out his rune-crafting tools from his inventory. He began modifying the foundational runes, carefully integrating his mana signature into the core's matrix. It was delicate work. One wrong stroke, and the core could destabilize, or worse, explode. 2 days had passed since he and Cass had escaped the warehouse attempt. She was scheduled to be released from the healer's house today. He'd stationed John with her as a precaution and given her a transport crystal that would take her to a safe location within the academy grounds if needed. He finished with the first golem and moved to the second, then the third, fourth. The work was repetitive but required intense concentration. By the 5th hour, his fingers were cramping, but he pressed on. He'd aimed to modify at least 300 of them today, ambitious but necessary. As he worked, his mind wandered to the applications of his growing golem army. His first instinct had been military. Who wouldn't want a personal force of indestructible soldiers? But the more he thought about it, the more that seemed like a terrible idea. If these golems were captured during a conflict and studied, they could be replicated. Technology like this hitting the market would drastically change the balance of power, not just in the Empire, but across the whole world. These golems hadn't appeared even in his past life. He couldn't imagine how differently things might have played out if they had. No, a private army wasn't his problem. His current problem was manpower. Reliable manpower. The warehouse incident had proven just how dirty this business war was going to get. Bombs, hired killers, and that was just the opening move. The Merchants Guild played for keeps, and he couldn't trust just anyone to stand guard or handle sensitive operations. Regular people could be bribed, threatened, or replaced with shapeshifters. Information could leak, loyalties could shift. But golems followed orders exactly as given. They couldn't be bribed or threatened. They had no families to use as leverage. They didn't talk, didn't sleep, didn't need food or payment. And most importantly, with his modifications, they would respond only to his mana signature. No one else could command them. Adom reinstalled the modified core into the 6th golem and began reassembling its chest plate. To start his commercial war, he needed to introduce a revolutionary product into the market. Communication crystals would be that product, devices that could transmit messages instantly across vast distances. Nothing like them existed in this world yet. They would change everything. But there was a problem. Adam was the only one who knew how to make them. Hiring people would mean sharing the manufacturing process, risking leaks to competitors. And while his enemies might not immediately replicate his work, it would accelerate their progress toward becoming real competition. If he wanted a monopoly on such a life-changing device, he needed to keep its secrets. Again. Golems didn't leak information. Golems didn't sleep. Golems could work continuously without breaks, complaints, or divided loyalties. These traits made them a game-changer for one reason: mass production. With 300 golems as a start, all working under his command after being instructed in the methods he would show them, he could establish a production line unlike anything this world had ever seen. The golems would create the devices, and he would introduce them to the market, controlling both supply and pricing. Hours passed as Adam worked on golem after golem. The cave's magical lighting shifted subtly as the day outside progressed, though here it was impossible to tell the exact time. His back ached from hunching over the delicate cores, and his fingers were stiff from the precise runic adjustments each one required. Finally, he closed the access panel on the 300th golem and secured its chest plate. "That's it," he sighed, his voice rough from disuse. Adam stood slowly, stretching his cramped muscles. His knees popped, and his back protested after hours of crouching and kneeling. He rolled his shoulders and neck, working out the kinks. He stepped back to survey his work. 300 golems, modified and ready for his command, stood in neat rows before him. The rest remained in their original state, a resource for another day. Things were really changing now. He was being proactive, in a way he'd never managed in his previous life, taking control instead of just reacting to catastrophes as they happened. It was exhilarating, but also terrifying. Each decision to alter the timeline meant he had less ability to predict what would come next. The future was becoming as unknown to him as it was to everyone else. But then again, that was exactly why he'd come back in the first place. He wanted a peaceful life to savor, to explore the world on his own terms. For that to happen, he needed to ensure there was a world left to explore. The memories of what had happened, what would happen, without his intervention were still too vivid. Adam took a deep breath and addressed the golems he had modified. "Arise," he commanded, his voice echoing in the chamber. In perfect unison, 300 pairs of eyes flickered to life, glowing a soft blue that illuminated the cavernous space with an eerie light. 300 stone bodies straightened slightly, awaiting further instructions. Adam looked for a while, face impassive. Was this how his father felt at the command of his men? Very ego-inflating. He couldn't help but smile. Nice. Chapter 82. And so it begins. Adam had been in the library for 4 hours already, and the nerd in him still wasn't tired of it. The smell of old books, the quiet rustle of turning pages, the occasional whispered consultation. It felt like home. More home than his actual dorm did, if he was being honest. He glanced at the timepiece in his pocket. 9 minutes left. On the 4th level of the Academy's Grand Library, hidden behind the section on pre-empire farming techniques, there was a narrow passage, so narrow you had to turn sideways and squeeze through, which made it hilariously impractical as an entrance to anything. But Adam knew what lay beyond. He gathered his notes and the 3 books he hadn't finished yet, carefully marking his place in each. He returned the other 9 to the reshelving cart, then made his way back to the passage. "Excuse me," he muttered as he squeezed past a tall shelf
that seemed determined to make the already tight space even more claustrophobic. And then, like stepping through a curtain, he was out. Blue sky stretched overhead. Not the dark stone ceiling of the library, but actual sky, with wispy clouds and birds circling lazily above. Green grass carpeted the ground, dotted with wildflowers in purples and whites. Butterflies drifted between the blooms, and the air smelled of spring. This wasn't a room at all. It was a portal to another part of the academy, the private gardens of former headmistress Athena Ravenshadow. Well, private was a bit of a misnomer. Anyone could access it with a reservation. 4 hours max per reservation, strictly enforced by the garden's enchantments, which meant in approximately 8 minutes, Adam would be unceremoniously ejected back through that narrow passage, probably right into some poor, confused first-year student. The garden had been designed to replicate the environment of Elhar, an elven land where Headmistress Ravenshadow had been born.
She was a founding member of the academy, along with Law, as they had been comrades. Some even said they were lovers, but there was never any proof of that. Suffice to say, she was an elf, the only one who had ever served as headmistress of Zerki's academy. Adam settled back down on the bench he'd claimed hours ago. The garden's soothing effect was something he'd come to rely on. The ambient manna in the air made it easier to focus while simultaneously refreshing the mind. You could study for hours here and feel like you'd just had a nap. And study he had. 12 books on mythical creatures, all searched specifically for information on sphinxes. And what had he found? Almost nothing. "Sphinxes are guardians of ancient knowledge," he read aloud from one text. "They are known for their riddles and their merciless treatment of those who answer incorrectly." He snapped the book shut. "Yes, thank you. I discovered that firsthand." What he needed was information on Sphinx physiology, what their body parts could be used for in alchemy, how to process the golden blood he'd collected, or what properties the claws might have. He'd even asked Professor Merwin, but she'd just blinked at him in surprise. "Sphinx parts? For alchemy?" she'd said, adjusting her spectacles. "My dear boy, no one has successfully harvested sphinx parts in over 3 centuries. They're nearly extinct. Maybe are already. Where would you even get such materials to study?" Adam had mumbled something about theoretical research and made a hasty exit. A soft chime sounded throughout the garden. 5-minute warning. Soon he'd be forced out to make room for the next student with a reservation. He looked down at his mostly empty notebook. 4 hours of research, and all he had to show for it were 3 lines of actual information and several doodles of Sphinx anatomy based on his memory of the one he'd killed. His 4 hours hadn't been entirely in vain, though. He'd at least confirmed that Sphinx studies were an academic dead end, which meant he was on his own with his experiments. The golden blood and claws sitting in his inventory just became a lot more valuable, and a lot more mysterious. The final chime sounded, and Adam felt the garden's magic take hold. It wasn't exactly a push, more like the entire space became suddenly inhospitable to his presence. All right, I'm going," he muttered, gathering his remaining books. He squeezed back through the narrow passage and into the library proper, nearly colliding with a wide-eyed first-year student who was clearly headed for the garden. "Sorry," Adam said, stepping aside. "Is it really true there's a whole garden in there?" the student whispered, peering nervously at the passage. "Complete with birds and butterflies," Adam confirmed. "Just don't be late coming out. The ejection's not pleasant." Miss Grimclaw looked up from her desk as Adam passed. The goblin librarian adjusted her spectacles with one gnarled finger, her expression as stern and stoic as ever. "Productive session, Mr. Silla,"
Not particularly, Adom admitted, placing the books on her desk. But thank you for the reservation. She nodded curtly and returned to her cataloging, the matter clearly closed as far as she was concerned. Adom stepped out of the library, blinking in the afternoon sunlight. His stomach growled, reminding him he'd skipped lunch. Maybe he could grab Zuni with Sam before heading to the weird stuff store. A quick meal, then on to see if anything new had come in that might help with his current merchant war. 20 minutes later, with a barely digested sandwich in his stomach, Adom pushed open the door to the weird stuff store. The bell above the door jingled cheerfully. "Welcome to the weird stuff store. How can I—" "Oh, hey, Adom!" Emma looked up from behind the counter, where she was sorting a pile of what looked like glowing feathers. "Hey, Emma," Adom said, stepping inside. Today, there was a smell of incense and old books in the store. "How's it going?" Before Emma could answer, a figure emerged from the back room.
Blue skin, elegant curved horns, and a smile that could either sell you your heart's desire or trick you out of your last copper.
"If it isn't the architect," the tiefling said, leaning against the doorframe with casual grace. "Zara!" Adam couldn't help his wide grin. It had been months since he'd seen her. 6 months?
Adom ducked away from her touch with a half-hearted protest.
"Cut it out. I'm not that much taller." "Maybe not, but something's different." She studied him with a critical eye. "A lot has happened," Adom said simply. The back room of the weird stuff store was exactly as chaotic as the front. Crates stamped with warnings in various languages were stacked haphazardly. Shelves lined every wall, filled with objects that defied easy categorization. Adom leaned against a relatively empty table. "How are the operations? Did you manage to rally other members of the Order?" Zara's playful expression faded. She sighed and dropped into a rickety chair that creaked under her weight. "It's been hard," she admitted. "We've lost a major part of the Order throughout the years. Not many currently believe in the Architect anymore." The Architect. That was what Zara called Adom. Apparently, it was also the name Law had used when he talked about him 3,000 years ago. That was what the members of the Order knew him by. Nothing else. No description of how he'd look or talk, no details about his past or personality. Just the Architect. Adom still found it bizarre. Zara and her whole family were fans, sort of. She had grown up being prepared to welcome and help Adom whenever he might appear. There was apparently a sort of cult around the Architect persona, though most of its members had drifted away over the centuries. Adom had no idea why Law called him that either. He'd asked Biggins, who'd actually known Law when he was alive, but the old dragon had just chuckled and said the man was extremely cryptic about Adom. Zara had once explained that the title just meant he was expected to design things, systems, plans, solutions. A better future, in practical terms. "Most of the Order has forgotten their purpose," Zara continued, pulling Adom from his thoughts. "They've become more concerned with maintaining their own positions and wealth than with preparing for your arrival."
She scowled. Some branches have even started worshipping Law as a deity, which would have horrified him.
"But you found some who are still trustworthy?" Adom asked hopefully. "A few." Zara leaned forward, lowering her voice despite the privacy of the room. "Mostly the older families who kept better records. The ones who remember that the Order wasn't created to accumulate power, but to aid you in your mission." "Is that why you came back early?" Adom asked. "Partly." Zara stood up and began pacing between the crates. "But also because I received a message from Ale. He said you were accelerating your plans, and I might be needed sooner than we thought." Adom frowned. "I didn't tell Biggins anything about accelerating plans." "No?" Zara stopped pacing and gave him a knowing look.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain why you've been establishing a merchant guild? Or why you've been developing new magical devices and getting into conflicts with the major guilds? Ah, Zara chuckled. I understand, you know. The order, in its current state, is quite useless to you. So I guess it would make sense to take your own actions instead of waiting for us. She gave him an approving nod. I'd expect nothing less from the architect. So, you came back because of the thing with the guilds? Adom replied, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Yes, Zara confirmed, moving some peculiar artifacts off a crate so she could sit. I wasn't making much progress with the order anyway, and Ale summoned me back to assist you. Adom frowned slightly. What exactly would she do? The guild politics were already complicated enough without adding someone new to the mix, especially someone with connections to a secret organization. Still, if she had resources or contacts, he didn't. Zara seemed to read his hesitation. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Why don't you tell me where things are at right now, first? All right. Adom collected his thoughts.
A week ago, we started mass-producing the product we'll soon be introducing to the market. Communication crystals. They're more reliable than message birds, faster than couriers, and don't require the specialized training of telepathic mages.
Smart, Zara nodded. High demand, virtually untapped market. The next step is securing an imperial contract. That would give us credibility, steady revenue, and, most importantly, leverage. Once the imperial messengers are using our crystals, other merchants will follow. And the seat in the House of Merchants? Adom's eyes narrowed. Biggins told